Alright, I should be live. I mean, 2 seconds, guys. And I'll start playing it. I just gotta get links. La 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 la. Link me. Thank you.
God damn it. That ain't gonna work.
Huh.
I brought your stream up on my tablet and then I tried to start typing on my keyboard. Like, that's gonna fucking work.
Fuck. Okay. Alright. What is this? Alright, Skipper's here.
Just bring it up on your computer as well.
Did you say, on the pooter?
I brought
Okay.
you up on my tablet so that I can watch. So I can see the chat, but
Hell yeah.
I'll just bring you up on the fucking computer as well.
I'm surprised Barry ain't in here. I mean, I just started the stream like literally 2 fucking minutes ago, so. Oh, there's another viewer. Welcome in, people. We're gonna get this started, alright? Actually, hold on. Before we get it started. I ain't even gonna put a Be Right Back screen on. We're starting soon.
Take off that screen. This one here. Jesus.
more time, you know. A little bit more time before I eat. Alright, let's do this, guys.
Region came out.
Oh shit, it's glitter.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of Split 2 of the ALGS. We just
I even miss her.
As our EMEA region came out
and,
swinging with some
Rain
seriously
Day.
standout performances from the likes of Fire Beavers and Jaylings, and now it is time for us to turn our attentions towards NA.
All it is glitter right now.
Today, but of course, I cannot do
Rain
this
Day.
alone. We're gonna have to
This is
bring
a black dude.
back in our 2
Freckle
lovely
face.
casters, and we'll start with you on set. Are you ready for NA after what we saw in EMEA?
Of course I'm ready. Of course I'm ready. I could not be more excited
No
for North
fucking
America.
way.
I think this is a
Oh, yes. I love you, man. That's the main caster I fucking missed in day 2 or day 1 and day 2. I'm so glad they fucking brought him back. I'm even happy I see glitter because I didn't like. I mean, not that I don't like Dia and the other guy, but it just didn't feel right.
very, very
Onset's
interesting week.
the
Like
best.
we saw from Mia, kind of gave us a little bit of a flavour of what to expect. Things started to settle down a
Onset,
little bit. Became a little bit more
Fallout,
predictable in EMEA.
they're the best.
Comp's
Vicky
still a little
Kitty.
bit all over the place. I wonder if North America's got a bit more on grasp on how they want to approach things.
Hell,
But
even
trust me,
not
it's going
like
to be an amazing
girl.
day. Let's get into the games.
I know. I am already hyped to get everything going, but we have one more piece of the puzzle that is this desk, and that is Gaskin. You ready to dive back in?
A piece of the puzzle
And Gaskin, fuck
I
yeah.
don't really fit into many places, but apparently I do in esports. So it's good to be here, good to be alongside both of you, and yeah, I can't wait for North America. I mean, this region never disappoints. There's always excitement. There are a few teams who are still maybe yet to show their true colors here in this meta, and you know what that means? It means there's going to be excitement here today.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that bounce back from the first weekend happen in EMEA. I assume we will see the same thing happen here in NA. But of course, before we get into all that action, we need to talk about that first weekend because a lot went down. We need to recap that for everybody that is here hanging out with us in case they missed it, because NA was a little bit all over the place, and I mean that in a really good way. I think we saw some surprises on both sides of things that will really make for some interesting gameplay today to see how things play out, starting with the teams who did well last weekend. And of course, we can't not talk about Dark Zero. They closed out our match day 1 with a very, very strong performance, and obviously a team that is always in the discussion due to their consistency at lands all the way up until the most recent playoffs. I mean, 4th place overall with only
That's
one
where a lot
match
of
day
people are
under their
using the
belt,
fucking
and
Nemesis,
they are
bro.
a team that definitely has
I've
the
been
ability
seeing
to
a-
snowball
I've been
when
seeing
they
a lot
get
of
things
Nemesis
going.
play
So it'll be interesting
and
to see
Prowler
what they do
play.
here today.
They
Then
love
up
that
next,
combo.
We have Xset. I mean, now remember, Xset did not even start until day number 2, and they kicked off their very first day of the split with an insane performance. Out of their 6 matches, only 1 finished outside of the top 10, and only 2 finished outside of the top 4. That is the type of consistency we are looking for in a champion team. And then finally, we have FaZe with this new roster, and let me tell you, this new roster has come to play. Currently, they are first on the overall leaderboard at 39 points, and that is mostly due to their insane consistency. Across both playdays, they only
she
finished
say
outside of
farth?
the top 10 3 times out of their 12.
The fuck is a
in
farth?
Snipe Down, leading in kills right now with 24 kills. They are a little bit unstoppable.
They certainly are. One team who's kind of on the other side of that, though, is Sentinels. Obviously, the former guard roster coming in with a new name, with a new banner, and struggling to pick up the form that they had at the last end of the split. And there's a few things that aren't going their way, but this play from Rambo kind of saved them, I think, a little bit in recent weeks. They managed to clutch out this big win. Rambo going off a little bit in this end game, and without this, they would have had 1 point, but now they have 13, which is a much, much stronger looking position. Meat Lovers, another surprise package so far. Tech leading the troops, and those 2 troops are certainly doing the heavy lifting for this squad.
Oh, yeah.
Funk and Zainu certainly putting up the slays. I think Zainu is currently sat on 20 kills overall. He's just behind Snipe Down, and then just behind him on 19 kills is the man I just mentioned as well, Zainu. So Tech with some unorthodox play calls sometimes, but when you're
Zainu,
backed up by 2
Funk,
players who aren't
and
going to miss
Tech.
too many shots, you're certainly going to do some damage, and that's that's why they find
Yeah,
themselves where
they're
they are at the
pretty
moment.
Well,
Meat
as we
lovers.
start to look at maybe some teams that have struggled a little bit,
Okay.
please don't come after me on social media. I promise I do like TSM, but they maybe did not like their first attempt so far in this split. Really struggling with the new meta. A lot of the decisions that were made during their rotations were just a little bit off, and I think even Hao would admit that himself. And if we are going to see TSM return to their form and defend the title they hold from Split 1 playoffs, we are going to need to see a big difference going into this weekend. Another team that hasn't really lived up to the hype ever since the Seer meta became a thing way back when is Furia. They were one of the most aggressive teams. They would dominate the edge. They would dominate any 3v3 engagement, and they'd be third-partying everyone with so many kills. But then they started getting figured out a little bit. Teams started to catch up with the meta. They started to catch up how they were going to play. And now in an environment and a meta where the edges are often a lot more busy because of what is happening with beacons and with ring consoles, suddenly Furia aren't able to play in their way, so they need to find a different way to do so. Lauren.
I mean, lots for us to talk about here today, but we'll take a look at our season standings here so far. Like we mentioned earlier, FaZe up on top with 39 points, followed
Damn.
by Meat Lovers, Team Divergent. This is what I was talking about. Lots of surprises, and not in a bad way. We're seeing the level of competition really being elevated from the outset.
Yeah, certainly going to be an interesting season. I think this one, the change in meta has certainly affected.
Oh, son of a bitch. This is an A. Okay, then.
Having Vex obviously at the top with a little bit of a point lead here, but the important
Alright, sorry about that, people. But yeah, here's the leaderboards for both the regions. Here's EMEA. Vexed Gaming is in the front. And then on NA, we have FaZe, which is actually a shocker to me.
thing is that all of these teams have set themselves up well for the rest of the split, at least on this first page. Now, Onset, are any of these teams jumping out at you?
I think there's a couple of teams that are certainly going to jump out, and you've got to keep in mind as well that some of the teams who are in this list at the moment have only played one game day. Today, right in front of us is the game day where they kind of level things up a little bit. So I'm looking at Gaming Gladiators. I think Gaming Gladiators have always been a team that we're expecting to do something special from their history, but I'm starting to worry a little bit. They had a consistent day the last time that we saw them, some really good placements, just the execution on end zone wasn't quite there. But I think that some form is starting to come back, and I'm excited to see what they can do moving forward.
Yeah, and then obviously there's
Hopefully
also some
something.
names on here, Gaston, that we're going to be looking at to hopefully pick it up.
Yeah, I think that Aurora and Jailings are not going to be in the bottom 10 when we get to the end of Split 2. That would be my prediction, and they shouldn't be with the players that they have on those rosters and the experience on those rosters. But with the way the format works and how this split is going down, you can't afford to make mistakes. You can't afford to have too many dull weeks. So they've had their, slow start, but it has to be picked up. Otherwise, they are going to find themselves struggling to catch up with that pack who's starting to take the lead. And there's other teams here, Reply Totem, Le Site de France. Like, I'd be expecting those guys to be pushing for those playoff spots as well. So there's a few little kind of scratches on my head at the moment, but maybe things will change as we move forward.
Now, obviously, you mentioned it earlier on set. There's still one more group that needs to get a second play day on the board, and that's what we're going to be looking at here. Who are we playing, or who are we seeing playing here today? It's going to be groups B versus C. So this is the matchup. The first time that we actually get to see these two groups going up head to head this split. So let's talk about that. Who are we going to be watching for when it comes to this combo?
It's an interesting one, right? There's a lot of teams in here which I would call middle of the pack teams, but there's also a couple of teams who have started running away from things, and I feel like EMEA at the moment is slightly top heavy in some of the performances we've seen and the history of some of the teams with their performances. You look at Pioneers, Alliance, Fire Beavers, they've always been there or thereabout, and I feel like Fire Beavers, you talked about how impressive they were on their first game day. 3 wins in one game day is insane, and I also think they've got a bit of a fire lit under them as well, missing out on that all-important land that they played for. Couldn't unfortunately make it themselves, but that's just kind of that fire when we were going to their listen-ins in that first day that they played. You could feel it. You could really, really hear how much those games meant to them, and I think they're going to be super dangerous today.
I'm assuming that you meant those fire puns for Fire Beavers, right?
Yeah. That's
yeah, okay,
fine.
just making sure. All right. Well, obviously, we could talk about each and every one of these teams and go far too much into depth, but it's time for us to start narrowing down our focus a little bit here. Let's start talking about the teams that specifically we as individuals want to be keeping our eyes on here today. And Onset, we'll start with you.
Start with me. Okay, let's get into this then. I am going doom and gloom, a little bit like Dan did earlier on, but I'm not going doom and gloom for what I expect to see today. It's what we saw in their first game day. It's Aurora. I mentioned how Fire Beavers should have a fire lit in them. I feel like the same about Aurora, another team who, you know, they were top of the pile when it came to Split 1 when it finished the Pro League, and unfortunately they weren't able to attend that LAN. Now they have those visas cleared, and they're going to be very, very excited to potentially qualify for the next playoffs and really kind of put their foot forward in the way that you would expect. But for a team who only, you know, averaged 2 kills in their first game day, that is not something we expect whatsoever. Alongside an average placement of 11.67, it was a very, very off day. And for a comp who likes to play Edge, a team who likes to play Edge, there's a lot of traffic around it at the moment, and finding those isolated fights is very, very difficult for them. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of adapt and how they progress as these game days go past.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head with Aurora there on set, and I'm going to look at Pioneers. I mean, Pioneers have been on the tip of our tongues and often making us very hungry with the puns about the cooking in the kitchen. They've had some changes. We see Zane coming to the equation now from J-Lings. He individually showed a new class, I think, that we were very much not expecting at LAN. Adding on to what is already there with Nasky and Serdell, this is a roster who are a real threat in this region. And even though they didn't have the most standout day when it comes to their performance in day number 1, they still finished second place, and a lot of that was down to the victory they had with 12 kills. It was a massive game, and that's what the Pioneers are capable of. Even if they have a last place finish with 0 kills, they can turn into the next game to suddenly become the best team in the lobby. And I think a team that has that ability is always going to be a threat here, Lauren, so we've got to keep an eye on the Pioneers.
I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say that I would be excited to see more emoting out of KCP, but we've mentioned him a few times now. My team to watch is Fire Beavers. I mean, like we've said, we've only seen them play once, and in that one play day, they did insanely well. 3 wins on that first day, 2 of those being back-to-back to close the whole day out. The other one being at the beginning of the day, the very first game of the split, and they get the win with 18 kills. And if we're talking about kills, then we have to talk about the fact that they still have OJ in the top 5 for individual kills with just that single play day. I mean, a phenomenal performance out of Fire Beavers, and I swear to God, we even said this when we were watching the games last weekend, Gaskin. I'm convinced that every single time Fire Beavers finds a rock in that final zone, they are going to get the win. I don't know what it is, but they just happen to love it. But if you didn't hear us talking about your team just now, or if you want to focus on multiple POVs, well, our award-winning multi-view is back for Split 2 of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page if you're watching right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you can follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Multi-view, make sure you check it out. It's always a fun time. But
Yeah, when you get it on YouTube, I'll check it out. But until then, fuck off.
now it's time for us to start talking about the map rotation. Obviously, we will be starting on World's Edge and doing our first teams.
Gaskin.
Well, good news,
Dan
everybody know waiting
Gaskin
around today. We're
and
getting
on
straight
set.
into the
Fuck
action.
yeah.
Mia is ready to go. The dropship is ready to go as well, and I'm pretty sure that Dan and I are ready to go as well to get into these games, and it's going to be an interesting day for sure. As we say, game days kind of slip away quicker than people expect sometimes, and before you know it, after we're all said and done, we're 3 game days down, and there's not too many to come. So World's Edge is where we're going to start for our first 3 maps of the day, as we see our teams dropping in for the first time.
What the fuck? That dude's name is Escape the Asylum, Josh. Bro, do you see that shit?
Yeah.
Escape the Asylum, Josh.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see whether we're going to get any sort of battles going down, any contests. It looks like over towards the top right, we're going to have Climatizer. Could be a little bit of a little scrap going down if the teams decide they don't want to share it. Often because of where you're going to have the ability to either get a survey beacon or you're going to get a ring locator. You're going to have to choose between whether you want to go for the information or whether you want to take that fight. And already we can see we're going to be heading southwest. So the teams down at Thermal, for example, Alliance going to be delighted with that one. They've got a ring locator to work with as well. So this is going to be good for them. Like, I think that most teams who have got any ability to get a scan and get a circle here, they are going to be able to position themselves quite rightly.
Looking at the contests at the moment, you just mentioned Climatizer. We also see one over at Staging at the moment, but we're going to go over to Climatizer at the moment just to see how this is going to pan out. And I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised, you know, in third game day that we are still seeing these contests going down. We historically see that one team will have success, one team will come out of it with a couple of games with no points. And it's, you know, when you're really scrapping for points and every point does matter, I mean, if you go to the end of the season, you see how close those standings are for the qualification spots. It's always a little bit of a shock for me to see these teams deciding, hey, we don't want to give this up. This is our POI, or maybe thinking, hey, we're still going to contest. We still think we can take this team, as Keller Gaming got some decent armors to start off in this contest.
Yeah, and Keller Gaming also have access to that ring console right next to them as well, so they can get the information first, and then if they want to move quickly away from this fight, they have the ability to do so. The other teams that have those ring consoles, Alliance, Aurora, and GG, they are all within the vicinity of that first circle as well. So they're going to get second circle information, can most likely wait in their drop locations, get third zone information, and then they're going to be in arguably one of the best positions to try and take this game. So they would be my three teams to look out for at the moment: GG, Alliance, and Aurora.
Well, interesting to see the SPS have kind of split the loot at the moment with the team across from them, and it looks like both are happier to coexist, and I think that's, with a POI as big as Climatizer is, it's probably the smarter thing to do. Just, you know, give
Also, those Jets are
give
even
up some
in
of the
pro
loot,
league
in order to
games.
survive and start your
Oh, I bet
rotation.
you the
Certainly,
pros hate that shit.
a more mature approach, I think, to a contest than what we do see sometimes. Another contest that was going down was the one I mentioned a little bit earlier over at Staging, and you can see the passion inside of the building at the moment, just trying to play close to each other, because there was a team that was contesting them off of that rip. It looks like nobody has gone down at the moment, so once again, a little bit of respect being shown between the two teams as far as taking the challenge is concerned, if not getting that first knock. But Phoenix Legacy going to have a little look at this one.
And that's one of the reasons why I didn't highlight them when it comes to the teams that have the ring console, right? They are currently being contested. They aren't going to be able to get the info, and they are probably going to be locked in Staging for quite some time now, because not only were they being contested, but there's other teams now coming into the area that are also going to have eyes on. Maestro are going to be there. GG also going to have eyes on. But with where the circle's going, they can afford to stay there and survive there for quite some time. They just may be unaware of where exactly that zone's going to go, because they're going to have a very tough time to try and get the ring console under their belt just because of the eyes on.
I'm going to be interested to see if we can get some of that ring information as well, and see where that circle is going to be pulling from. That first zone, you could probably suggest it is going to be a staging zone, maybe finishing up on that hill zone, that hill house, excuse me, between Harvester and Staging, or maybe pulling a little bit more south. We'll have to see as the game does progress. But Aurora, a great chance for us to just kind of pause for a second here, Dan, and talk about week one for Aurora, because it was a very, very interesting week one for them, where they barely managed to pick up a kill, let alone points. Not something we expect to see from a team, and I'm going to be honest, not a comp I expected to see at all in the lobbies so far. You have Ash reintroducing herself, you have Wraith reintroducing herself, and then of course you have Seer, because, well, everybody plays Seer.
Yeah, well, I think that it's a composition that maybe is more traditional to their old style, as Pioneers also looking to try and get involved and maybe even ape onto a team here. I think they did get information a team was below them, so KCP looking to potentially take a fight, but I love this. Nasky just making sure, utilize Catalyst to block those doors, lock them in the building, and make them do something if they are going to try and get out.
Yeah, reinforcing those doors from the outside means you control that door. So it's such a small thing, but it's adds up to a bigger thing, a bigger equation when you do get into that fight. That team is now, like you say, they're locked inside of that building. The only way that they can leave without exposing themselves by kicking those door downs is through this top balcony door. So Dynasty, even though they're in a great spot, they really are going to struggle to do damage from here now, because they can't command any space in and around them. Pioneers will control this building and will have a little bit more space to play with, and with a charge rifle in the hands of Zane as well, you would expect those blue shields to turn to purples pretty quickly.
However, with Pioneers arriving, Dynasty are probably like, okay, we're in a good spot, right? If there's another team that's arriving here that is looking to try and play these buildings, the likelihood is this is where Circle's going. Dynasty may have that information, we don't know. We know for sure KCP did get that ring console. They did gather info, and that's why they're choosing to Valkyrie in and make sure they hold one of the spots. Now, Aurora, that you were speaking of a little bit earlier, they're going to be running between two teams here, but this is where the Wraith comes in handy. This is why Wraith has been so good now in this new meta. With the changes and the Wraith portal being able to extend far longer than it used to be, those Wraith portal rotations are so much more comfortable that you can make your way into a building, and it looks like they'll slip between these two teams.
Yeah, it makes that traveling through that tunnel a lot safer. You don't have to expose yourself on the high ground. Gaimin Gladiators probably hoping that they would and be able to get some decent damage down. But I mean, if you're looking at the setup at the moment, and you're looking at the loot that Gaimin Gladiators have managed to pick up, as well as the position, they're in a great spot. 2 purples. You saw all the attachments on that flat line as well. A gold armor. 2 early game is going to be certainly something to be happy about. Speaking of being happy, Horizon not going to be too happy as it's Alliance who pick up one of the first knocks in the lobby, and no surprise to see its effect.
Well, Fire Beavers, now, quite rightly, Glitter pointed these guys out because they have been absolutely insane, and they make sure they get the elimination onto V2 as well. So our first team goes down, 19 squads now remaining. It's taken quite some time for a squad to fall,
they're like one of
but it
the
seems somewhat
longest standing
apt that Fire
teams.
Beavers are the first team to get that wipe, get those kills, and make sure they are the kill leaders. Because if we see the domination that we
these
saw
three have
in
been
week
playing
1
for
here,
like a
now
year
in week
together.
3, or sorry, match day 3, there's no reason why Fire Beavers can't get close to solidifying their playoff spot just after a couple of match days. Similar to what we saw from FaZe and how well they performed in the North American region, it does seem like Fire Beavers could certainly be up there.
Yeah, crazy to say, isn't it? You know, after only 2 match days, Fire Beavers putting themselves in a position to book their spot at LAN and really kind of have a bit of a chance to maybe experiment with some different comps, maybe try and really solidify their game plan ahead of when that tournament takes place. But looking at Mirage Etoile at the moment, you can see that E6 are kind of making their rotation very slowly and very traditionally, as E6 like to do. Playing right with their backs to zone, doing a little bit of crafting on the way. Probably just going to get those blue armors up to purples, and that's exactly what they are going to do. You can see Graceful popping his armor into that crafting unit to make sure that he can fight successfully on edge with everything they need to have to make a successful fight. Passion eliminated in the meantime as well, so our first 2 teams are already down, and Passion were one of those teams that were inside a staging we saw a little bit earlier on. So obviously with that zone pulling away and pulling a little bit south, they had a tough decision to make, and the rotation didn't quite work out for them.
And you saw E6's composition there. You've got a Crypto and you've got a Seer. You've got no ability to get any ring consoles. You are purely relying on survey beacons and getting that scan of where other players are. So sometimes that can be to your detriment. Sometimes you can maybe be fooled by where their other teams are and setting up. But of course, sometimes you might just work out where that ring is purely based off of the player information you get from those new look survey beacons. But very interesting looking across the legend selection here. Of course, we have a ton of Seer. 90% of the lobby is running Seer as expected. The 1 Ash is the main difference as Fire Beavers are being griefed as they try and make their way through here. And actually, they are going to make their way out. We've seen rotations like this. We saw this in the first match day on set where Fire Beavers, they got absolutely griefed as they tried to make their rotation. They went back into the zone, then they returned a little bit later, and they still were able to find a victory.
Yeah, it's interesting how Fire Beavers are approaching these lobbies at the moment. We saw when we were watching back the games the other day, you know, Fire Beavers almost make counter rotations sometimes. They land over a fragment. I'm pretty sure they have the whole of fragment to themselves in this lobby as well. So if you think they're landing on one of the most central POIs and then they're kind of wrapping out against the traffic, think about where that first fight took place, right? Coming out of Epicenter. And they try and catch teams off guard as they're rotating in or try and loop behind them, and they're not afraid to take a little bit of storm damage to clear one side of the map. So Fire Beavers obviously have their game plan, how they want to approach things, and it's working so far for them. You can't really take anything away from them after performance in week number 1. My question is always looking at the bigger picture, right? Would that work in a finals lobby when we got to a LAN event? That's the question that has to be answered. But at the moment, Fire Beavers doing everything right as far as picking up points in these lobbies.
So Heroes are still making their way in. I would say that often with these circles, one of the biggest indications of where we're going to be finishing is look at the teams who land on the POIs where that circle is pulling. Alliance would be one of my main focuses here, because Alliance and Thermal Station, they are 2 names that have gone alongside each other for what seems like an eternity at this point. If Alliance are staying in Thermal Station when they also have the ring console, likelihood is we're going to be heading even further southwest, and I'm not expecting it to pull back up towards staging. However, we have seen some teams make it a wrong decision when it comes to their commitments, and because you are being held out by teams, you're not always going to be able to make those rotations as well. But Heroes, they are going to find themselves at least in the chance to try and push in here. I don't think they're going to be held out, which is okay for now, but my worry is the next zone. Like, they're into zone 1, but zone 2 suddenly becomes a little bit more difficult here in Harvester.
Yeah, it looks like they might have a rotation to make, but it will be an uphill one, like you say, and maybe that Wraith portal is going to be important to that rotation when it does occur, but is it going to be available? Do they have some multi-cells to play with? We'll have to wait and see what's in the backpacks of the other players alongside Heroes FFX here and see if they do have that ability to use that port to get into a position. Maybe it's a case of just, you know, trying to walk this in, because they're not too far from that next zone, as I say, and it looks like it actually might be pulling slightly away from Thermal back towards where we originally thought. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this circle does actually pan out. If we could bring up a map overhead to give us a little bit more indication when this zone closes, that will certainly help everyone at home to understand where this zone is going to be pulling. But it's an interesting one, Dan, for sure.
It really is, yeah. I think a lot of these teams are kind of looking at the zone, desperate to know where it is going to be pulling next. Apologies, you can't actually see where the zone is right now, but you can see where the teams are starting to move over towards. A lot have shifted right, which means that you are going to see some people have that ring information. There we go. Now we can actually see where it's going, and it does pull back up towards staging. So I think this is going to be Alliance making a late move. They were holding for as long as they could in Thermal because of the likes of KCP and Dynasty that you see there. They are kind of waiting and were probably holding them out, but then when you get over the top of them, you can make a move and you can make your changes. So we're going to be pulling a little bit more towards the bridge side. Those who were in Harvest are going to be very happy with that pull indeed.
They certainly are, and that's the building I think everyone's going to want to take hold of. You can see Fire Beavers using the Valkyrie to redeploy. They had to come out of zone, of course, which is why you're seeing them taking a little bit of damage to those the white meds having to be popped. And Ojiri's trying to take a few angles here just to make sure his teammates can get healthy, and that's such a smart thing to do as a teammate. If you know that your teammates are weak and you've got some shields and you've got the most HP on your team, you've got to be the one to just get information, to hold out, to make sure that nobody is going to be making some plays on you. But the problem with the train carts is there's so many angles to be played from. You've got to hold out all of staging. You've got to hold out teams coming through this tunnel with that port going down as well. That's certainly alerting 9 Impulse to what might be going down in a few moments time. But I've got to say, it's a really smart rotation coming in from Fire Beavers to find that spot, to find it free and hit that Valkyrie ult right into where that zone is going to be going. Really, really good play from them.
So only 2 teams wiped out at the moment, V2 and Passion. However, 18 squads remaining, Zone 3 turning into 4 in 40 seconds. I imagine those 18 squads are going to start to deplete very fast, because now we've got this situation where a lot of these teams who still haven't made their way into Zone have got to go for either a desperate attempt, or they're going to have to take a fight to maybe try and steal one of those positions away from someone. Aurora are one of those teams, and they are a little bit unsure at the moment whether they want to go around the train tracks or through, but it looks like they are going to have their hand forced. They're going to have to take this fight to train station. Are they going to be able to use the portal? No, they don't have the portal right now, so this could be tough for Aurora.
They might be able to use the rift though from Ash if they have to force their way into zone a little bit later on. I have to see how this plays out. It's a very interesting rotation. I think Aurora wanted to try and wrap behind that team and just pick up some KP, but they were just being held out. The team was too aware to it, and the longer this game goes on now for Aurora, the less damage that they are able to do in this next minute and a half. It's a worry, because they're trying to force their way into zones with blue shields, and usually when you've got teams that have already been doing a little bit of damage, holding down that zone, you're going to be coming up against purples, maybe even a few reds at this point. But in the kill feed, look who it is once more. It's Fire Beavers again, and it's Maestro who are on the receiving end.
Still 18 squads though, so still teams getting away and ratting out just to make sure they try and get those placement points, because we know how important they are. Just to go back to Ash for a moment as well, I think it's a really interesting legend selection that Ash is going to be involved, especially now that you have the survey beacons doing essentially what Ash always did with the death boxes. It takes away a little bit of the uniqueness, but Pioneers just getting eliminated. Their rotation didn't work out. There were far too many teams that were looking at them, so we're going to be down to now 17 squads. But remember, a lot of those 17 squads have already lost some players, so I would say we have what, maybe 13 or 14 healthy teams right now.
I got a big smile on my face, Dan. You know why?
Why?
First game of Pro League cast this year. Cool zone perfectly. I love it. This is why I tell you where to go when we play ranked.
Is this why I listen? There's not many people I listen to, but I mean, I will always trust your judgment.
You could ask any IGL in the world. You call zone or first zone and it's perfect. Yeah, puts a smile in your face. Anyway, at the moment, one team who are in a great position and right in the middle of that zone, holding down that building I mentioned a little bit ago, are going to be GG, Gaming Gladiators. Dynasty trying to force their way in, and this is the difficulty, pulling away from Thermal. All these teams now holding down the chokes. Gaming Gladiators here as well on the outside of it, trying to do a little bit of damage, and they're kind of overextending through this choke at the moment, trying to pick up a few KP as they hold down zone 2.
KP is the game, but whether they can actually get it here is going to be a real question. You can see Aurora now just getting eliminated in the kill feed as well, so their rotation was too tough, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said Aurora were looking to try and third. Aurora were looking to try and get that KP, but they were forced away, and then they were forced into a situation they weren't comfortable with, and I think that explains Aurora's season so far, is they've not been able to find the same aggressive tactics that worked in the previous split. It's not happening for them now. Speaking of aggression, Gaming Gladiators, they want to try and push up on this team, but of course, there's Watson fences there that might just hold them back.
Only got 15 seconds or so to make this play though, so Leogri's going to have to stay healthy, and you can see the meds are starting to deplete a little bit as well. Even though he's got the gold armor and the shield is obviously going to be doubled up with that shield cell, Hardeki taking damage as well is going to make this really, really tough, this push. This off angle is going to be horrible to play with. The Watson fences just slow the fight down, and you can see the zone is starting to close behind them as well. So I'm Gladiator is looking for damage, managing to get a little bit themselves, but Hardeki's got to be so careful. You can see he's only got syringes to play with, doesn't have a med kit, and Leogri's going to go down. This is GG having their hand forced at the moment. Eternal doing a great job to hold down this choke.
Eternal holding them, and then GG getting grief from behind, and this is the problem when you go for one of these late rotations. You can try and force yourself through one of these chokes. That now we've got such apparent defensive legends that are going to be in the meta. You are going to be greeted by the likes of Watson Fences or Catalyst with some Dark Veils. There is always going to be something, as now it's the same here. Another choke. It's Heroes this time to get eliminated as Dark Veils. There is always going to be greeted by the likes of Watson Fences or Catalyst with some Dark Veils. There is always going to be something, as now it's the same here. Another choke. It's Heroes this time to get eliminated as Jaylings will hold on, and Watson very present in the lobby today.
GG out. Saw Fire Beavers eliminated as well. Aurora, we mentioned, they've gone as well. And Jaylings, I watched their rotations on Wild's Edge from that first game day. They were not pretty. This time they're looking a lot better. Nightmare Esports trying to hold down this high ground, but just being harassed by all sorts of artillery coming in, whether it's grenades, whether it's smokes, whatever it is causing problems for them at the moment. And they're going to have to leave with Jaylings below them. And the question is, who is going to win this rotation out of this Harvester building?
Alliance were also eliminated just before we went into that third-person overview. I think they would have been a little bit frustrated with that ring pull, considering they had dropped down to thermal and maybe not made a move a little bit earlier on. But Jaylings looking to try and make a move, and they will. Nags is going to initiate it here. They've got the Digi threat, they've got the smokes, and it looks like they're going to be smoking this team above them.
Yeah, we can't see anything, but Nags certainly can with that Digi threat. He's just shredding through them at the moment. Nightmare Esports get eliminated immediately, and it's a perfect time to go to a listening. So let's jump into the comms of Jaylings.
Yeah. We might want to drop back that way.
I need to loot really bad.
Yeah.
Do you need bats or anything? No, I'm looting around. Can we go below? Can we flip?
We're going to walk into ravine, yeah. I'm dropping down low ground, okay?
Wait. Hey, don't close it. I need to come down. I need to come.
Yeah, come. I open for you.
Guys, I think we have to fire ravine, okay?
Yeah, we do.
Guys, bats.
Bats here too.
Yes, I'm taking bats.
Any light ammo for me?
Yes, light.
No, they're in this corner, you see, where they just stand?
Yeah, just chill. We have time.
I see it.
We have
need
time.
to repeat this, guys, okay?
Yes, I know.
Tell me when you're opening it.
Can we swing left?
now?
Swing left. You ready? Wait, break that. We're going to swing for this rock on the left. Are you ready? I'm going.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm buying. I'm burning one. But safe on me, Val. Take it slow. Time. Step by step.
Power button.
Yeah, I have no zero.
Cure him if you can.
No, I can't. We can always climb up, maybe. Wait.
Yeah?
Yes.
On me. On me is good.
Okay, I'm listening to you. I'm with you.
I'm taking it slow.
They're right below me.
I know, Jay. Wait. We can walk up to this rock and just play the zone.
Yeah, we can play the rock on this rock.
Drop in the jet now.
Break that rock. Careful.
Wait, hold on left.
Run Polo.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm vibing.
We need to watch left. Scan left.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to break the stroke. Give me a second.
I need southern bats. Guys. Southern bats.
Bats here. And cells.
I'm low.
It's the...
Where?
Dropping
There's 14 behind this. They're dropping low ground.
We might have to join that.
Yeah, we should. I think we do. Yeah, let's join it. I'm nading.
Just be careful.
Go.
Drop.
Don't do anything.
I shot one.
It's all you, Cam.
130 on him. No.
Oh, nice try, man.
Yes.
Well, that was our listening presented by WD Black, and I tell you what, it was pretty hectic, but it was pretty effective at times for Jaylings, but just a little bit of miscomms, it felt, in those last moments, Dan. The call to drop came in a little bit late. They seem to have a good position up on that high ground, and a little bit of, as I say, questioning maybe of the call, not following the call, cost them their lives.
Yeah, I think maybe chemistry, just again something they're going to be working on as they form a new squad here. But you know, you can see the difference. There's a couple of players who wanted to look for the kills, a couple of players who wanted to play for the zone, and often that can be the difference for whether you get eliminated or not. But now we are down to just 4 squads.
Dude, I'm telling you, fucking it. Ever since they signed Sabs to TSM, she's been popping off.
in this circle. So Horizon are holding this middle dead center, and they are going to be in quite a fantastic spot for now. But they're also going to have a lot of
Which
eyes
team
on
is
them.
she
You can
on?
see the team down to their left.
Phoenix Legacy.
Are going to be on
She's
the low
always
ground,
on
so they're going to
Phoenix
have to push
Legacy.
up at some point, which
And
could
they
make it very
always
difficult.
do
And then you
that.
can see
They
making the
always
move,
finish like
Sab's drafted
30,
in, and it looks like they want to try and
like
take this
30th
position off
place.
of Horizon, or at least get
They
on top
don't
of
even
them.
ever make it to
Trying to fence them in at the
qualifiers
moment.
like
It's really, really
the
smart
Pro
play
League
as well.
or
If they're
the
controlling their own
tournaments,
doors at the moment, the team
like the
that's
big
inside,
tournaments.
or if there's Catalyst
Because
reinforcement
these are
coming in from another
these
team,
are
which means they're
separate
kind of trapped
tournaments,
for
and
now.
whoever
Phoenix Legacy
wins
make the
wins
move to the high ground.
$10,000.
Alpha Draft for the R99. He's got the R400 combo with the 301 in
I
that
don't know if
pocket
you
as
knew
well.
that.
Certainly completely looted, booted, and suited to do some big damage in these final moments. Going to make sure those piercing spikes don't cause them any problems in those final moments. But it's all
So
about
every
waiting
day's
down in these
play,
moments, waiting for that first knock. Who is going to be
you
the
could
player?
win
And the team that has to
$10,000.
make the play at the
Like,
moment on the
every
outside. It's looking
weekend.
like Alpha Draft knows he has to make a play. They can't hold
And
this
if
angle
you
for
play
too long
both
due to that team kind of LOS
play
on the low
days,
ground. And at the moment, Horizon just waiting
if
for the
they
damage to be
allow
done.
you
Really
to,
surprised
because
Phoenix
it's
Legacy
your
did
group,
not take the height here. This would have
boom,
been
you could
fantastic
win
for them had they have done so.
$20,000 in
Instead,
one
they tried to
friggin'
play a
day.
little bit more of a safer route, but they're
Or, well,
still
2
okay for
days.
now because they've got the gen down. The Dark Veil also out to give them the cover
That'd
and
be
the
a good
smokes.
fucking weekend.
Visuals are everything right now.
That'd be
Is there
winning
going
the
to be
small
any seer
lottery
ultimate?
right
Would be my
there.
biggest question. If you've got a seer here, this could be the game-winning ultimate for you because you're going to get all of that info, all of those wall hacks, and be able to see through everything that's cluttering your visuals right now.
When's that wall going to go down, though? It should be going down in just a few moments' time. Eternal trying to work their way up slowly, carefully, step by step, toe by toe. They're going to have to tank some damage, though, and Alpha Draft does come back out to get that first knock, and now the engagement is starting to go down. Phoenix Legacy wipe Eternal, but can they get the reset? No, they can't. Horizon managed to hold that building for just long enough to jump out at the right time. They were the jump scare, and they will be the champions at the end of game number 1.
Horizon also the
Phoenix,
only team to have
or
a seer in
Phoenix,
that
you
final
fucking
3 as
prick.
well, and they did
Punch
perfectly
your
hold that building,
teammate.
waited for the right moment. I think Horizon
Today off. Asking.
so I think we go into
I don't give a fuck.
at the
Yeah.
end of the such here.
Walk us through how this all went down.
You fucking gotta be
19-point
shitting me.
victory. Not too shabby to start off the day for Horizon Union, considering this is now their second play day, so they're starting off really strong, getting themselves some points on the board. But pretty evenly distributed kills here. I mean, 7, 8, 7. Even farther down, Jailings with the 6, Kella with 5. This was a great start for a lot of these squads, trying to set themselves up well for the rest of the day. And then you can see that even the ones that didn't necessarily have all the kills at least got some placement points on the board. They're specifically looking at BitFix Gaming.
I think it's crazy that in that final, we had 18 seers in the lobby, and in that final 3, 2 of the teams did not have a seer. So I think that is very impressive that 2 of our Watson teams were able to get into that final circle. We
Christ.
saw how Watson was very useful as well. But if we look at the
Hardecky's
teams that
team
were a
is
little bit
sucking a
lower down
bag
the
of
leaderboard,
dicks.
of course, we saw the likes of V2, Passion, Pioneers eliminated very early. Aurora still not finding maybe that form that we have hoped would return from the split 1. We saw their rotations, we saw what they were trying to do, but they just got caught out a little. The kill.
Oh yeah, they got caught out alright.
To onset.
Later out. Northwest here, so this is going to be an entirely different kettle of fish, a very different team orientation. It's going to be a lot of rotations that aren't necessarily going to work out for some of these teams on the southern side. Ring consoles very important here as well. Who's got them? Jailings have got one to work with as well. They made a good rotation last time. We're also going to see one to work with on the side of Alliance. They also have a survey beacon, so they're going to get not just ring information, but player information. And as I look across Legend selection, Glitter, we're going to again see some off-meta picks. I see a Caustic, I see a Mad Maggie, I see 2 Ramparts and 2 Cryptos. We're not going to see the Ash this time, but certainly some teams and some players are trying something a little bit different, as already we've got a contest.
Seems like we've got Passion here looking like they want to get into a little bit of engagement. We have talked about it in the past, but the Catalyst's ability here to defensively kind of hold these positions is massive for some of these teams. But Passion doesn't want to have to worry about any of that. Instantly the action getting taken to them by Maestro. Both teams getting very low. Passion losing 1. Maestro able to hold on with their Catalyst here and fending them off this POI. This could be a massive start for Maestro.
biggest question for me, are we going to see the likes of KCP or Aurora try and get involved in third this? This is why Maestro desperate to just finish this fight, complete it quickly, so then they can claim all of the loot, claim all of the bounties from winning this one. But it looks like it is going to be a full-on retreat from the final member of Passion. Also, flatline from a distance, never fun without any scope on. The iron sight is not going to work out. But at least Maestro win, they get ring information, and they are going to now be able to just loot up and try and do what they can as they move forward. But as for Passion, that's one of the frustrating things here, Lauren, when you are just contesting anyone on this map. It's a 50-50, right? If you lose it this early on, then you just have to sit back, you have to watch, and you start kicking yourselves. But the good sign is at least one player still alive, and maybe they can rescue a few placement points.
Hopefully they'll be able to at least find some place for them to hold and get some more points on the board. It's definitely less than ideal for them to start off the day this way, but now Maestro able to keep themselves here comfortably. And as we're looking at the zone, I'm not gonna lie, would I be a little bit biased in saying that I'm hoping KCP gets themselves set up well enough to maybe emote another team? Yes, that's what I want to happen.
Yeah, because we saw this happen, on day one, didn't we? Where KCP had a Lava Fisher drop, and it pulled very heavily towards Lava Fisher. They do have Ring Console as well on the left-hand side, so they will know whether it's going Lava Fisher or whether this might be something like a Countdown or even a Skyhook. But as we see teams are starting to move away from Skyhook, I would suggest that you are right. Maybe we are going to be going a little bit further west here. BFG are going to be there alongside KCP. 0-0 from Passion is making his way up, that last remaining player. If he can just kind of find a place to live and to hide, maybe there could be a placement point or two that he could pick up on. But the teams that are going to struggle and they're going to be rotating, like, look down in the southeast, you've got all these teams down towards Lava City and Lava Siphon that are going to then have to not only make a long way across the map, but probably have to fight with each other when they get to some of these choke points, especially if you come across some of these Watson teams that we see in the lobby.
We're on board with Dynasty here for a little bit, watching them getting themselves looted up. Everybody at least on blues for now as they're making their rotation into the zone. I also did notice when we were watching, Maestro had already made their way, trying to chase down that solo on the map.
What's up,
I
Barry?
think that they were coming.
Skip, what did I say?
What? I don't know. What did you say?
I said earlier, like when I first started the stream, I said I'm surprised Barry's not in here.
Oh, yeah.
Up a little bit closer to
there
0-0.
he is.
So we'll have to see if he's able to find that safety
It
spot
took
like
him
you were
a
talking
minute,
about,
but
and at
hey,
least
he's
keep himself
here.
out of their clutches for now.
Welcome,
as
welcome, my
Dynasty
brother.
Heads on over to try and
Watching
get themselves a
the
little bit more information
ALGS
right
from
over
yesterday.
by the Mirage Etoile. And they end up
And
running
there will
into
be
Maestro
new
because of it.
ALGS
You can see there at the top of the
today.
screen the match day
Day
pick rates
4.
as well that we've seen so
Week
far
2.
today. I mean, see at 90%, very prevalent. Not as prevalent in match number 2, though. I
Get
will
to
say
see who
only
wins
15 squads have picked
$10,000
in
yesterday.
match number 2 here. So that means there has been a few teams that have diverted away a little bit. We're starting to see more Valkyrie, though,
Hell,
come
I
into
think
the
even
equation.
last
Maybe
place
teams
they get
noticing that this lobby
$300.
does have a little bit of vulnerability when it comes to
$100
those late game
apiece for the
rotations
play.
and just going over the top of them and taking advantage of it. I'm
I mean,
really interested to see where the
I'll
core
play
stick is
fucking
and whether that is going to be
6
part of the
games
end game
for
circle here,
two-
because
for
one core
$100,
stick can
fuck
ruin
yeah.
everyone's day, that's for sure.
Now it looks like Fire Beavers getting a little bit aggressive here up against Gaming Gladiators, able to get one of those knocks. And this aggression is something that we even talked about when I was highlighting them as my team to watch. I mean, they started off the split with an 18-kill game. That's something that they're comfortable with. And now you can see Gaming Gladiators' perspective here. They're now down 1.
Damn,
trying to
Leodri's
figure out
getting
how
his
they want to
ass
handle this
whooped this
situation, because Fire
season.
Beavers has just completely pushed them off of that.
Passion also finally eliminated, so down to 19. But you're right, I mean, Fire Beavers a very aggressive squad, but they're going up against Gaming Gladiators, a team that we would always credit for being aggressive and amazing in 3v3 fights as well. I would back Hardeki, Leogri, and Artico in any engagement, but it seems like they were caught on their rotation by a very well-equipped Fire Beavers. They've got all purples, they've got all the weapons they could ask for. Nemesis R9 for Taskmaster. That's, I mean, if you give Taskmaster a Nemesis, I think the whole lobby should be terrified, because we've seen the amount of damage that he outputs, especially with a gun like the Nemesis, which, as we know, is very powerful since it's been added. So I think that the Fire Beavers are continue to look to be aggressive. They're going to continue to look for that KP. I don't think they need to necessarily change to be a zone-heavy team, especially with a composition like this. They can afford to use that bang to rotate late alongside the Valkyrie and they can pick up some of this KP.
I went to
Looks
go
like Fire
out to
Beavers trying
eat with my
give themselves a little bit of a
dad.
position here, get some high ground so they can maybe
And,
scout
met
out the area
this
around them and figure out if there
beautiful
is
chick.
any more teams that they can
And I
catch
really hope
on a
she's in
rotation
the
through and get
stream.
some more KP. At least some unsuspecting.
Cause Barry, she handed me her phone with YouTube already popped up because I said check out my stream, and she like literally took that phone out super quick with YouTube already popped up somehow. Or well, maybe I wasn't looking, maybe she popped it up real quick like, but and I didn't want to really bother her cuz she was at work, you know. And I didn't want to get her in trouble. And basically she handed me her phone real quick and she said type your YouTube. And I did. She had you know, really styled nails, you know. And basically she said that she hates typing, so I did it for her. She handed me her phone and I did it for her. I didn't subscribe because I want that to, like, I didn't subscribe to myself on her account because I want that to be a her choice, you know what I mean?
KP as they check those chokes behind them. And this is a really good opportunity.
Just like I want it to be
for
a
them to
her
kind
choice
of
if we go out to
push these
eat,
aggressive
me
fights.
and
I mean,
her,
they put themselves in such a solid
on a
spot
date.
already points-wise. We talked about this, that they do have a little bit more freedom when it comes to their play style. If they want to be a little bit risky today, they did so well the first time around that that's okay.
Yeah, I think that once you've had so many points in number one, I mean, we spoke to
Damn, I
Haunted
think when I
yesterday.
paused
and
it, like, I
most
lost
teams will have
every
an idea
viewer.
of
They
how
were
many
like, I don't
points
give a
roughly
fuck
throughout
about
this split
that
they're
shit.
going to need to get to playoffs. And if you are edging on
Well, I'm
nearing that number
sorry.
that you've given yourself in your head, then it means you can be a little bit more free with how you want to approach the game. And if your approach is generally an aggressive one, then boy, you're going to stick to it, right? You're not going to try and divert away from that. The problem is when you are very far away from that points total you have in your head and you start to overthink things and you start to maybe change that strategy you might have. As for the Fire Beavers here, it looks like they are going to be making their way through Skyhook because a lot of the teams now have moved away from Skyhook and into Countdown, but now the late rotators are all moving in the same areas, so Fire Beavers are not the only ones trying to move through Skyhook. That's why they are being contested at the moment. That's why they're taking this fight, but they utilize their weapons just to force the team away, and now they can move in a separate direction.
And I don't think that their path past that one squad will be too difficult making their way through Skyhook. Like you were saying, everybody's already kind of shifted over towards Countdown. And we even saw earlier, we saw those Watson fences that were already set up. A lot of the teams had already found where they want to hold for the time being. So it's going to be very congested over there on that side of the map, meaning that now that they've made it past that one squad who was a little bit gatekeeping in that area, they should be good to continue pushing through.
Yeah, should be, and I think there's a lot of teams that should be good as well, but it can all change very quickly when a team comes out of nowhere or suddenly a Valkyrie Skyward Dive comes into the equation and really can change things up for you. But in these next 50 seconds, there's going to be a lot of teams that are trying to force their way into zone. KCP still firmly staying put here at Lava Fisher. This could be a direct replication of what we saw in game number 2 of match day 1, where KCP held this building for the entire game after dropping here, and then they just moved up onto that hill just north of them where that RV truck was, and they won the game because of it. And as you said, they were emoting on teams because they were having that much fun, as V2 were eliminated earlier on and they won a little scrappier.
Ooh, and they end up taking out SPS, only getting one player knocked, able to get a quick reset as well because they don't have to worry about too many people in their vicinity. This was a very, very quick fight for V2 and getting some quick points on the board for themselves and not even having to draw too much attention. Massive.
And we haven't really spoke about V2 much at the start of this split, but I do think that they are an incredible 3v3 engagement team, and I was disappointed that they were eliminated so quickly in match number 1 here, but at least they've been able to find a little bit more form in match number 2, and maybe that can be a little bit of momentum that they needed. Also, looking across the legend selection, I know I mentioned that Caustic. It's actually Aurora who are running the Caustic. They're running Caustic, Wraith, and Bang. Again, they're just going for the off-meta picks. They're trying to find something a little bit different to work. It's a big risk from them, but we'll see whether it pays off going into this one as Nightmare Esports make their Valkyrie rotation.
It's going to be a little bit rough for them to try to find a safe space here, considering how many squads have already claimed their area. And as I say that, you've got 7 taking a lot of damage in the air, down to just Flesh, but somehow still makes it out alive, able to get a bat off here and get themselves a little bit healthier. also get some high ground to figure out where the rest of the teams around them are. Surprised
there's
that they
kids.
didn't end up losing
Yep.
the Valko.
Always the fear when you are at the whim of your Valkyrie, and you just hope they're not going to get taken down, so you also get shot down at the same time when you're taking off. But with the changes, we've seen a little bit less Valkyrie, that's for sure, because of course you take far longer now than you used to take off, and it just means you're so vulnerable to being shot down. But once you're up in the air, usually things are okay. But this is going to be the biggest moment of the match when we see this next zone shift. Is it going to pull towards Lava Fisher, or is it going to be Countdown? If it's Lava Fisher, it's good news. If it's Countdown, it could be bad news for those teams who have predicted early. Looks like it is going to be more Countdown situated. So teams like GG and Aurora, this is great news, especially when you consider I've just spoken about Aurora running a caustic. They're going to be in a spot to lock down one of those buildings in Countdown and make life a living hell for the rest of the lobby.
Fire Beavers is actually going to be one of those teams that I believe has to push through GG if they want to get in somewhere safe and find themselves a little bit of real estate to hold down. So they're going to have to decide which direction or exactly how they want to push their way into Countdown, because like we'd mentioned earlier, there were already so many teams set up with Watson fences in the area, but it looks like some of that space has opened up as we see OJ able to at least move inside. Did take a little bit of damage for it, but will easily be able to heal that up. And Fire Beavers somehow able to skate right past GG.
Yeah, I think just because GG were forced back into the building and GG were very reluctant there to poke out and try and do some damage at fear of just all the other teams that are in the area, it meant that Fire Beavers were successfully able to just walk on in comfortably and find a spot. It's not going to be a game-winning spot from where they are right now, but Pioneers, they're in a little bit of trouble and they're going to be taking this fight.
I believe that they're actually going up against E6 right now. Some nice shield cracks coming in from Pioneers. So let's jump on in with their comms and see what they've got to say.
Can we get out of the shield?
Right now.
They're swinging me.
They smoked me off.
They cracked me. I'm popping a bat.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Dal.
Yeah, I'm.
Wait, I'm
There's
playing
one
in
on
the
the
middle. I'm
right
playing in the
side.
middle. They have no more juice left.
Yeah.
One at the car, left side.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't have wall now. I've got a wall in the middle, and we push right, push right.
Nice.
Okay.
Push right, push right.
Yep. Coming through your wall.
Kill that guy.
I stunned two, and I cracked
Kill
another.
that guy.
One.
Zero,
Sear
one.
launch, sear knock. Careful 3P now.
Running, he's running. Kill this guy.
Careful 3P, 3P.
I'm
Careful
kidding,
3P.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
I'm behind you,
Stay on
Saint.
me.
In ass.
Yeah. Sears, in front of me. The crypto. Maybe low ground.
Come back. Maybe Saint. Del, come here and scan.
Yeah, I'm coming.
It's
He's
his
in
drone.
front.
Don't let him get banners.
The absolute decimation with those nades on behalf of KCP, completely taking out E6, and as that's happening, there's another engagement. Dynasty, who had been holding this building, now fighting Heroes. Maestro's getting in on this. I mean, we knew this was all about to kick off as soon as the zone shrank down, but things are starting to get really hectic.
I also love the call of they're out of juice. Once you've depleted the abilities from your enemies, that's when you need to take advantage of it. That's when you need to get
that
aggressive.
what
As now
happens?
Dynasty will make the
They
Skyward
had the
dive and
juice,
try
they
and
had
get
the juice.
over all of these
Abilities?
teams that are in Lava Fisher,
Fuck
but there
them
is
in
not going to
light,
be much
you
room
know,
to play.
shields.
It looks like just on this left-hand side they can take a building, but we know KCP are on the other side of it, so Dynasty might be out of the frying pan and into the fire here.
You can't
Some
what?
serious charge rifle damage coming through there as well, but they somehow land in the middle of everyone without losing too much for it. Now looking down on Fire Beavers, seeing how this position is going to be playing out for them. It seems like they now have more teams around them and that they're trying to figure out which one they want to push. Heroes does go down in the kill feed, as well as I believe Nightmare, I think, is below Fire Beavers. So they're going to have to choose if they want to go for GG over on their right. Nightmare below them. They know that they're a little bit surrounded. They're going to have to push soon.
And just looking at the map overhead here, we can see where the circle's going to be pulling, so we start to go a little bit more north. So you were mentioning GG earlier as like gatekeepers. They found one of the most solid positions in the game right now, but I'm also keeping an eye on that fight on the northern side. Jaylings going up against V2. The winner of that will have the entirety of that northern zone, so that could be a massive fight for whoever's able to win that engagement.
Countdown still getting a little
I
bit
was
hectic,
like,
but you
what the
asked
fuck?
for it. Here's the fight right as it ends. And it looks like Jaylings securing that spot for themselves. And now they have no one that they have to worry about in that vicinity. Massive for Jaylings.
Huge for them as Pioneers now are going to be getting involved. Is this Dynasty that we're here? It is going to be Dynasty. They moved here earlier, as I said, out of the frying pan into the fire, and the Pioneers, they have the kitchen analogies at the ready. So they're going to well and truly be full sending this one. They want to take the fight.
The confidence confidence on KCP right now, and the way that they work as a trio is just so impressive. They are just pushing in and completely wiping out Dynasty, not allowing anybody to hold an area that they have deemed their own, hunting down the last remaining player as Dynasty goes down. Pioneer still up, Zane knocked, but getting reset, and they'll be able to heal everything up. I mean, they own this POI.
They own it at the moment, but I'm a little bit worried about where they go. It's going to have to be a Valkyrie ultimate, surely, a Skyward Dive just to get out, because Zone is going to be closing. There are other teams that are also in the area that have already got out. So where do KCP go would be my biggest question. It was Maestro that dived first. Now KCP start to move. Phoenix are just going to have to walk up. It doesn't look like they are going to be thinking about the Skyward Dive just yet, but if they do think about it, if Imp goes for it, they're going to be the last team to get up into the sky. Okay, the last team to arrive sometimes can be the worst place to be, because all the positions are going to be taken, and they are taking so much damage from this zone.
Jesus.
I was wondering if they were going to go for it or not, because it did take them a long time to make that decision. Somehow they're able to find a safe place to land. They will instantly need to heal up. Hopefully they have a little bit of time to do so, but I have to say that it does not seem like that is the case as Imp goes down. Set. I mean, you've got, what, 2 health on... okay, Sabs is low. Alpha Draft is going to have to heal up here. This is going to be rough, because now this is down to the gatekeeping that we were talking about. Everyone who's been holding this area is not going to let them push in. GG had the cover, and they knew that they were coming in, and after the damage they've taken on that Skyward Dive, there was just no hope for Phoenix Legacy after that, and they do go down.
Yeah, they landed between Jaylings and GG, which is not a position that anyone would want to be in, as now Jaylings still own that northern zone, but the circle is going to be pulling now northwest over towards the rock areas, which I think Horizon are currently holding right now. Remember, Horizon won game number 1, and they had one of the best positions. Here's Aurora, and here's the Caustic that we were talking about, and here is the nuisance that is Caustic. Barrels are down, there's a team inside, and they just suffocating them now, and quite literally gassing them out.
Every time they bring in these weird picks, it seems to do well for them. They're comfortable kind of changing things up here in this meta. 9 shots coming out of Rams as they try to make pushes to see if they can wipe this team out. Aurora still looking relatively strong. They're getting more knocks on the board, and Infernal does go down. Aurora, massive push for them.
Whether you turn the notifications on or not, it helps me out.
Another one's got an RE45 as well to get involved with that final circle, if they can get to the final circle, because there are a lot of teams here in Countdown that are going to have to move up towards it. But as I mentioned, Horizon are the one team who are holding the northwest zone right next to those rock formations that you can see on your screen, and maybe teeing themselves up for a second victory going back to back here. I'd say Jaylings, one of their biggest competitions on the eastern side of this map, but all these teams in Countdown, they've got to move together, so there's going to be a lot of potential KP for those teams who are already in this next circle.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot, how much harder the macro it's been for these teams after all of the changes that came through with the new season. And right now, 2 for 2,
so
Horizon figuring out those zones and being one of the only teams that's able to hold a really solid spot in the zone. So Horizon looking very strong right now as Aurora looks down, I believe, on Fire Beavers over to their left, while all these teams are forced to collapse out into the open for this last circle, and this is going to be rough.
This is insane at the moment. There's no way you can walk out into the open without being shot by someone. Fire Beavers and Aurora eliminated, and Horizon are still there watching, waiting in the wings, and that rock formation I was talking about, they are now the one of 2 last remaining teams. It's them against Jaylings here.
Jaylings being the other team that not only had a solid spot, but had cleared it out, made sure Skyhook was safe, and now it's down to the final moments. Here's Horizon Union Urban landing some nice wingman shots here. The wall is down that they're both going to have to play around and decide who's going to make the push here. Horizon Union looking like they want to get a little bit aggressive, but we've hit a little bit of a pause here for both our squads.
Yeah, we're not going to see the ultimate down for either team. The Dark Veil is just changing things right now. Of course, the Catalyst can just freely go through it on each side. Jaylings have also got the gen down as Nags absolutely shreds, and 2 members for Horizon have now fallen, and Jaylings surely on top, surely take this one, will take this one. And they had that northern position. They dominate the northern position, and they dominate Horizon in that final 3v3.
That has got to feel good for Jaylings. I mean, we talked about them being a team that just has so much potential last weekend because of the new combined roster. Then they were a little bit slower towards the end of that. They said they needed to pick it up, and now 2 games where they did well the first one, and then they win the second one on set. That was fantastic performance from them.
A really, really good performance, and I'm so glad that Dan caught one of the most important moments of the game, which is that fight that happened in Skyhook. Just That 1-3v3 engagement put them in one of the best positions to win that game, and that is how important clearing out one-sided zone can be. If you win that fight and you can walk up while everyone else is doing damage to each other on the other side of the zone, coming out of countdown, it puts you in such a great position. Getting there's one thing though, executing is another, and that's what Jaylings did in those final moments, which is a little bit of a contrast from the decision we saw in the previous game where they got a little bit kill hungry and maybe weren't all on the same page, but they certainly were in that end game there.
I mean, they completely locked up their performance, fixed from game to game the small communication issues that they had from game number 1, and that's a mark of an impressive team. We're going to be taking a look back at the highlights so we can talk through some of those impressive moments, because I know that you didn't get to cast them on set, and I feel like you missed out on some good stuff. I'm not going to lie. But
Hey, I was watching in the wings. Don't worry, Laura. I was watching in the wings. It was an absolute pleasure to watch that game, and I think it was an interesting zone as well, because I think a lot of teams initially were like, "Is this gonna go Lava Fissure, or are we gonna have the KCP zone?" And then it started to pull a little bit towards Countdown. And when I saw that first zone come up, I had that question in my head as well. I was like,
10 viewers
"Is this Fissure
not
zone,
real?
or is this gonna go Countdown?" I just felt like it was ever so slightly east, maybe
Huh?
of where a Fissure zone would have been. And I think KCP kind of realized that, and then realized
Wait,
they
what'd
had
you
to
say,
play
brother?
So they were there and then they were gone.
Yeah. That sucks. But oh well.
Kills around the edge, and they did that really well as well. It's one thing to kind of see how game plans change, and you mentioned it, right? How the macro is such a big influence on end games and decisions that are made at the moment during this meta, because there is still some unpredictability in what we're going to see. And I think KCP managed that really well. They hit a pretty good Valcult towards the end of the game as well. Unfortunately, they didn't win that 3v3, but that could have easily been KCP in that final moment versus Jaylings had they won that fight.
Yeah, they're like
And then on
all
the flip side of
left.
that, we mentioned it, Dan. I mean, Horizon's
Damn.
now 2 for 2 with their zone predictions. They've set themselves up well, even if they didn't get the win in this one.
I think
they
even,
still know
my
where
homie
they're-
Barry
where they
left.
need to be as a squad.
Yeah, Horizon's predictions on rings at the moment are solid, and if you can consistently find
I don't give a fuck about the match highlights, okay, buddy?
what
A couple.
you do,
I actually do care about, the
Let's call it.
scores, though.
It felt like a little bit of an off the cuff comp, I'll call it. The Wraith Ash, they changed that up and went back to something that is a little bit more traditional for them with the Maggie and the Caustic. But we always talk about how if you're playing a composition where you're using a legend which isn't being used by the rest of the lobby, it becomes more influential. And we saw how effective Caustic was in that team fight, just using that Nox gas, flush the team out, send in the Maggie ball, and all of a sudden it becomes a very, very easy fight for you. So Aurora going back to something that's brought them success historically and kind of leaving the Ash pick to maybe another day.
And shout out to Pioneers in V2 as well. Both squads only able to get 1 placement point, but 6 kills. Their fights early on, really, really helping them out, at least in that points department. And then, of course, this is just match 2. But now that we've got 2 matches down, we can start looking at the daily leaderboard here. And we can see that Jaylings and Horizon, big surprise,
Tied.
Gaskin, tied right now at the top of the leaderboard.
yeah, the two teams who have got the victories and the two teams who have shown consistency across both the games. Maybe Jaylings didn't have the same consistency as Horizon, but they were still able to get to that top 5 in match number 1. And most importantly, for both the teams is the ability to be able to get rings, the ability to be able to get zones and actually have the predictions. I mean, knowing that they have been able to play for Zone 3 and Zone 4 so successfully, where other
Ashen
teams have
has
maybe
0,
been
so
struggling
does
because they don't have that
SPS.
info, has really been a huge advantage for them. But then also their decision making to put themselves in those spots is what we really have to credit. Of course, one of the things is having the info, but it's about what you do with the info, which matters.
I mean, and then even looking towards the bottom of that, a couple surprises for me as well. I'm looking at Alliance down there, looking for them to pick it up a little bit throughout today. I mean, even with what we saw out of KCP, still not in a great spot on the overall daily leaderboard. So, I mean, we still have some time on the rest of the day, so they can definitely do something with it. But we only have 1 more match on World's Edge, and that match is about to get going. So I'm just going to hand it back on over to you guys. Let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling. Match number 3 and our final game on World's Edge is before
Home ground.
for that, right? In our final game, and you'll see it in time. It's gonna be why no.
Seen all we've seen. Ring console is going to be there for them as well. KCP still got one at Lava.
Something more pretty run from because I could just play with your mind a little bit, and all of a sudden you second guess yourself.
Yeah, you start to have that seed of doubt planted in your mind. But I think you're right. I think this is a little bit more southern based off what we see from Ring 1. And of course, the players will know a little bit more with the Ring console information as well. They will get that Ring 2 information, and now they can look at it and say, okay, well, this looks like it is very much pulling a little bit more southwest, because that's where I expected to go with the previous one. I thought maybe it looked a little bit like this. But when it does pull away from you that heavily and goes up towards staging, it's so punishing, because then you have to usually fight your way uphill a little bit. You have to go through chokes, and it means that you are just in such a tough spot. So it's a difficult call to make for some of these IGLs. Some will maybe play for the Zone 3 Ring information, which can often leave yourself vulnerable as well with the late rotation, but it can pay off.
And then it
I've
slowly
got to give a
decreased
lot of praise, by the way, to
much as it went up.
because it has been an astronomical turnaround, to be honest with you, from what we saw
And I
on
think
the
that's
first
because
match day. I
people
mentioned that I
realize I'm not
sadly,
casting.
if you want to call it
Like,
that, watched
no,
the map
I'm
overhead
not.
for entire games, entire sessions. And
I didn't
Jailing's
say it was
in that
casting, I
first
said
game,
a
their
watch
rotations
party.
were slow. They seemed like they were second guessing how they wanted to play, how
It'd be
they wanted to
fucking
approach
dope
things.
if I
But
casted.
all of their calls so far
I
to
wouldn't
get
have
into
only
that in-game
3
fight have been really,
viewers
really
to
good.
stream then.
Aurora, they're already where they think this zone might be ending over at the thermal station, and they want a little bit of scrap here.
Yeah, and if they're not the only team, that means several teams are thinking the same thing. Alpha Draft's gone down, as well as Sabs and Aurora. This is the team fighting ability that we expect from this squad, and now they're maybe on more of a comfortable pick for them all, having the traditional style that they've approached for the last couple of seasons. I do think that now they're going to be picking up far more KP. It looks like they win that engagement, they force the third player away, and now Aurora can just hold this train station down towards thermal. And I think it's good to play on what's comfortable for you, not just play on what everyone else is playing, right? I know there is a meta developing. I know we have a very heavy Seer and Catalyst meta at the moment, but these legends are not for everyone. They are not the playstyles for everyone either.
Yeah, it certainly has to fit the personality as well, and I think that at the moment Aurora just trying to locate this last player from Phoenix Legacy who's managed to escape for now. And I love this from Aurora, right? 2 games. Game number 2 not too bad. They picked up a couple of KP, maybe didn't get the placement points that they needed, but some teams will go into their shell after a couple of, so we say, slow games, a slow week number 1. But Aurora decided this is where we think Endzone is going to be. In this building, this is going to be our place to hold down. We are going to take this fight early. We've got good armors. We've got the weapons we think. We've got the comp we think is good for Siege in the building. And certainly they do with Maggie. And they take the fight, they win it. And that's what I want to see from this team. Just show confidence. Show that kind of fighting spirit and that fighting ability that they have, and take an early engagement to put yourself in a great position for endgame.
And here's where you mentioned, you know, Pioneers going down towards the hill house you were speaking of. They've also noticed there is a team lower than them, and we can see they've got the ring information. They are going to be heading further down. This is not going to be the same kind of zone of staging. So now Pioneers have got that reassurance. They don't have to worry about that seed of doubt, right? They know exactly where they're going to be heading. It was a little bit more difficult with them in game number 1 because the ring still did kind of give up a potential for this position to change. But it looks like Pioneers might want to send this.
Well, they want to scrap. They're going straight into this, and they want to try and isolate this fight as well. The Catalyst, though, is going to slow things down. Natsuki taking a lot of damage from these piercing spikes, and Passion, even though they might not have the shields, they've got an RE45, and that is going to even things up for sure. Amaz picks up one, Horizon picks up one as well, and Pioneers, I'm not sure about that push. I have to say, maybe it was an armor check where they thought they got a little bit of damage, they could see the armors, and they thought they had the advantage, but the RE45 is the ultimate equalizer.
I'm sad
But going
that
down
they
that
put
zip
it in
and
the
not
fucking
seeing
care
maybe the
package
piercing spikes that were down,
permanently.
maybe it was Amaz putting down those piercing spikes as they took the zip. It just slowed everything down. It just looked such an awkward fight for them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, but I understand the idea, right? Natsuki wanted to go down,
Take it
break
out
the sludge on the floor,
of the care
get the
factor,
Dark Veil up,
bro.
they wait, they re-heal, and then they engage, and they utilize the abilities on the other legends. But because he took so much damage as he came down, I think that Passion felt they had the advantage. They had the grenades, they had the utility, they had everything they wanted to work with, and they had abilities of their own, that it was just an easy fight for them once they had done that initial damage. So certainly one that Pioneers maybe will want back. Perhaps Pioneers felt like that was worth the risk, and if they had won that, then maybe they could get a big game on their hands. But certainly as they go back through the VOD reviews, I think they'll be looking back and saying, okay, we probably could have been a little bit more patient with that one.
I'm like,
I have to say that one does reflect, and it'd be good to go back and listen to the comms on that fight to see exactly what was said and how things are working. V2 are going to pick up some kills on edge of zone at the moment. They're
Hell, if I found where I could watch the Australian teams fight or play, and I'm still trying to figure out where all the Chinese is and the Japanese is. You know, I'm trying to figure out those channels so I could start updating streaming those too in a watch party.
Over in Fragment Western.
I don't care about the
Get a little
viewers
bit
when
of a
I'm
singe on the
watching
skin
this
as they
shit.
have to take a little bit of zone damage on their way forward as well, but a lot of med kits to work with. They should be
It'd be
absolutely
nice.
fine to just walk their way
Have a
into
chat
zone,
that
but
I
a few
could
KP for them is certainly going to be
communicate
good. Nubicide, only 13 damage, Dan, but you can see team kills also being picked up, so doing just enough, and at the moment they look like they want to keep
That's
holding
not
this for
something
some
I'm
time. There's a
absolutely
few
going
stragglers
after.
still outside of the buildings and trying to rotate in towards that zone, and V2 taking their time here, playing it patient because they know there's some KP to play with.
Yeah, this is interesting from V2. Proper sabotage going on down. It looks like they're going to wait and go for some sort of ambush because it's Keller Gaming who are arriving late. And are they going to be unaware? Are they going to walk right into the trap here? Or are they just going to be able to scamper on past?
No, they do have Seer, which is certainly going to help them. Use that heartbeat sensor just to make sure that if anyone is ratting, that they will be able to sniff them out a little bit. They don't have the banner though, and I think that Yuso is going to have the responsibility here. And that smoke's going to give things away. Maybe the smoke. Whoa, dear! He's going to try and survive. He's going to be clenching. V2 are trying to hold him down. The smoke was pretty good for getting him out of dodge. Now he's having a wiggle, and somehow he's out there.
He's moving, he's grooving, and he is on his way as V2 now will go on the hunt here to try and make sure they pick up this extra KP, but it looks like the job is done. Keller Gaming and Yuso, I mean, credit to that man. Credit to the fact that he's been able to get in there and have the confidence to do so as well. Do you have the meds, though? That's my question. Doesn't matter, because he's in the circle.
I was really worried then. Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing.
They do also have the ability to just bring back Misi as well. They don't have to go to a respawn beacon because they have a mobile respawn beacon, thanks to what is in the crafter this week.
I was gonna say, you've never seen like a good action movie where like Indiana Jones does something cool, he's running away, and then he just like trips over and falls down a hole, and that's the end of Indiana Jones. That would have kind of been how it felt if he had gone down in that situation to zone. But V2, I think, a little bit frustrated, maybe. They played for those kills, they didn't get them. Somewhat surprising to see that player not be just completely fried, considering there were 3 V2 players there. Maybe a bit of miscoms in how they wanted to play that one, but away from that action and over towards where we saw this first game zone end, and Fire Beavers are going to be holding down the same place they were at this point. They're going to work their way into zone, though, a little bit deeper towards Thermal. Alliance, though, this is the team we wanted to watch. The Rampage, something we don't see too much, is starting to hit some bullets, but the only problem is Effect has gone down, and he's their entry fragger. He's the one who does so much damage for them.
Love this from Hackies, though. Get the ultimate down just to try and force the team back, make them think that they are going to be vulnerable, and they are very much going to be in the eyes of the enemy, but not able to force them back enough to keep Effect on his feet. So Alliance down to just 2.
Well, it's Yuki, Effect, Hackies, and of course Sheila, the new addition to the lineup. They're the first team to somehow manage to scrape 4 members onto their team, which is, I'm not sure it's in ALGS rules, but, you know, Sheila does what she does, and certainly does cause some problems to lobbies. We've seen some clips already of players getting swung on by Sheila, and she is certainly taking some names, but Alliance at the moment, they're going to have to play as a 2-man team because Effect is going to be respawned for now. We'll be able to get back in. The question is, are you going to be pushed? Are you going to be able to hold this high ground? The fact that they do have this building to play with, Dan, is always a good sign, especially with a little bit of range to hold that team back. So Effect not only able to get back into the game, but also able to pick up all his loot off his box, so it's almost as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think because the mobile res beacon is going to be in the crafter, we are going to see a few moments like that throughout today where teams are going to be able to just easily pick up their teammate as long as they can force back the opposition from just aping them and trying to take them completely out. But you're right, you know, the Rampart, something that was a little bit different when people were kind of theorizing as what was going to work when it comes to legend compositions, and I think naturally it has worked. We saw it work as well in day 1 when it came to Alliance actually locking down some of these final circles, and in those final moments having the walls to work with. It's not really Sheila the reason, of course, why Rampart is good. It's just having those walls to make that kind of fake cover in those late games when often there is no cover because it can be in the middle of nowhere.
You can keep the walls. I'm taking Sheila. That's all I'm saying. Hit fix. Down to just 1, though. Inside the zone, having to play under the tracks. And look at that zone pool as well. We're going right down towards Tree now. So a very, very interesting couple of games, actually, for zone pools. A little bit unpredictable in game number 2. Certainly a little bit unpredictable in game number 3 for teams. And Bitfix Gaming, with Zerafa as their last man standing, you would expect with this, what you would call priority position playing under these tracks, that if a team sniffs out that he's a solo, they would be more than happy to try and make a push and take him out to take that spot away from them. But V2, who we saw in Fragment, now they're having to work their way through Harvester, and it looks like they want to take a fight here on the tracks.
I'm just looking across legend selection as I always do on set, but maybe I'll go back to it a little bit after this fight because V2 are going to have to be hesitant. They want to push up, they want to get engagements, but you've got to look at their weapons that are available. A Nemesis R9 range is not going to be good for them, and V2 might have to go back into the zone.
Or maybe have to go back into the respawn screen or maybe into the lobby screen because things aren't looking too good for them at the moment. They do get knocked. Danish in position here to hold down these fences, trying to hold out all of these teams rotating from the Harvester side. And I mean, you're looking at the Evos, you're looking at the damage they've done so far. Haven't really had too much of an influence on this lobby, but this is an opportunity for them to maybe steal away a few KP, get a few armor swaps and level up their game as they move towards the end zone.
I never trust a player that uses it 2 times on a wingman. I'm sorry, I just can't trust
I'm the
you.
same.
I think that I wouldn't invite you over. I wouldn't let you meet my parents. It's just one of those things. Don't take it personally. But now if you hit some shots, maybe I'll take it back. But I will say the Danish are on a spot to do some damage as Dynasty also getting involved.
Yeah, doing a really good job here. Picking up those kills. This is where the zone is going to be ending, pulling towards the southern side of the tree. And Dynasty in this building going to be in a prime position to get towards this end game and maybe look to pick up a very, very good placement. You can see that Alliance are holding down the choke at the moment, so they're going to have a really nice rotate towards that end zone as well. Element 6 are going to go down while this fight is occurring as well. Effect back onto the map and back having an effect on the game as well with that 30-30 repeater. Now they're just trying to clear their backs. This is something we saw a couple of teams doing. Take yourself back to that previous game with Jailings, making sure they cleared their backs, won that fight on the northern side of the zone to make sure that they could walk things in. If Alliance can do something similar here as Bitfix Gaming will also drop, they could be in a great spot with the high ground walking in towards that end zone too.
And I was keeping a keen eye on that fight in the map overhead because Element 6 were running Gibraltar, Valkyrie, and Caustic. It was something that was a little bit different. They were trying to get into a position in Tree where they could utilize those legends, but unfortunately they went down to Dynasty as we saw. So we don't have to talk about Gibraltar just yet, but maybe he'll feature a little bit later as Fire Beavers again doing the damage from a distance here. Taskmaster is such a fiend.
Yeah, he just peeled him like a banana off that head glitch. Lovely shots coming in with that Nemesis, and Fire Beavers looking to take this priority position on the fences. And at the moment, Danish, they're fighting as well, and they're trying to force their way in. And Fire Beavers are going to be here and waiting when that Dark Veil goes down. And with Young Hong Kong being taken down, you would imagine Fire Beavers are going to be in a position to maybe take this fight. Look like V2 maybe back on their feet as well. Jailing's right in the center zone as well. I think Nags might be trying to just hold down the push that's coming in from the team just on the other side. There's Passion eliminated in the meantime, and all of a sudden we're down to 13 squads here. We've lost quite a few squads in that rotation.
Yeah, a lot of teams as they moved down towards Thermal and the likes were just held out by other teams that were in far more comfortable areas. And oh my goodness, god damn, for sure, as they'll go down. Killer Gaming get eliminated by Jailings, and that's what happens when you've got a digi threat and you got some smokes. You can just shred through it.
Yeah, that's what happens when you got a digi threat and the player you shoot doesn't. That's pretty much what happens. That's what we've been doing in rank, Dan.
Literally.
We see a team, smokes go down, and boy, do we be flying. But a great execution there on that team fight coming in from Jailings. And once again, Nags being able to pick up some important damage and kills to clear some space for them. And they're turning their attention now towards where Fire Beavers were. The other side of the action is in Tree, though, and just outside of it, it's going to be Heroes who take out Nightmare Esports. They have some rotating to do, though. 55 seconds is all they have to force their way towards zone, and it looks like another team is coexisting in this building alongside them.
So with those kills, Jailings force themselves into first place now. They overtake the likes of Horizon, but whether that'll be the same a little bit later on will remain to be seen, because Storm Point still comes into the equation, and we have seen a lot of teams struggle from the World's Edge to the Storm Point shift, because it completely changes when it comes not just to legend composition, but of course playstyles, because it's an entirely different map. But as we noticed, the map is going to be shifting here on World's Edge. We're going to be going a little bit more southwest, back towards the kind of thermal area. So this is good news for Alliance. Alliance are still waiting just on the edge of thermal, and they are going to be able to walk into this next circle, and they're one of the only teams there as well. So that's good news for them.
Alliance in a really, really good spot. And how important was that res all of a sudden? Onto Effect. You try and hold down this choke as a two-man. You get on a heartbeat sensor. You get Seer queued all of a sudden. Giving away that you are a duo, your position is going to get pushed. Speaking of pushes, here comes Aurora. Remember, they early on in this game thought this was going to Thermal Station, so they're now having to force their way through, and they get the first knock as well. So Aurora going to get flanked from behind, though, but amazingly and immediately managed managed to switch their attentions to the team behind. That's the difference between M&K and Controller sometimes. You can switch your aim on a dime on M&K, but look at this fight. It's just carnage inside of this tunnel.
What on earth is going down? Aurora don't know, but Aurora is still hitting the shots. Maliwan is doing the damage with the R. 914, and still Aurora alive, but surely this goes down. They will go down eventually, but what a fight. They didn't go down without a fight, that's for sure. V2 were the ones who cleaned things up in the end, but V2 also on their P's and Q's. They've got to make sure they watch out. Oh my goodness gracious, what am I seeing?
Digi-threat's always a good thing to have in your hands, and it's going to be V2 who come out on top of the great battle of the train tunnel. But Aurora did a lot of damage to a lot of different teams and players while all of that was going down. The great thing here for V2, you can see Joke. He has the Wraith. Does he have the Portal available? Leaving this tunnel is usually a death sentence. But if you do have that ability to use the Portal to get into a good position with Wraith, then all of a sudden they can be involved in a much more comfortable endgame. Speaking of endgames, look at J-Lings. They've worked their way in inch by inch here, and now they're going to try and form an assault onto this player up on the high ground, and Nags again with the entry damage.
Danish get eliminated. 7 squads now remaining, and J-Lings have got the gen down as well, so that means they've got the ability to just heal on slowly, and they will hold this position for quite some time. Of course, they're not in the final circle. They will have to move slightly west, but I think they'll be pretty happy with it. And you were speaking about, you know, the train tracks and getting out with the Wraith, and I think that it is so important that you can safely get the team out so you're not all necessarily taking damage at the same time. You can all portal through and be very healthy when you get out of the other side of those train tracks. It will be interesting to see what V2 decide to do in the end, but there is a battle going down. Fire Beavers and GG and V2 below them.
Yeah, we're all having a bit of a fight here, and you can see GG versus Fire Beavers. GG have the damage done. Fire Beavers having to take the time, and it looks like Taskmaster hasn't got any batteries as well. You can see the shield cells being popped, which means that he's got to take his time. Taskmaster also getting cut down a little bit on the cross here, but Fire Beavers want to push. OJ Rain's taking a great off angle here behind the Catalyst wall. They managed to just focus on one player, and Fire Beavers, even though they took the damage, they deal out even more here.
Oh, nice. You can see as well the hip fire comes in. Gaming Gladiators get eliminated, and Fire Beavers will win that engagement. Quickly checking their behind to make sure they're not being pushed, but it's J-Lings who are deciding to get involved. They want to take this spot over towards the train tracks, and they may keep V2 in those train tracks that we were speaking of. And if V2 stay in there, they've got a slither of the circle to work with, of course, but then the question will be, can they actually get out with that Wraith portal? Does it allow them to get out with the red zone, or are they going to be taking too much damage?
Catalyst Wall's going down, and look at the angle here that Nags has as well. One team being separated from another in that team fight, and it just presented KP to J-Lings Esports, which they did not have to be asked twice about taking. Dynasty going to go down at the same time, and it's going to be 5 squads now remaining. And J-Lings, again, Dan, they've played this one perfectly. They've just walked this in step by step, inch by inch, and they've done a great job of surviving and making sure that they're there for the third party.
Biggest question I have, what happens to V2? What do they do? Can they physically get out of those train tracks before they're being taken down? A lot of that responsibility is going to come down to the Wraith and the Wraith portal, but even if they portal around Onset, they are just going to be portaling into J-Lings. So this might be a case if they just try and survive for as long as possible and take the placement points. Here they are, here's V2, because look, they can portal around to the right, but then they are just going to be walking into another squad. So they could just try and stay alive, maybe take a 3rd place here. This is a really tough call.
Very, very tough call indeed. You have to say, from the way that things are looking at the moment, Alliance have the high ground, and they are in the best position if you're looking at armors and positioning combined. J-Lings 2 reds to play with, but as you say, they've got to work their way down from the low ground with teams above them. They're hoping that Fire Beavers try and make a play onto Alliance here, and everyone is kind of hoping that they make plays on each other to create an opportunity for them to take the space and take the fight and don't have to do that initial entry damage. But Yuki, he's got Sentinel, and I wonder if he's going to charge this up. If he can hit one shot here, it's almost like the mini Kraber. We know you hit a headshot with that charged up Sentinel. It does so much damage, and maybe Sheila's going to have something to say about this endgame as well.
Always awkward when there's 4 squads, but I don't think they'll be aware of where V2 are, as V2 probably just have to accept their death at this point. I don't think they're going to be able to pull around, but here comes the attempt. Joke is going to try it, and you're going to arrive right behind J-Lings here, so you could ruin J-Lings' day, but can you actually get the portal close enough is my biggest question. Hey, J-Lings, how's it going?
Says hello, gets a little...
You hold? Hold for me.
Yeah, I can hold.
There's only one guy on me. Yeah, just
ripped to shreds. They are indeed. V2 leave that decision too late. Allow J-Links to reset here, and now with the Bangalore roll going down, the Rolling Thunder is crushing all of the J-Links players. One will go down as well. Alliance now swing out onto it. Effect is going to be taken down as well, so Alliance getting separated from each other, which just opens the door here for Fire Beavers to add another win to their collection. Fire Beavers hold strong, and they will take home the final game here on World's Edge.
And J-Lings, I'm sure, will just be pretty frustrated about that one. They weren't given a legitimate opportunity to even try and fight in that last circle because they were griefed there at the end. But at least they got the KP, and they still got the top 3, because it could have ended up them finishing top 3 with their position anyway, as they were probably going to be watched by the 2 teams that were waiting there. But at least V2 got out of the train tracks. I was happy. I got a resolution to my question mark, and I think that's happening. It's good. It's nice to have sometimes just answers, Lauren. I like answers.
Okay, you like answers, but then I also need the answer to how, when we came back into that overview, how Fire Beavers had just decimated Alliance while we were watching J-Lings get portaled in on. Because by the time we came back out of it, Fire Beavers had moved, they'd gotten themselves a little bit of high ground, and Alliance was down to 1. But story of the day for me so far is the consistency that we're seeing out of J-Lings. Okay, keeping themselves in a top 5 spot 3 games in a row now. This is with some KP every single time on the board. This is where they needed to be after the first weekend. So
100%. I mean, the J-Lings did a really good job of getting into that end zone. I think they would have been pretty frustrated. I think that they got portaled on so late, because that V2 had more than enough. I don't know if they had the ultimate available. That's something we'll have to check, of course. You know, if the portal was available for them to use, or if that was the last second in which they were able to use it. But, you know, if you get portal behind and you take even 1 punch of damage, whatever it might be, 1 melee, a couple of bullets, it's going to affect the game, because not only does it take away HP, but it gives away your position as well, of where other teams might not have been aware of where you all were. And Alliance tried to take advantage of it, and Effect just got a little bit split from his team, as I think it was Yuki tried to swing out and clean up the damage that was being done. But we talk about the important fight that puts you in a great position. We saw it from J-Lings in game number 2. That Northern fight that they won them game number 2. In that one, it was Fire Beavers taking that fight against GG to completely command the western side of that zone. Sorry, I just did my mental compass there to work out where they were. But taking that fight where they seemed like they were at a disadvantage, but then just deathballing it and deciding this is the fight we need to take it now, it opens the map for them. And it's brilliance from Fire Beavers realizing what the most important fight is to take. And when they realize it, they just don't second guess it. They're all in.
the real question is, was there a rock at their disposal, Dan? Did they have a rock? Because I'm telling you, my rock theory is going to be correct.
I looked around World's Edge. There was a few rocks available for them, and I do think they were able to play those rocks, get a little bit of high ground onto Alliance. And this is just Fire Beavers doing what Fire Beavers do, right? They find some rocks to get some high ground, they push their advantages, and at the moment, they just aren't missing. I think that's the problem when you've got a team who is this confident, who are going to be taking those engagements. As soon as you've taken a shred of damage, Alliance would have been on the back foot, and Fire Beavers, they just push their advantages.
All right, well, let's take a look back at our highlights and walk through some of these moments from this game, because this one was jam-packed with action.
It certainly was, and I was impressed with Aurora. I think this fight from Aurora early on kind of showed what their game plan is going to be. I wasn't as impressed by KCP taking this fight, I have to say. I do think, you know, on reflection, the great equalizer was the RE45, because we just know how much damage it can do so quickly, and it turns the momentum of a fight in a second if you don't know that your opponent has that. But again, KCP are going to want to look at that one back and thinking, was this the right time to take this fight? Was there a little bit of overconfidence maybe from a couple of good team fights going our way? But the zone as well. I mean, I was confused as to where it was going a few times, and we saw that big pull towards Tree towards the end of the game, and I thought Alliance were in a great spot for quite some time, but it was, again, Fire Beavers who managed to make the most of it in the end game.
I mean, across the board right now, we're seeing so many of these teams that we had talked about, whether that was the good or the bad. I feel like both of those, of the categories teams have hurt us when we were talking about them at the top of the show, because we're seeing them stepping up to the plate time and time again, Dan. And at this point, I'm wondering who's going to be stopping the likes of the Fire Beavers, because they're going to have so many points by the time everything's said and done.
Yeah, I think the Onset said it at the start of the show. Like, EMEA does seem like it's a little bit top-heavy. There are a few teams who seem to be just getting themselves away from the rest of the pack a little bit, and I think that's evident today with some of the results that we've seen and some of the consistency we've seen from teams, and also lack of consistency from some other teams that just haven't shown up today and hadn't shown up in their first day either. A team that has shown up, J-Lings, we mentioned them right at the start of the day. Okay, they didn't maybe get the result they would have wanted in this game, but it's another top 5 finish for them. Their rotations have been brilliant. Their team fights have been excellent. They did get griefed a little bit in that final circle, but it's all about Fire Beavers really with what they were just able to do. Winning that early engagement was massive because they were able to then control this side of the zone. V2 played spoiler a little bit. You've got to credit V2 for actually getting out of the position that they were in, but I think Onset is right. It will a lot come down to whether they had that Wraith portal a little bit earlier, because that made the big difference.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's Fire Beavers who are able to capitalize on all of the chaos as it's going down. Jailings could not possibly get out of all of the damage that came down on top of their heads after they did get portaled on. And here are the match 3 results. Another 10 kills going the way of Fire Beavers, but we asked where Alliance was. This was a zone that favored them, and now we see them coming out in second place. 7 kills for 16 points. That's not too shabby, but the 12 kills on set for Jailings.
Yeah, pretty damn good game from Jailings again. And I mentioned
Bro,
how
what the
0
fuck? I
points is
look
not a
up
good
and
thing.
it's
Well,
11
16
viewers.
points overall is certainly good for Alliance, and that's going to put them in a great spot heading into Storm Point as well, where they've been playing pretty well on Storm Point in comparison to World's Edge. So V2 as well getting into that end zone just about, I will say, by the sliver of their teeth, or by the, by a Wraith portal. They had a really interesting rotation actually, which I'd like to go back and watch, because they were playing really hard on that edge for quite some time and kind of creeping their way in. But it was an interesting game. And also Aurora, 4 kills for them. But again, that tunnel fight, if they would have come out of that one and won that fight, they would have picked up probably like 5 or 6 KP in doing so. They did so much damage. It was almost disappointing if you're an Aurora fan not to see them complete that task, which almost at some point it seemed insurmountable for them to come out that tunnel alive.
And then on the second page here, Dan, I mean, we see Passion with the 6 kills, which is good for them considering they didn't get a lot of placement points, but big surprises down there at the bottom.
Yeah, Passion seem to be turning up with kills whenever they win those early engagements, right? They are contesting at the moment. They did actually retreat from their contest in that game, and they then got full sent on by Pioneers, and we have to give them credit for winning that fight. But as Onset said, sometimes the RE45 can be the difference maker. A team that I have a question mark about is Element 6. They keep changing their comp. They don't seem to be comfortable at the moment. I know that E6 were a little bit of a meme at times during the LAN because they were literally running any comp that I think Twitch chat were even voting on at one point. But it doesn't seem like they've necessarily found their home when it comes to the composition they want to run, and they seem to be trying and testing everything. Whether that changes going into Storm Point will remain to be seen.
We'll have to see what these scores do for the overall daily results here so far, because things were close heading into this third match, and now Jailings is just pulling away from the competition. Onset, they look so strong.
They do, and I love the way that Jailings are playing as well. I love seeing a natural evolution of a team and seeing what their plan is and things starting to come together, because on Invictus Gaming, 2 of these players previously, they got to LAN, they were getting into some good positions to end zone, but they weren't able to output enough damage to give themselves a real chance of, being in a strong armor position, a strong HP position to close out games. Well, now they seem to just be taking fights, and when they are, they're winning them. They're outputting more and more damage, this is forcing them into these better positions. It's that natural evolution, like I say, that you're seeing from the pickup, from their rotation, their change of POI, that's all starting to come together, and relatively quickly as well for them. So I've been super impressed by them, but also Fire Beavers, just Fire Beavers. Like, they're just really good.
We'll have to see.
There's not, sometimes it's just like, they're just good, right?
Yeah, and we'll have to see, though, if they're able to remain good when we switch over to Storm Point. That'll be a question mark for a little bit later time from now, because it's time for the halftime show, which means we get to bring in a pro to chat with us about things that we've been seeing so far in today's matches, do some analysis, and just kind of hang out with us for a little bit. And today, we have Kashera from Ascend, obviously. Kashera, it is so nice to have you joining us here today.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be here, talking with you guys and for everyone watching Apex. And yeah, I think that's it.
We have some stuff we want to talk about here today. We'll start things off because we want to get your opinion on some of the teams that may have impressed you so far, or teams that might have needed to improve, in your opinion.
So far, at least today, Noises is giving a masterclass on how to IGL, at least in World's Edge. Jailings has been incredible throughout the 3 games. Fire Beavers, first day, this day, I think every other single day, they're just gonna run through EU. They're showing such a good level of Apex. And maybe who needs to improve? I will say maybe Aurora. From top 1 EU, they definitely need to figure something out. They're very talented. We all know that what they can do, and maybe it's the meta. Maybe it's because everyone started playing their legends, and maybe it hurt them a bit. I really wanted to see them figure it out and just came in. Maybe this Storm Point they're gonna show something. Maybe next match day, but soon I will say that I would like to see them popping off and showing up like they did Split 1.
I like that answer. And I think another team that I definitely want to get your opinion on as far as potentially needing to improve is Pioneers, because we've seen them have some insanely good fights earlier on when they were in their POI, but then we also saw them push a little bit of a fight in this last match that went up against Passion that obviously didn't go so well. So what are your thoughts on Pioneers right now?
They have a pretty good game plan. Like they're approaching the game the right way. They make good decisions. It's literally everything comes down to details. I think like this last game was maybe they disrespected a bit the push. They weren't careful enough because they were clearly in an advantage situation. But yeah, like I think they will bounce back. They are showing really good Apex, even though today they struggled a bit on these first 3 games. Definitely one of the top 5 in EU. And I think we're gonna see more action from them and more games where they are on the top.
All right, Onsen, anything you want to be asking Kushera today?
Well, firstly, I've just realized that I'm cosplaying as Kushera today. I mean, we look at almost with the same glasses. We've got a bit of a beard going on. Yours is obviously a lot better than mine, and we've both got
I shaved today.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to say I shaved today, but this is me really trying hard. But I want to talk to you a little bit about, obviously, as an IGL, right? You've just come off of probably the best performance of your career in London. Amazing performance. You know,
That's why Onset's the best.
It almost won the tournament. You come second place in that final game, but then you get hit with a new meta, complete change around of everything. You start to feel comfortable, and then you find yourself in a position as a leader of a team who makes the decisions, having to completely relearn certain things. How has that been for you, transitioning from one of the highest points of your career to then suddenly have to go back to the books, so to speak, and learn so much about a game plan that you want to take into this season?
That's Apex. Every time every time we're on top, something happens, something changes, and we just have to keep working. Definitely, it's one of those games that you have to keep studying the game, keep working hard, and keep having in mind that not only you, but the team needs to understand what you want to do. The team needs to understand like how the game changed, not only you, and what everyone needs to do so the team can perform and so the team can keep achieving the results that we want. It's definitely tough. I think the meta changed deeply, and mainly for us that we were used to playing crypto in those POIs that didn't need the beacon, that we can just take the zone anywhere we wanted, and having in mind that the character changes, the class changes, it was definitely hard. And for an IGL, mostly comes down to what you're comfortable with, what you're confident with, and the more you practice, the more you play. Sometimes it's not really about like playing the meta exactly like everyone is playing. It's playing a game or having a game plan that you feel comfortable and confident, and the team that is around you trusts you on it. But yeah, like everything, you need the competition to see actually if your game plan is good or bad. Sometimes you're doing amazing in scrims, and then when it comes to the day, you get exposed to all the issues that your plan has, and yeah, you just have to keep working, putting every single day the time, and hopefully in the end you come out victorious.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal answer, Kushera. Dan, do you have anything?
Kushera, last time we had a little chat, I had a surprise for you. I made you cry. I'm not going to do that again, all right? We're going to keep smiles here. We're going to make you happy. Just a quick one from me. Give us a surprise package. Give me one team you think will make playoffs that maybe we haven't spoke about. Who's someone that is maybe going under the radar a little bit, but you think could make it to playoffs?
I will say 2. Maybe because today they kind of changed my mind a bit. I'll say maybe Horizon Union and 2R1C with VJX. I think these are the 2 teams that maybe last split they weren't as flashy. Of course, like the roster changed a bit, but I think this season they are the 2 teams that I think that can surprise. I might be wrong, I might be right. well, we'll have to see. But I think those are the two teams that people need to look for.
All right. Well, Kashera, phenomenal answers as always. Thank you so much for taking the time to jump on
Yeah,
and chat with us
thank you
today.
for the invitation.
Obviously, best of luck tomorrow, the rest of the season. I mean, you guys are great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it's always nice to be able to talk to Kashera. Now we have our fourth match of the day coming up right around the corner. But before we do that, let's talk about how you could potentially be getting yourself involved in all of this ALGS action. Of course, I'm talking about the Challenger Circuit, okay? Registration ends on March 22nd. So make sure if you want to get your team in there, you register. You can head on over to battlefy.com/ALGS to get you and your team signed up. And then the tournament will be starting
Damn, dude, I
on
want to
March
sign up so
25th.
fucking
And
bad.
we've seen how many teams can make their way out of the Challenger Circuit into ALGS in the Pro League. And so trust me, you do not want to miss out on the opportunity. Okay? But we also need to take a look at the map schedule because like we said earlier, our first 3 matches are done for the day, which means World's Edge is also done for the day. That means we're going to be switching things on over to Stormpoint. Will this change things up for the teams that have found some success here today so far, or will they be able to remain consistent and keep themselves at the top of the leaderboard? Well, I am very excited to find out what the answer to that question is because match number 4 is right around the corner. So Gaskin, on set, take it away.
Hey, we're getting straight into it. I love this. Dan, no more breaks. We go straight into the games, and now we move things on to Stormpoint, which is... Yeah, exactly. Gameplay. Give us gameplay. Dan has the big red button which starts games.
Dude,
Everybody will tell you he doesn't, but he
gameplay.
certainly does.
I
Trust me
fucking
about
love
that one.
Dan.
But now we get a
Gameplay.
little bit of carnage coming through, right? Because World's Edge, we started to find a little bit of a pattern. We started to find some of the teams finding some really smart rotations, really comfortable rotations, and now it completely flips. And that's why I love the fact that we have 2 maps now in the Apex Legends Global Series, because we do get that change, and we know that some teams are so damn strong when it comes to Stormpoint.
Yeah, I think that Stormpoint, we have teams who are very strong, but on the flip side, we have some teams who have been historically very bad, right? We've seen crazy differences across both EMEA and North America, like so vast in that some teams will get like 40 points on World's Edge and then 1 point on Stormpoint. That's how bad some teams have been when it comes to that transition. But we have seen, of course, plenty who are pretty average on both. And I think if you can be consistent, if you can find those averages across both maps, then naturally you are going to be up there when it comes to that final discussion of which teams are going to be make it to those final moments and potentially even be talking about playoffs.
Yeah, I think one good example of that, and worryingly a good example for that if you're a Pioneers fan, is Pioneers. If you look back on their first game day, they averaged double their points on World's Edge than they did on Stormpoint. So Stormpoint, they struggled. They were averaging just under 6 points, I think it was, overall, and they were averaging 12 on World's Edge. So the fact that they've just had a bit of a slow start to the day with World's Edge, which is somewhere that they've been much more comfortable, you have to start to worry a little bit. They're going to have to completely change their performance, and you would hope that in the scrims and in the intermission between match day 2 and match day 3 where we find ourselves today, they've worked out where that adjustment had to be made, because it's time for them to turn up and perform here on Stormpoint.
And now I'm very interested to see what happens in terms of contests here. I did think there was a possibility of a contest at Fish Farms between V2 and Keller Gaming, and it looks like, yeah, so V2 and Keller Gaming, who remember had that little scrap already in the northern side of World's Edge, and we saw that waiting game where V2 tried to hover around the death box, but then Keller Gaming were able to escape. Well, it looks like revenge can maybe be sought out here.
One of my favorite things when you land on a contest here, and this contest obviously going over at the new POY, Mirage Etoile, is when you find an R99 down. There's no better feeling, because you know it's going to be close range engagements. You know it's going to be a position where you can really do some big damage. And Keller Gaming, I'm pretty sure one of their players did have that R99 in the pocket. One thing that's difficult to do, though, when you're contesting a team is if you don't have a catalyst, it's very difficult to break down those doors. You can see the team inside have managed to reinforce them, and now Keller Gaming have kind of only got one place to push from, unless they want to commit to a door and kick it down, but that's just going to leave you so exposed.
Keller Gaming also running the only Bloodhound in the lobby at the moment, so the only team that is going to divert away from the Seer when it comes to a Scan Legend. But Keller, they're on top. They just can't seem to decide how they want to engage on this one, as it looks like now they're trying to surround the team below them.
Trying to surround them, trying to get their damage down. The smoke is going to be slowing things down a little bit more. Nobody with a digi-threat to play with yet, otherwise this fight might be over a little bit quicker, but the bang smoke also does a little bit of chip damage here. There's that first knock though. Gadam is going to go down. Nubicide gets the first one. Joke will get the second, and V2 burst out from the low ground, having held that position for so long. Close things out. Keller Gaming done, and I've got to say, I think that is why you're on Catalyst if you know you're going to get contested.
I also think that V2 are just a superior squad when it comes to their team fighting. They were last season, and they seem to be doing the same in this split here today. There's the overview of the map then, so you can see where everyone has been dropping, where the contest just took place, and also where the circle is going to be heading. You can see a few teams already around Antenna. Aurora are going to be heading up towards the same kind of area. There's going to be potential for 3 teams to be scrapping in that area at the moment. But all these teams on the western side, like Heroes, like Firebeavers, KCP, Dynasty, are all going to have to move in a similar direction. And because the way that Stormpoint works, there is a lot of chokeholds you often have to go through. Naturally, you're going to see engagements happening there. And probably why we're seeing more Bangalore here. We're seeing half the lobby is running Bangalore here on Stormpoint. A lot of open areas sometimes where you have to have some form of cover, and sometimes smoke will be enough of that.
Yeah, it certainly will indeed. Firebeavers, you can see on the left-hand side of their screen, this is a team who hasn't struggled too much on Stormpoint. Certainly just continued with their game plan of finding fights on edge, trying to isolate them, and then force their way into zone around that zone 3. At the moment, it's just about looting up for them, making sure that they get those armors crafted up, and this is something that we're seeing teams do more and more on edge of zone to make sure when they are the team that's pinching in from behind, they can take that fight and have the armor advantage of a team who's rotated a little bit quicker. KCP, though, they're dancing on top of a dinosaur right now, Dan. They're over at the Down Beast.
And that's just disrespectful. I think there should be no dancing. Instead, you should just be politely walking upon said grave and respecting the history that is below you. But Pioneers, if anyone's going to do it, I guess it is going to be them, right? They're the kind of guys that would do such a thing. But we heard from Kashira. He said that Pioneers, you know, they've not necessarily had a bad game plan here. They've been winning some of those engagements, but perhaps got a little bit overconfident in that fight we saw. Perhaps disrespected Passion there, and because of that, they found themselves going down. They're in 18th position right now, so we need to see a turnaround from Pioneers if they're going to be picking up a good amount of points this week.
Looks like they might have a little bit of info as well on that Heartbeat. The team is below them. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen as well from the first 3 games of today who are the kill leaders. JMW right up there, Nags alongside him as well. And if you've got 2 players ahead of OJ Rain and Taskmaster, usually means you're playing pretty well, and that's why Jailings are where they are. But Heroes are the team that are down on this low ground. KCP up on the height at Down Beast, but this is going to be a fight that's going to slow both teams' rotations down for sure. You can see they've got quite a long way to go. And at the moment, it looks like one player's trying to make a little bit of a swing, get some damage down, and that player's going to be Zane. And why wouldn't it be Zane? The man on the controller, we know what he can do. He one-clips everybody in his sights, and he's looking to do exactly that here for Pioneers to get them that opening damage.
Just has to be careful that he doesn't walk into an alleyway and take too much damage. You could see he was trying to shoulder peek a little bit to get a sight line, try and get some initial damage so that he could then call the cavalry in, but it looks like Pioneers are more than happy to play this one patient, take a little bit of zone damage, and take this fight, as the 99 could be enough for them to actually send it here.
Yeah, we're not talking about the R99, we're talking about a headshot from the hands of Zane on your screen. The wingman certainly piercing away, but the longer this fight goes down, Naski's patience will just disappear in front of him. He full sends him, but Pioneer's not there to back it up. Finally, Zane gets the knock. That's going to even things up a little bit of a reset now going on, but Hero should get the finish onto Naski here, which means that they will maybe be able to get a res, whereas the other side, Pioneers have to take this fight and they have to take it quickly.
It's a 2v2. Heroes just inside. Pioneers are above them at the moment, so high ground at least for Zane. But a lot of this comes down to abilities, right? Do we have ultimates? Is there going to be a Seer ultimate available for Dell? No. Already was used. Does get the banner back, and now Dell has got angles to work with here, and that's going to be a good amount of damage with the Prowler.
Surely can isolate this player inside as well. They try and fake the res. Dell's going to fly through after hearing that audio cue, and all of a sudden KCP have turned this one on their heads. They were down in a 2v3, but now it's a 2v1 in their favor. Dell's having to take his time, though. You can see he has to pop them Phoenix kit, which means he's going to be out of the fight for a few moments. Zane's going to have to just be delayed even more by that Catalyst reinforced wall. And this is just causing Pioneers all sorts of problems. I get the feeling that if they win this fight, which they look like they will, there might be a few extra bullets going into the death boxes here of Heroes.
Well, Pioneers, they made it look a little bit ugly to begin with. I mean, I understand the full send from Naski. I don't think he fully expected all 3 players to turn and look at him and him to get deleted that quickly, but he trusted in his teammates that they would be able to follow up with the damage. It was a very brave decision, let's put it that way, but thankfully, you know, with mobile res beacons being in the crafter, KCP will be back on their feet in no time. It's just a matter of now, have they been in the zone too long, right? Is it going to be too difficult for them to make their rotations through because they are so far wayward of where this zone is going to be that it is going to be a long, treacherous journey for them.
One team who is right on the edge of zone, but on the safer side of it is going to be Jaylings, who have been nothing short of impressive today so far. I mentioned that Nags and JW have been up there at the top of the kill leaderboards. Well, they've been up there at the top of the points leaderboards as well. As Alliance, a team who finally found a little bit of form. We know that Alliance like to leave it late sometimes, feel out a lobby before they make their moves towards the top end of the leaderboards. They're going to be making their way towards Fish Farms right now, as Mirage Etoile is going to be in that red zone, so out of bounds for them to play. But Alliance deep into zone here. You can see that they're backing on this one, maybe pulling a little bit towards them because their back is completely cleared. Alliance love to play from this position, have the lobby in front of them, and just pick them off one by one and kind of weave their way through the tapestry of the lobby.
And because this doesn't look like it's going to be a pull to the far southeast, so sometimes you'll get circles like this that really pull into the likes of Fish Farms, right? And it's very easy to predict the circle, the way it's going to go. This circle, however, is probably going to land between the likes of Antenna and Launchpad, and maybe around the rock formations that are between the two. So there is not much playable area that is safe. Some of these buildings, however, will be committed to early on by a lot of these squads, and then it's about trying to rescue them. It's about trying to maybe retake them if you are one of the teams that is arriving late. But for the likes of KCP that we were talking about earlier, this is a horrible circle to be walking in late on because almost every playable area is going to be taken by the time you arrive.
Inferno in one of the good positions, you would say. Although I think it's a good position with a little bit of trepidation still about it, about where that zone might pull. We do see end zones just outside of the buildings they hold down right now. You can see the armory in the background as well is going to be held down. So a couple of teams starting to coexist, which is usually a good indication of where they believe the zone is going to be pulling. But Alliance, we mentioned them, they're inside of the zone. You can see on the northern side of the zone at the moment, E6 have worked their way in, who have been a little bit quiet today as well. KCP, by the way, Naski's back in the game. They are still at down beast, however, so they certainly are going to have to find some crafting materials and some white meds to get back into this game. But with zone 2 closing, this better start getting their skates on a little bit here, because zone 3 really does burn away at those meds.
Yeah, I imagine the Skyward Dive will come out for KCB pretty soon, and they'll pick up a Trident just to make sure they can traverse across the map as quick as possible. But most teams have found their way into this second circle, as Jaylings now watching teams that are rotating around them here. And certainly where Jaylings currently hold in Jurassic Park right now is a very popular area for where people are going to be rotating through. A lot of open space, but of course when you get to one of the 3 entrances or exits, you can be funneled in and you can really be focused and gatekept, especially if there were to be a Wattson team, for example. And we saw that Wattson teams were very prevalent in the first games of World's Edge, but perhaps not going to be as apparent here. Still only 3 Wattson teams that are going to be on the map.
Just a little note as well, the team that Jaylings were firing into the back of there was Fire Beavers, and Fire Beavers did not want any of that fight. They continued their rotation south, and that's going to open things up here for Jaylings to walk through Jurassic Park, where there's no one for them to deal with at the moment, apart from this Prowler. If they leave it alone, it won't hurt you. And there is a close-up of Crypto in the drone, really participating.
Great interactive legend to make sure that you can be a part of your team in any way possible. We're not seeing as much Crypto now. I'm seeing a lot on the timeline as well of Crypto not being good enough to be competitive, but there are still a few teams who swear by it and want to stay involved with Crypto, because can make a difference in some of the engagements, right? The EMP can be a game winner at times, or even just a fight winner at times.
Yeah, it can also be a game loser sometimes if you accidentally EMP your own team. It can be...
Seen to happen.
That's why I don't run Crypto, because I know there's a high chance of that happening if I do it. But V2 trying to work their way in a zone as well. They're going to be able to slide down 35 seconds until that zone does close. They should be able to take the building in front of them. I say that, but there's actually a team inside of it. So this is going to be a forced fight now as V2 have to move their way forward. Jaylings trying to force their way through, but you mentioned this choke, Dan. You mentioned leaving Jurassic Park is sometimes a difficult thing to do. And it's not just because of the amazing exhibitions that they have on. It's because teams won't let you. So Jaylings have got 14 seconds to take this fight before zone damage is going to start causing them problems.
And just on the other side is KCP as well. So KCP came in with a Trident, and they are very close to Jaylings right now, but it's whether KCP want to take this fight or whether they just want to completely avoid Jaylings, because otherwise they'll just find themselves in the same spot where they would also be trapped. And it looks like Jaylings are going to just try and walk around as Noises goes down. He's the first one to be falling here for Jaylings, and this is a rough spot.
This is getting even rougher as well. Phoenix Legacy were eliminated, by the way, in the meantime, but there are more teams in the vicinity. V2 have gone out as well. Noise is still on his back. but KCP are kind of thinking about having a look at it. They can hear the noise of this fight kind of going across the map at the moment, and they want to try and get involved. Noises is going to be finished off as well. So now Nags is like, okay, JMW, how do we play this one? Is he going to be able to get the Phoenix kit off in time? That's the real question. Might have timed it absolutely perfectly. Yes, he has. But Jailing's down to 2 and still just taking zone damage, which is making this a horrible looking rotation for them now.
I'm impressed that KCP were able to just walk on by. They were just able to go into Jurassic Park, go out of one of the other doorways and say, okay, well, we're just going to scoot on next to you while you are held at this gateway, and we'll find another one. Now KCP are coming back into the fray. Now KCP are maybe realizing there's KP here, probably because KCP have noticed that they are also going to be held out on their next rotation as well.
Very, very interested in this. I'm sure Jailings are thinking, why are you holding us here? The zone is there. You need to get into zone, and that's causing problems for everyone at the moment. This just might be Jailings trying to survive, hope that KCP can do enough damage for them to just scarper by and escape. But at the moment, every single team outside of KCP who's involved in this is having a mess, and it's having a little bit of a mare. KCP are just waiting to take the pieces, eat them all up, and fill up those bellies with KP, because at the moment, they're the only team who can really come out with any kind of success in this situation.
Yeah, Horizon Union eliminated Pioneers, just making sure they try and pick up the extra little bits and pieces, but now they're realizing that time is against them. They can't afford to stay in those areas for any longer. They don't want to wait for Nags to try and come out of his little hidey hole that he had found himself in, and now they have to start thinking about the next step of their journey, right? We mentioned the circle and where it was going to be going. It's going to be heading southeast, but not quite as far as Fish Farms. Instead, it's going to be between and just outside of the likes of Launchpad and Gale Station. And there is some buildings that you can play. Yes, we know that. There's some rocks that you can play behind, but there's also a lot of dangerous open waters and open areas that can leave you very vulnerable to those teams who have already set up.
Well, Nags says, this has not been a fun game for us so far, boys. But don't worry, I got this. He's going to try and rat his way into some decent placements. They did pick up a couple of KP as well, so every placement point that they can improve on is certainly going to add to their tally at the top of that leaderboard. Element 6, just inside of the next zone, trying to hold a team out. Firebeaver's taking a lot of damage, though. You can see the Taskmaster's trying to pop a battery. Night Impulse is trying to hold for his teammate. Aurora in the kill feed as well. And again, the digital threat is going to have an impact on this fight, as is that damage. I mean, look at Night Impulse go now. He is doing so much damage to so many players, and he almost single-handedly, for Firebeavers there, eliminated Eternal. That was disgusting.
One of the reasons why you want to have a Havoc as well, just the amount of ammo that you can use, very different to the likes of an R9, for example, that runs out of ammo very quickly, even with a good clip. But Firebeavers are able to get the damage, are able to get the kills, as now E6. I said that they were struggling a little bit with their composition choice. Are they struggling in this engagement?
Well, E6 trying to take down Aurora at the moment. Slayers is going to have time to pop those meds. Looking at the kill feed as well. You can see Mars is in there, having a little bit of a poke with a charge rifle. E6 in this smoke should be able to pick up a little bit of loot as well. Aurora have managed to rotate away from this fight, and look at KCP. What looked like a very difficult start to the game for them, all of a sudden is starting to evolve and progress into what could be a little bit of a high point game for them, but they've got a long way to rotate. They're on the quick side of zone. That zone is going to close behind them, and they have to make some plays and decisions quickly.
Yeah, so the zone going a little bit further south, away from Launchpad, closer towards the likes of Gale and Fish, but again, still in those kind of murky open waters that are going to leave you so vulnerable and so exposed if you try and make your way in late, as Dell is going to shred for 112, and Zane's been able to get the opener as Jailings finally get eliminated in 11th.
Halo fans, stand up for a second as 117 pops up on your screen. Pioneers trying to take down all of these players, though. So Dell does go down as well, and it's all left up to Zane now. But what other player would you want it to be left up to in a 1v1? He wins the fight. E6 taken down, but now they're getting harassed. The third party shots are coming in from distance. Can he stick the res? It looks like he might just have enough time to do so.
Passion also having a scrap elsewhere. Dynasty get eliminated. Now just 7 squads remaining. In Passion, I'm very impressed with what they've been able to do. After being contested for their opening games in World's Edge, they have started to rescue things with a couple of big team fights in the last couple of games, which I'm sure they'll be happy with. Cleve, last remaining player on Aurora, trying to escape and trying to play some placement, but KCP, they're back up and they're healthy, and I lied. He's not the last remaining player. He was just so far away from his team. He looked like the last remaining player, but that's what you could do as a Wraith. That's the advantage of having a Wraith on your team.
Well, look at Firebeavers. Firebeavers still alive as well. 7 squads remaining in this lobby. Taskmaster, I swear, he spawns into every game with red armor. OJ Rain's going to have red armor as well, and 9 Impulse just behind them. And he just needs 24 damage to get that foot up to red. So Fire Beavers are going to be so dangerous on this rotation. But now here comes the Skyward Dive. There will be space to play for. Oh, but, oh my god, a Kraber out of the skies. It's Tricks. And my goodness, that is going to change things here for Fire Beavers.
I don't think they can have time to get the res as well, right? Because the zone's coming in. They are going to try it. And no, they give up on it. They say, all right, well, it's just the two of us as we go on our merry way. And now you've got to walk into this circle. And this is even worse because all these teams that find themselves in the area are going to do so much damage. But oh my god, the one clip was almost there as 9imps comes from behind.
I mean, he's turned a 3v2 into a 2v2 almost immediately. The zone is going to be the problem, though, for them. Trying to follow up is going to be OJ Rain. And oh my god, he gets one. Surely he can't turn this one round. Surely he can't clutch this one up. Everybody goes down. Passion survive. As Fire Beavers will be eliminated. Pioneers also taken down. We're down to our final 5 squads.
Fire Beavers coming back with a vengeance after being plucked from the sky. But now this was the mayhem that we thought would unfold. These were the murky waters that we're speaking of. And actually, they don't look that murky. They look pretty clean if I'm looking at it from this POV. But it could look murky when we see all of the death that's about to happen from some of these players as they try and make their way into the center of it. 5 teams all going to have to work their way in and use whatever cover is available. Tricks is the man to be watching out for, though. The Kraber could be a big influence for the end of this game.
He was Clay Pigeon shooting a few moments ago onto Fire Beavers, but now he's just trying to influence the lobby. 252, Maliwan, don't stand still for too long. Can he get away, though? He's only got the white shield. Luckily for Aurora, it looked like that player just managed to get around the corner, was just about to get around that corner as another player just poked away at Tricks, stopping him getting that finish. Aurora now trying to portal out of this position, trying to find somewhere safe to get the res. Cleve is on his own. He might be able to jump into the void, but no, he can't. He's got 15 seconds till that's going to happen. And now Aurora might be ended. Aurora down as Bitfix Gaming sweep in and clean up the pieces.
But Bitfix are the team that have to move the most, though, as it is going to be southeast now of where they currently reside. Alliance already waiting in that next circle and arguably in one of the better positions at the moment. But at least because there's only 3 squads, there's going to be a lot more room to play with here as you're moving in. There's not going to be as many guns on you, so you can think about it. You can slow things down. Strategy can be very important here, and of course, ultimates as well. What legends do we have available? Are there seers that are going to be available for these teams? You can see Bitfix do have one, and I wonder whether they're going to have the ultimate available as well.
Bitfix also have that Kraber, and that can be a complete game changer. One shot is all you need to clean out so much space. You can see the Tricks is waiting for someone to bob, someone to weave, someone to stick a head up for him to remove. Trying to become the Apex Legends equivalent of a plastic surgeon here and rearrange a few pieces of a face for someone. But at the moment, nobody's showing for him. 3 bullets to play with, 1 is all he should need.
And of course, on the other side, Alliance, you know, we've got the Rampart that is going to come into the equation. Danish also available. They've got a Watson, so we've got 3 entirely different compositions in this final circle. Are we going to see the Seer really pay dividends here, though? Are we going to see the ultimates come down, or is it going to be something like a Rampart Sheila that makes the difference, or just having the walls? Look at the amount of cover that's available for these teams. The walls could be everything.
Hackers is trying to play the anchor for his team at the moment, trying to let Effect and Yuki do the damage. Bitfix Gaming, though, they're taking damage themselves. And now Tricks, even with the Kraber, might not be able to fire a bullet in anger. And Jung Hong Kong moves in to take down Zerafa. This should open the door, potentially here for Alliance to move in and pick up the pieces. Bitfix are taken down, but Danish still incredibly healthy in this position, Dan.
Yeah, they just did a lot of damage as well to Alliance, who had to back off, but they weren't able to get the knock, which is important. But here comes the shreds now as Danish make it a 3 versus 1.
That was about as clean as you could ask for. They turn this fight completely on its head. That is what you need to do. If you are the first team to engage with 3 squads remaining, you need to make it quick. You need to make it clean, because then you can call yourself a champion, and that's exactly what they do in that final moment.
And we talk about legends. We talk about what is available for you in the ultimates. I think the Bangalore was a big difference there for Danish. They had the ability to get the ultimate down, which was just doing so much damage and forced teams to actually go into the engagement. They were able to capitalize off that damage, and then they take the W because of it. Always good as well in a meta that is so heavy with Seer and Cat at times to see just something a little bit different coming into the fray here, Lauren.
I mean, a lot happened in that game. Specifically, we had a lot of early game fighting. There's lots of stuff I'm going to touch on when we go through the highlights that I was trying to pay attention to while all of those fights were happening, specifically between KCP and Jailings. But the ending there for Danish, they absolutely dominated their area, played it perfectly, and did work so quickly that they didn't even give Alliance the opportunity to third party at the end there.
Yeah, it's so difficult to do in those situations as well. Usually you're in that position where it's like, okay, we've got a lot of damage here. Let's play for second. Let's play for these KP. That's guaranteed points. And then if we can finish it quickly and we can get armor swaps, maybe we can hold off Alliance. But there was a few contributing factors. Like Dan said, they got the smokes down. They had the Digi threats. That made the fight easier, that they didn't take too much damage. But they also took that fight on the high ground, which meant that even if they got a little bit of damage done and they weren't able to armor swap, whatever it might have been, Alliance still had a tough position to try and take away from them. We used to see an effect last season on the Horizon. If he takes to the sky there, and it's last season, maybe that fight's completely different. But now he's on Valkyrie, can't get up into the sky and fire that gun as quickly. So I think a combination of things, a little bit of composition, a little bit of high ground, and a little bit of efficiency in that final circle, and that final fight really did put them in a great spot to win that one.
And then, I mean, the Kraber coming out for Bitfix, that put so much work in and ruined the opportunity there for Fire Beavers to even get themselves in a solid position at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think Fire Beavers on the petition to sign to get rid of Kraber. They are now added as one of the pro teams who say, yep, okay, I'm done with it now. We got taken out of the sky. It's all well and good when you have it in your hands, but when you get plucked out like that, oh, it's so painful, obviously. But sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. That is the risk of running a Valkyrie. You can get taken out of the sky a lot easier now, ever since we had those changes wayward ago when the patch did come in for Valkyrie, and you just have to accept it for what it is. But as soon as you see a Kraber on the map, you've just got to be well aware of it, and maybe that was the first time anyone had heard the Kraber, and suddenly everyone ducked down a little bit when the guns came out.
Phenomenal performance, though, across the board from all the teams. Danish definitely getting some serious points, some KP on the board for themselves, starting off really strong in Stormpoint. And we had said we were wondering if, when we switched maps, would we still be seeing the consistency out of our teams that had been performing at the top of the lobby, or would the map shake things up a little bit? It definitely shook things up for Danish as they are able to take home that win. We go through the highlights here. Like I was saying earlier, lots of early game fighting, the 50-50 right off the rip. That was not something that Kella was excited about.
No, especially when you find out that the other team's running Catalyst. I think that was the real difference maker. Being able to barricade those doors just makes it almost impossible to push, especially with early loot and everything that you can kind of find. You can't be aggressive. You can't 8-1 player who gets caught out of position. But this fight on Edge, it took so long. It took so long for the two teams to finally get it done. But in the end, it was Pioneers that actually turned 2v3 in their favor, managed to win that one. So a great performance from KCP to actually manage to hold this down. This fight, again, it went on so long. That was the Jurassic Park, JMW and Jaylings just trying to force their way through, going, why won't you let us rotate? Okay, we'll try and survive until we can get you pinched, as KCP came in to do the damage. But I mean, we'll go into it here, but you can see we've had other highlights, and this fight was still going on, which is how long it took.
See, and I'm wondering about this too, because I was watching the map feed and Jaylings was in this area and just waited. They were trying to gatekeep a team to come through. KCP was the team, but it ended up getting turned on Jaylings' head. So it was a decision that maybe was born out of a little bit of overconfidence from their performance in the first few games, and then we saw them on the opposite side, KCP kind of pulling it back a little bit, Dan.
Yeah, and I think what was even more impressive was how KCP managed to maneuver their way past Jaylings through Jurassic Park. I don't know whether they signed up for an extra ticket onto some sort of ride to get through the park, but they certainly, maybe it was a fast pass, I don't know at this point, because there was no expectation, I think, from Jaylings for suddenly KCP to be on the other side there, and once they were there, it was just impossible for Jaylings to try and escape. Then Pioneers went on to pick up some good points because of it, especially when you consider how long their rotation was. But let's talk about Fire Beavers, right? They just had the detriment of being taken out of the sky by the Kraber, but then they full sent it on a team and probably ruined the other team's game. They said, look, if you're going to ruin our game, we're going to ruin someone else's, and that's sometimes how we see things just start to have the domino effect. But in the end, Danish showing so much presence with their utility they had available from their legend composition, and then the damage they were able to output. The car, by the way, has been so good and so influential for a lot of these teams.
Closing out the game here really, really easily, just knowing that they not only had that height advantage, but the numbers advantage, cleaning up Alliance there at the end for the win. And that was a strong performance out of Danish. But on the flip side of that, even if Alliance isn't getting the KP, at least now they're kind of picking it up in the placement points department, getting 12 points, which is better than what we had seen in the first two matches.
Yeah, two good games for Alliance, a good game for Aurora as well. You can see they put 8 points on the board, which is certainly a much improved performance from World's Edge for them, and I'm hoping that they can put some more points and just keep that confidence flowing. Fire Beavers, again, you can always guarantee they're going to have some KP. 7 KP though for Pioneers. That's the one that might go under the radar a little bit. A tough fight for them at the start. It took them a while to get Nasky back in, but once they got back into the action, they didn't let that little pause in play on their rotation slow down their momentum. They pick up 10 points, which for them, after their World's Edge performance is very, very vital for them to just give a bit of confidence, maybe get the points on the board and give them a little bit of belief moving forward.
Definitely spreading a lot of the KP out here on the first page, which means most of the second page is going to be a little bit bare, minus V2, and that is partially a result of that early 50-50 that they had against Kella. But being able to get 6 KP with absolutely 0 placement points will at least be helpful for them moving forward for the rest of the games.
Just V2 doing V2 things, right? I mean, we saw it in Split 1, we're seeing the same thing again. Once V2 start getting these kills and actually find themselves in the late game, they can have mammoth games, and we're going to see V2 pick up some incredible points, but it's just breaking through that period of winning your early fights, getting through the mid game, and just being a little bit patient so that you get into the late game as well. A disappointing turn to Storm Point for Jaylings to start things off, but as we noticed in Jurassic Park, things just didn't really go down well for them, and I'm still expecting them to bounce back in matches 5 and 6.
Well, we'll see what doors that opens for the other teams as far as closing that point gap up at the top. Jaylings still in first place, but no longer with as big of a points cushion here. Fire Beavers following shortly behind, but Danish making a huge jump up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at how tight the leaderboard actually is. There's Jaylings at the top, but even the separation between them and Bivfix Gaming down in 10th, it's a fairly considerable one, but it's not one that's like unassailable with 2 games left. So a lot to play for here in these last 2 games. We're not seeing that point sponge that we have seen previously, and I'd asked, you know, for the EMEA region to throw some questions our way. Say, who is going to be the team that steps up? Who are going to be the players who step up to really challenge those big names at the top? Well, I think you're starting to see that. Horizon Union, impressive today. Kashera was saying it. V2, impressive today. Nightmare Esports up there as well. And I think you're looking at the other end of things. You're looking at E6. You're looking at Gaming Gladiators. You're looking at Maestro, Pioneers. All of those teams have history of having success, and today they're really struggling.
Well, we'll have to see if any of those teams at the bottom can pick it up, but there's only 2 more days or games left on the day for them to really have the opportunity to do so. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're going to find out real soon. Before we do that, we're going to be sending you to
Glitter's
a short break,
all
so
right.
make sure you don't go anywhere, because when we return,
I
Gamer 5.
wouldn't, you know, get with her or anything like that,
WD
but
Black,
she's
the
okay.
official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Go do that. Not talk.
Desperate. My
50 is a scene. I think we're going to be waiting to see some of those Storm Point specialists emerge here, see which teams can really take advantage of this map and which teams struggle, because all of that will come into play, like you're saying, with how close all of these scores are right now. It's going to come down to the point where every single point matters, and obviously this is mostly about getting those placement points for playoffs. It's not even about your individual score on today, it's about where you're going to sit in the overall ranking when everything is said and done. So these teams really have to be putting in work when you have so many other squads that had phenomenal first 2 days. So these next few days that we play are going to be integral for some of these squads.
They certainly are, and I tell you what, this looks like a very similar zone to what we just saw. It could be another Gale Station zone. I'm just saying, we could be going back down there. We could see a very similar end zone, or maybe we're going to go towards the Prowler Island. That third zone is going to be absolutely vital. Should I say the beacon is going to be very, very vital for teams to put themselves into the correct place. But hey, it gives me the opportunity to talk about Danish once more, the winners of our previous game. And you have to say this is a pretty good zone for them as well. Dropping over at Launchpad, they got a pretty sweet rotation in. They don't have to go through too many teams, and if they wanted to get there early, they're more than likely to do so.
You know, we're also not seeing those early game 50-50s. It seems like Kella decided they wanted to back off of that a little bit, give V2 that POI for now, and not have a repeat of what happened in the last matchup, which will at least set themselves up a little bit better moving on through the rest of the game into a safer spot on the map right now, as Danish is just getting some of their crafting out of the way. And that's something that we haven't really talked about too much so far, because we haven't had an opportunity to, but we have seen the Moby getting used to some seriously decent effect, at least in the case of, you know, Alliance back on World's Edge, and the Digis are huge today, something that they won't be having tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a big difference maker. Like you say, if you're running Bangalore and there's a Digi, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you're able to pick up digital threats and you're running Bangalore, then great, because you're going to be able to fight through the smokes, but also everyone else is going to be able to do so. And if you're the Bangalore team and you're running those smokes and you're the only team who manages to find a digi threat, all of a sudden you become even more lethal on the map. So the digi being in the Crafter certainly is interesting, but Horizon, you can see Union right now, they're doing a little bit of damage. They get the first knock, it's going to be in the hands of Phoenix, and they're taking a pretty comfortable fight, as I say. It got a little bit more uncomfortable. Jay Savage should be able to clean things up, and it's going to be Maestro who are on the receiving end of this, down to just one now.
Able to get the stick on the res there. Horizon keeping themselves relatively healthy, and this is a good early start for them because they struggled in this last match. So this will be some good KP, at least also owning this POI, giving them loot, setting themselves up well. You've got 2 of them now on purples, and this is a solid start for Horizon Union.
Yeah, I mean, Maestro Sanya is out of there. He's not going to be involved in getting anything going his way, but we are going to see a little bit of a console being hit here, which is going to give some information on that zone, which I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of desperate for as well, because as I say, I got a funny feeling this is going to be a very, very similar zone to what we just saw. I could be wrong.
Funny feeling. No, I have a funny feeling that you just want to be right about where you think the zone is going to go. Look where the teams are, though.
I'm telling you, it's going to be very similar. You are completely right. I do like to be right about where the zone is going.
I knew that that's what the true motive behind finding out where the zone was, as we see the Valve rotate coming out of Danish here, trying to put themselves into a better spot now that everyone is going to start trying to hold a little bit of real estate in this zone. But the fight didn't end. Maestro actually stuck around. You thought he was leaving, decided to go back, see if maybe he's going for a banner pickup, but Horizon wasn't about to let that happen.
Yeah, they just count the boxes, count the banners. They were like, yeah, come and get it. You did. That's pretty much what happened there. So Horizon Union, no sportsmanship being shown by them whatsoever. They're not worried about the speed of their rotate. They're all about those KP, and I think it's always a smart way to do things. If you do get that opportunity early on to get 3 KP, it's always better than 2. So playing that one in the way that they needed to, Bitfix Gaming, they're going to make their way from this southern side of the map at the moment. DYM were just behind them, so maybe just trying to rotate into Barometer and hit a late Valcolt from that height would be a pretty smart thing to do. But they've also got Phoenix Legacy, who are kind of racing them to this POI at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the high ground first at the moment, or if someone's going to take a little bit of a different route.
For now, they've at least escaped away from Dynasty, not something that they have to worry about. But Dynasty deciding they're going to go for a little bit of a drive, give themselves
for a cruise.
Just a casual, a Sunday stroll.
Get the vibes going. I know how it is.
Seems like they're trying to at least kind of mirror the rotation here, though. Bitfix stay on their tails and potentially get some damage out of them. Got at least 1 gold shield for Dynasty, which will be useful for them later on, but also not pushing anything too hard. There's really no need for them to do so right now. They've got space and knowledge of where the squads around them are, so they can kind of just hold here for now.
Yeah, they're going to be chilling. They're just going to be holding their backs. They do have the high ground, so anyone who's in front of them over at Antennae, if they've got the range to fire down, then they're going to be able to do so. But look at this. This is the counter rotation, which I love seeing out of Fire Beavers. They notice someone crafting over here at the mill, and crafting at the mill is horrid. You are completely exposed, and if Fire Beavers can get the first knock, then all of a sudden they will be aping this. They see this as free KP. The Calyx Wall's going to go down, so is the Cyril. They're throwing everything at this.
I mean, why not? They probably are making the assumption that it's just them and Heroes at this point, so they're able to really just dump their full kit in if they want to. They did get some damage down, but opt to not full send on it yet, trying to play this a little bit smarter. Clean that one up, so now they at least have the 1 down on Heroes and continue to make their push forward, but Heroes have probably decided they want nothing to do with this right now.
I mean, Heroes are probably just like, why are you here? Like, that's the question, because this is completely against traffic. Everyone's trying to rotate their way into zone, but Fire Beavers, they're not too worried about fighting in zone 2 or zone 3 if they can get the job done quickly. And look at this spray coming in with a flatline as well. We're going to break some shields. The question is now meds, but they do have the crafter available that they just managed to pick 1 player off of, so they can craft some med kits if they need to here, Fire Beavers. They will be safe. Heroes, though, the white med's not looking too healthy for them, and you're seeing how quickly they're ticking down as well. 1 med kit and a couple of syringes to play with. Heroes are in a bit of a sticky situation now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a rough spot for them to recover from. Trying to make the decision here on how they want to make the rotation. Do they even bother going for the banner? It looks like they're at least going to try and check for it. Fire Beavers could be on high, waiting for them to make this rotation around. It looks like they might be safe somehow.
Wait, are they crafting now? Imagine, like Revenge of the Crafter.
What?
They come back and like Fire Beaver's trying to craft some medkit. Heroes get the knock. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. But KCP, they're wandering their way in towards zone at the moment. Pioneers on the outside. We saw, oh, it is going down. Oh my goodness, and Heroes get one. Oh, it's the Crafter. It is cursed. It is the cursed Crafter of the mill. I mentioned how it's horrible to craft here. And you're seeing exactly why. 9 impulse now. All of a sudden in a 2v2, but look at Clemmy. He's only got 1 syringe to play with here. He's going to be hoping that maybe there's a medkit on that crafter he can pick up.
Okay, but is this worth this fight anymore? The amount of resources that they've utilized just here alone. And yeah, Fire Beavers, they're shredding, but then Heroes is responding every single time. And the two of them have used their kits multiple times over. They're down to almost nothing on their meds. And sure, the Crafter's there, but the Crafter's gotten both of them knocked multiple times.
I think that Taskmaster has a massive advantage in this fight because there's no white meds to play with. They're trying to walk towards it. He's trying to pop the medkit, manages to do so. 107-119. Heroes came back for a little bit more, but they did not come out on top, and it was the white meds that cost them. Fire Beavers make a risky play. The gold knockdown shield are going to be super helpful for at least giving OJ some white meds off of his respawn here, or should I say after being picked up. But it was a mess, but it kind of worked out in the end. That's maybe not how they planned it, Fire Beavers, but it certainly worked.
I'm stressed. That was stressful. I
told you, the mill crafting is horrid.
Did we have to do that so early on in the game?
Yes. Always.
Well, Fire Beavers, at least somehow coming out on top and doing well for themselves there. I think we might have a little bit of a restart situation.
I think that crafter was more cursed than we thought it was, Lauren, to be honest with you. It looks like the lobby might have... it's my fault. Blame me. I don't know how, but it's my fault. Just everyone does it, so just blame me.
You did say it was cursed. You didn't say how far the curse extended. That was the problem.
True. Apologies, everyone. My bad. I'm happy to take,
It's fine. Now we're just going to be hanging out here for a little bit while we get that reset. I think that they did have a little bit of crash situation, so now we get to hang out and talk about some of that, or at least hopefully not see that type of a crafter fight ever again that early on in the game, because I don't think I can handle that.
I kind of enjoyed it. I'm not gonna lie. It was a really Fire Beavers thing to do, though, right? I talked about how they counter rotate sometimes and they go against traffic. They might have a pretty decent position on edge of zone, but they're happy to rotate out of it to look for a fight on someone coming in, even if that means they have to take a little bit of zone damage themselves. And that's just confidence, right? They think that they're just a better fighting team, and the majority of times they are a better fighting team. They saw that crafter light up. They knew that someone was on it. They managed to get the pick. And then the only problem for them was that their white meds started ticking away as well, and they had to go to the crafter, and they gave away their position, and it just became a little bit of a topsy-turvy kind of messy fight. But it's something we've seen them do even in some games last week. There was a World's Edge game where they started in Fragment, they went up north, then they went into Skyhook, into zone, then they went towards Epicenter, then they went back into zone because they got knocked, then they Valkorted after getting it was a crazy rotation, and I think non-traditional would be the best way of kind of explaining it, but it's effective for them, and it brings them points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to question them because they have done so well so far with this pure, insane play style. But while we're hanging out here waiting, let's actually take a look at some stats. Let's talk about individual players. We'll take a look at the kill leaderboard because, surprise, surprise, we've got Jaylings at the top, multiple players.
Yeah, we do indeed, and I have to find out if this is adding on the kills that we just saw from the previous game, because I think after 4 games, no, it is, of course. So Taskmaster is in second place now, so that's going to be 10 kills for him. No surprise though, I like to say, to see Jaylings and Fire Beavers kind of sharing the kills, but Effect, I think this story is going to be a really interesting one to kind of follow, because he was a player who couldn't attend, of course, the playoffs with Alliance, and he was a big factor in them getting to that position. Now, take nothing away from Mande. What a performance it was from him filling in as a substitute for that squad. But Effect is a special kind of player. We heard it from Yuki's interview at playoffs, saying that you talk about controller players, you talk about where they are, well, Effect is up here. He is above them all. And I think that seeing his progression through this season and towards, hopefully, his opportunity to perform at the next playoffs is going to be very, very interesting to watch. It could be one of the highest kind of rising stars that we've seen in Apex for quite some time, and I'm super excited to see him do it on LAN because that is where it obviously matters most.
I mean, we even saw Noises up there, and we heard Kashera saying earlier that today he's just kind of putting on a masterclass of IGLing for that team. And so the fact that you've got all three of them up there in the top 10 position just speaks volumes of how well J-Lings has done. But that's just for today. That's match day 3 with those stats. Let's take a look at all of Split 2 for our kill leaderboard, because this is going to add in lots of players, and Fire Beavers are just unstoppable right now.
The Beavers never stop. That's all that you need to know. That's I'll tell you what, that if they don't make that hashtag, then your marketing's down, boys. That's what I'm saying. That one's gonna go viral. But Unlucky in second place. No surprise to see him there, just absolutely doing what he does for Vexed. Kashera, though, I think that's a player I wanted to talk about because you know, we've had him on the show. He's a very, you know, humble guy when you talk to him. Very focused on his responsibilities as an IGL for Ascend, but seeing him up there as one of the top fraggers for the team as well, I think says a lot about how confident he's feeling as well and how well he's been playing. So a shout out to Kashera, not just for joining us today, but also for his performances in the kill carry.
And then all the way down there at the bottom, a team that we had specifically asked Kashera about, talking to us a little bit about KCP. They had a slower start, I think, to the day than they probably would have liked, even though they had some incredibly strong engagements that we saw when we were talking about them going up against E6 over in Lava Fisher. Even with the failed push onto Passion, Zane is all the way down there in 10th place, holding on for KCP for the Split 2 kill leaderboard, and he's somebody that we have literally been talking about since playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing I think taken away from Pioneer's first game day is I mentioned that even though their placements might not have been like top 4, top 5 placements every game, whatever happened, they were getting KP. And I think that adding Zane is going to guarantee you to win some team fights that maybe they wouldn't have previously. And, you know, we know, I mentioned him when we were casting, you know, the guy shoots straighter than most people out there. We saw that crazy 1v3 clip, and that was, you know, if you needed an indication, you could hang that one in the Louvre, and, you know, people are going to look at it and admire it for quite some time because it was just perfect shooting. You know, even if he's on controller, it doesn't matter. You still got to hit those shots. And I think there's a really fine balance for Pioneers at the moment when I see them in team fights, because I think it's great to have a player on your team that gives you that confidence that he's going to hit all his shots and he's going to win us this fight. But sometimes that gives you a little bit of overconfidence, like, oh, we can go to this fight, we can just win it. You still got to, you know, respect the team that you're going up against. And I think maybe that was could be symptomatic of that fight we saw them take a little bit earlier on, where they had a little bit of overconfidence flying into that into that fight in the building.
Yeah, and see, and that's why I was saying that I was impressed with their decision to not be KP hungry when it came to the fight that we just watched them have with J-Lings. They decided, you know what, we know there's a solo and we probably could clean that up, but after what happened in the last match, it was a much more mature and reserved decision to be like, no, we're going to go rotate in for a position and try to hold that instead, which did that end up letting J-Lings get away. Yeah, sure, but that was the smarter choice to make in the moment, and being able to kind of reel it in a little bit and recognize that, I think overall in the long run will be massive for KCP.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of Zane, I'm pretty sure we got some match day 3 stats from him today to kind of indicate how he's been playing and what he's been doing. And you can see he's got 5 kills already. Might not seem crazy, but if you compare that, I think that will be the majority of kills that have come in from Pioneers. That's me speculatively saying that, but I've seen his name in the kill feed more than once, but a decent amount of damage coming out of him as well, decent amount of assists, and he's just going to give consistency in team fights. And I think that's something that maybe Pioneers were missing previously, especially when they were trying to hold down some of those end game spots. And he is going to be a game changer. I think between him and Effect, they're the players to watch for what they can add to their teams as we move through this split. Both do something very similar for their teams. Both want to be entry fraggers, and, you know, up there when it comes to kills at the end of the season, heading into hopefully qualification for both these teams ahead of the LAN. And I think he's certainly having a standout performance, and that one play has put him in a great position on a great team to really go forward and move on to the next step of his career.
All right, you know what? We're still waiting a little bit on our players to get loaded into the lobby for our next match. So we're going to bring Gaskin back in to hang out and chat with us about everything we've been talking about, because...
Hi, Dan.
Hey, how's it going?
You good?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your break? Was that a long enough break?
Absolutely perfect, actually. The right amount of time. Just sat back down. Game's still not started, no? Ah, nice. We can talk about pregame again, right? That's what's happened.
Did you have a Danish?
Exactly.
I did have a Danish. No, I didn't. There was no time for me to get a Danish in this time. But yeah, honestly, good to be back, and interested to see what will happen with this restart here. I mean, I think that when you look at a lot of these squads and how they were playing that initially, frustration, I think, for a few teams with their initial rotation, but now you get the chance to just kind of reset everything. So it's a good mental reset for some. For others, obviously, it's going to be the other side of things where they may have been in a good position, but sometimes that's how it works in esports.
Well, we have been talking about them all day, so we're just going to continue doing so at this point, because when we saw those individual stats, we saw for all of Split 2 how well the Fire Beavers players have been doing when it comes to the kill leaderboard. Obviously, overall on the day they've been slaying out, it feels like they have been taking out their frustration of not making it to LAN on Split 2.
Yeah, and I think that Fire Beavers as a squad just seem to be getting better and better now. Every single time they're on our screens, I think when it comes to not just their decisions that they're making in game, but it's how they actually execute some of the decisions that they're making as well. They are flawless when it comes to what they're focusing on. Their team shot, very impressive indeed. They're always targeting the same things, and they're very quick to turn their targets as well. If they feel like the tide is being turned a little bit differently elsewhere, they will all just switch up and look at a different player if they feel like they're weak or they're vulnerable. I think that Fire Beavers are going to be a force to be reckoned with the further we get into this split, and if we don't see teams start to catch up with how impressive they are in their 3v3 engagements, then they could be a team that maybe we even look at to talk about on an international level what a threat that they could have at playoffs.
Honestly, this send onto Passion might be one of my favorite pushes that they've made, because they didn't, I mean, it was their only option, right? They ended up having to try to walk into the zone. It was a completely unfortunate situation after having lost one to the Kraber in that situation. But the push, if there was no knockdown shield, 100% Fire Beavers would have won that fight, Mark.
I think Fire Beavers are the kings of the death ball. And if you don't know what the death ball is, it's when a full team will, like, it's not about taking angles. They will just all send it in the same direction. And it works so well in Apex Legends sometimes. Because if you're the player who's holding an angle, and you're like, oh, there's one here. Wait, there's two players just flying at me, holding down their right trigger or their left mouse button, whatever it is. It's going to cause problems for you. And it's something that, you know, it's almost counterintuitive sometimes to the way that you think, you know, an FPS fight should be taken. You want to take angles, you think of CSGO, right? And you're thinking, oh, you know, I'm trying to pick a player off. But on Apex, because of the momentum you can get by flying forward, sliding, whatever it might be, you can really catch people off guard. And Fire Beavers, the one that stood out to me still was that fight against GG on World's Edge. They're so good at isolating something and then just fully sending it. And they don't miss too many bullets, which is the great thing about it. If you're going to death ball someone and you ain't missing many bullets, you're certainly going to be able to get one knock at least.
Well, we're talking about the top two. This is actually a great conversation for anyone who's just joining the stream, because we might as well also be talking about Jailings. And that is awesome that that's the conversation we're having, because starting at the top of the day, they were a team that we were worried about needing to pick up their gameplay. And then today, they've just completely turned over a new leaf, Gaskin.
I was surprised they weren't already kind of at the top of the leaderboard. So I think I mentioned it at the start of the show. When I saw this team form, I was so excited because I was a big fan of Invictus Gaming and what they offered. And when you bring two of that three and align it with Nags, who is an incredible, individual talent, as I'm so lost for words at how good this team is, I can't even speak at the moment. But I do think that as they progress and as they start to learn how each other are going to work, especially on World's Edge, you got to remember that Invictus Gaming were one of, if not the best World's Edge teams that we had when we went into playoffs during Split 1, with the amount of victories they were able to find and the percentages from like top 5 turning into victories. If you then add that into this new Jailings roster and maybe find a little bit of consistency across onto Stormpoint as well, then Jailings are going to be a force to be reckoned with, and they certainly are going to be a team we have to keep looking out for and keep respecting, no matter what map it is. I don't want them to just be a World's Edge team, so they're going to have to prove to us on Stormpoint that they can do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question, and this will become a conversation that we talk about later on in the split as well, when we have more of those stats nailed down. Obviously, the new season has kind of thrown a lot of that out in the wind when we talk about Stormpoint specialists or people that are doing better on World's Edge. We don't have as much information as we would like, but right now what we are seeing is we're getting consistency out of teams like Fire Beavers, and we're getting adaptability out of teams like Jailings when it comes to being able to recover in a meta that is a little bit chaotic right now, that everyone is still trying to learn, figure out, nail down. And so in both situations, it is very promising for these teams. Now, I think that the next game is almost starting to get underway, which means, Gaskin, we can probably let you go and enjoy your break again.
Enjoy your Danish.
Hopefully you'll have it Danish this time, right? We should have done.
I reckon he will. Maybe. If I know anything about Dan Gaskin, that man loves his snacks. He'll have a Danish somewhere in the house in a cupboard, covered in dust that he'll be ready to dig out from a few years ago, and he'll still eat that thing. Trust me. Yeah, he'll still eat it.
It's as long as it's the right moment, then it will still be good for Dan. But like I said, the match, guys, it's back. It's ready to go. We are able to jump into our 5th match of the day, and I'm just gonna hope that we maybe do not have a repeat of that Crafter in Mill fight, because it was a lot.
I can't believe that you are not wishing chaos upon these teams once again. That was one of my favorite fights I've seen all season. It just shows the difference in personality that we have when it comes to casting this game at the moment. But it's going to be an interesting game. And obviously, this is the penultimate game as well. This is something to remember. You know, there's only one more game left for these teams after this. So this is one where they can really put themselves in a strong position to take away some points at the end of the day, or set themselves up maybe for a little bit of a disappointing finish where all of a sudden things start to become a bit desperate. And we know how in game 6 teams can start to play differently. They can start to get a little bit desperate for points, which makes them make a little bit more of a rash decision than maybe they would in game 4 or 5. So a lot to play for here for our teams. And now that we're back underway, hopefully we get a bit of a different zone as well, because if I see Gale Station once more, then I'm questioning things. Don't know what those things are, but I'm questioning them.
You know, we never will know whether or not you were correct there either. I think you were just a bit off.
You would say that. I'm always 100% correct. We never saw the beacon. Never mind. I'm going to go back and watch all the VODs and just claim that it was right. Anyway, let's see where this zone is going to be going.
Hopefully we get a little bit of a different one here, and we'll see what that does for all of our team's rotations, as everybody is now out of the dropship and going over to their landing spots. Once again, though, looking for those 50-50s. Seems like we might be okay down over in Fish Farms, but our Phoenix Legacy with Jailings right now? Or maybe not. We're going for the 50-50 here too? Okay, well, let's just start off hot. Why not?
Well, it's Keller Gaming who are going to be at a 50-50 here, and this is going to be an antennae, so a little bit of a scrap going down, and some unwelcome neighbors, I would imagine. And I wonder if that is a team who has left on PLY where they previously had contested and thought we could split the loot here and get out before we have any problems. Purple Shield for Missy's certainly going to make this a little bit more likely. They could make a little bit of a push off the back of it. Not going to hit with those R99 shots. The only problem for Keller Gaming here is the R99, as great as it is in these contests and great as it is at outputting damage, only 25 bullets to play with, so has to just resort to maybe dropping back for a little bit and waiting for some support from a teammate.
They left one 50-50 to end up with another one. This is not what they wanted to do. A little bit separated here as well, so the scans will at least be useful so they can decide how they want to regroup as a trio here. Deciding that they are just gonna full send on this. Why not? This is gonna be GG. Game. Yeah.
Looks like things are going to be leveled up a little bit, and I just merely very quickly need to say something. The L-Star, I mean, the great thing about the L-Star is the mag goes forever, and you can see it right now, but we got a Pathfinder in the lobby, everybody. Raise your arms in the air, shout to the heavens, Pathfinder's back.
Oh, you would be excited about the Pathfinder. Unfortunately, he's knocked right now. Kella still making a very aggressive push. These scans coming in very clutch, and the L-Star really saving this fight for them right now. Shield cracks coming out. It is all but done for Gaming Gladiators, and that's a huge win for Kella Gaming.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for GG as well, because they probably landed game number 1 on Storm Point and were like, okay, no one's contesting us, so we can split a little bit off our drop. And then maybe they were split off their drop that time. They were like, oh no, all of a sudden we have to try and kind of recruit ourselves together and get in a better position to fight. We can get picked off if we don't, and it just throws everything off if you have a team contesting you that wasn't in the first game that does in the second. But moving over to the wall here, this is where a lot of teams are going to be trying to reside, as we do see that zone information in the top left hand side of your screen. It looks like it could well be a wall zone, so that's why you're seeing teams start to coexist. Already 3 teams inside. You can see NM, you can see Maestro, you can see E6 all inside of the buildings, and E6 in my opinion in one of the stronger ones for that longer game.
All 3 of these teams going to be hanging out here for quite some time now if they've managed to predict this correctly. And you can see that they were trying to deal a little bit of poke damage. E6 going to need to at least evo up their shields here a little bit in some fashion if they want to put themselves in a better spot for late game. But right now, everyone's going to have to coexist unless we see something crazy. And since it's Storm Point and I don't really know what's happening today, there's a very real possibility for that.
I like the fact that we got this zone as well, though. I think it's going to be, I mean, we do have zone information as well, which would indicate the wall would be where we are going to be going. A lot of teams who don't have that beacon information might be thinking this could be a cascade zone, so we might see a few teams trying to rotate in late from the southern side, where there might be a bit of carnage going down around that zipline building, which usually is a bit of a crossroads for teams to get caught on rotation and all try and bottleneck their way through towards the wall. But for now, Nightmare Esports are just going to be trying to, like you say, level up those Evo shields. We're trying to just do a little bit of poke damage, but Horizon on the outside of things at the moment, a little bit isolated in this fight, and this is happening on the other side of the wall at the moment as they're trying to poke and prod and do a little bit of damage. But Danish are going to get the first knock here from the shots coming in from that Nemesis.
Danish potentially still on a high after their win on the first Storm Point match right now, looking to really kind of push Horizon off of this territory. All of these squads trying to rotate in and see if they can pick up some real estate for now, and this rotation has proven to be a little bit dangerous. To see more Horizon players going down in the kill feed right now, so Danish may have done a really good job of not only pushing them off but forcing them into an even worse position.
I'm also seeing a crypto drone in the background as well, just kind of flying over Danish. They have to be very, very aware of that. The EMP could come in and really cause some problems, especially if you're running Watson as well, just destroying those fences and causing some LOSs to become available that weren't available a few seconds ago. But for now, they look like they want to be the gatekeepers of all those teams that I mentioned rotating in from the south, so they can hold this high ground. They can rotate in through the tunnel late towards wall, and I kind of like this position from them, knowing that going into wall this early might be a bit risky with teams already beating them on the rotation in. So they're just trying to play on the outside of it, gatekeep teams that are moving in. There should be some KP available for them at points in this game.
Now checking in with Jaylings, who have themselves thoroughly Watsoned up right now. Also had lost Nags at some point, so now they're going to be playing as a 2 for the rest of the game. Like we mentioned earlier, though, Kashera really giving some serious props to Noises for just being an insane IGL today with the performance that we've seen out of Jaylings. All 3 players performing incredibly well. They are a little bit at a disadvantage now.
Yeah, they're at a disadvantage for now, but obviously if they've hit that armory themselves, they're going to be in a pretty good position where, as far as having ammunition, attachments, whatever it might be to work with. But any team who tries to push them is going to have a hard time doing it. They do still have Noises on the Seer as well, who's going to be able to get that exhibit down and get those wall hacks for the team trying to push. They might be able to just isolate a player. So with the zone pulling towards the wall, they will be kind of against the flow of traffic. They should have a little bit of a quieter time in the position they are in at the moment. It's going to be up to them to just try and survive, wait for some teams to fall before they make their next move.
So many of these teams with the Watson, these fences are coming in clutch right now for the spots that some of these squads are having to hold, giving themselves a little bit of safety around. As we're checking in with Ethernal right now, who are also using their fences to create some safe space, getting into that drone, seeing if they can maybe get some information on the teams that might be around them, or looking for a safe path to rotate through. And it seems like they may have found a way to extend those fences a little bit farther. Everyone's just going to be camping for right now.
Everybody wants that battery, and I think it's stuck in the That's what's going on right now. It's like, I really want to pick this battery up. However, it has been consumed by this generator, much like a Danish would be by Dan Gaskin. But look at where Fire Beavers are on the overhead, because it's always a good bit of fun to see what Fire Beavers are doing. At the moment, they are in zone. They're down on the southwestern side of things. They're kind of just passing towards where the mill is going to be, but this time there's no traffic for them or teams to try and run through. Alliance making a big play, though. The Valkyrie ultimate is going to be hit. They want to get into the wall here. They want to be very, very aggressive on this.
Finding themselves a nice spot as well that they could instantly get into. We'll have to see what they're able to do with that there. But now we're checking in with V2, who's got a team in their sights, instantly melting with that Nemesis, and going to continue to push in on and see if they can get that KP.
Should be able to clean this one up pretty comfortably. There's going to be 19 squads remaining, though. A couple of players still alive. This is a live look at the wall, though, like we mentioned, where we expect this end zone to be pulling towards. Maestro still inside of that building. E6 still there. NM still there as well. But Alliance are the latest team to join them. And you would have to say the healthiest looking team as well as far as the armors are concerned. They got a couple of purples. Effect, he's got purple as well, but he's going to have to pop a battery here to get back to full health.
All of these teams just playing the poke game right now with each other, now knowing that there's yet another team in the fray and trying to hold down their spot without having to worry about getting pushed too much right now. Nightmare Esports just trying to see what they can do as the zone will eventually continue to creep in, but they are right in the perfect edge spot for this, while everyone else is going to have to be keeping their eyes out, waiting for those teams to rotate in.
Enze up on the high ground as well. He knows that Alliance there. You can see the rampart walls have gone down as well. So that's probably going to give a good indication to Nightmare that that is Alliance, because I'm pretty sure that Alliance are the only team who are running rampart at the moment. The interesting thing here, though, is this zone is going to be safe, yes, for Nightmare Esports, but if this pulls away, now that from where they are at the moment, which you would expect it will ever so slightly at some point, then they have to leave from the high ground. They have to push across, and we know that Maestro are across from them, E6 are across from them, and there's going to be so much crossfire going down as well from the likes of Alliance. I kind of like the fact they're trying to move earlier rather than later, try and make a move now, as opposed to just wait until that zone closes when everyone's going to be focused on you.
You know, those rampart walls, we saw Alliance use them really effectively in Stormpoint last weekend as well, so they might be able to do something well even with that limited amount of playable area at their disposal. They've become very comfortable with their rampart here so far, as we can see. More teams moving in, starting to try and hold a position here. We've got Bitfix off on the side looking at Maestro. All of them on purples, potentially maybe trying to get a little bit of poke damage in here. We saw people inside. As soon as that door opened, all those Watson fences just waiting for someone to try and push in on them. We've got 2 ramparts, one on Bitfix as well.
I stand corrected. Well, Max is going to be running the rampart as well, and I tell you what, those walls fit absolutely perfectly down that little alley, so it's going to be a very, very tough push for anyone to try and make from that high ground down. They're going to be met with a barrage of bullets. Something to note as well is Alliance kind of picked up their game a little bit on that last one of World's Edge and the first one that we saw here on Stormpoint. And their first game day, they were averaging 4 points more per game on Stormpoint than they were on World's Edge. So Stormpoint has been the home ground of Alliance, so to speak. And you can see from the position they're in. And Hackers, in effect, already up to full red Evo armors. That shows that they're throwing out some damage as well.
I'm telling you, maybe the rampart was what Alliance needed, especially on this map. As you were saying, this is something they did. This is the map they did better on last week, and that's why I was saying those walls came in clutch for them last time around. But now we get to watch V2, who we saw rotating through, clearing out some solos, now finding themselves potentially creeping up on Aurora, if I'm not mistaken, but deciding they're going to go for that Valk rotate and start solidifying their spot in the zone.
Yeah, one good thing about the position they did it from is they had the tree for cover. We've seen so many teams, like Dan mentioned it, you know, the nerf that came into Valkyrie on that redeploy, just taking a little bit more time to get up in the air. When you've got a lobby full of 18 very, very good teams, it's not hard for them to really cause some damage. But speaking of causing damage, Aurora are getting caught off guard here. One player gets taken down. It's Cleve who falls, but V2 have got to stabilize here. You can see they've got to get some meds off. Joke's taking a little bit of damage himself. But Aurora, that's a tough one for them to take, as Ranches are going to go down as well. And at the moment, V2 are just running over Aurora.
And they turned mid-Valk ult to go for this fight, but are now potentially getting third-partied by KCP. After having made so much noise in this fight, they've taken a lot of damage. This could be an easy cleanup for KCP. They know exactly where V2 is.
It's really interesting, though, because KCP, Zane is very split from them at the moment. Zane is watching a different position, so KCP probably think that they can isolate this fight and get it done quickly. If they can't, they're smartly going to wrap back towards their teammate. I love this from KCP, right? We talked about this earlier. Do they get a little bit kill hungry? Do they feel overconfident sometimes in fights and take them where it's not the best decision for that longer game? That was definitely one of those situations. They had a poke, they had a prod, they thought, can we clean up some of this damage? As soon as they realized it was a bit too risky, they returned to their teammate and they play out the longer game.
Once again, an impressive display of learning from their mistakes back on World's Edge. I mean, that was, not only did they deal enough damage there, but really put V2 in a rough spot. They took back-to-back Bangalore ults, V2, in that engagement, and that had to have been a little bit stressful for them. But KCP is really playing for the long game right now, putting themselves in a good spot, and at least getting some more damage down for their shield. So they have got to feel good about that.
So another live look at the wall to see what's going on here. Maestro's still inside of the building. No surprise to see that. Fire Beavers, though, they don't mind not being inside. But Nine Impulse is going to have to get onto this Valkyrie ult. The smoke goes down, which allows them to get into the sky. But one of them already has broken shields. Taskmaster's shield's almost broken as well. And they're trying to get ahead of the traffic here, trying to overtake some of these teams with 28 seconds still remaining. They should be able to reset. The Phoenix kit is going to be popped, which should get OG Rain back up to full health. but they've only got 20 seconds until that zone starts to close behind them. And the difference here for Fire Beavers, yeah, they'll take a fight in zone 1, zone 2, maybe even zone 3, but zone 4, you don't have that chance just because those meds are just going to be kind of burnt away so quickly. And if you can't finish a fight within 10-15 seconds, then you are going to fall to danger to that zone.
Not to mention, if they had waited there, they had a little bit too much ground that they needed to cover, really, to get themselves into a safe spot, and then also worry about whoever's right on the edge, potentially gatekeeping them from making their way into the zone. So they don't want to have to add any extra pressure on themselves in order to find a safe space. As I say that, they are going into Jailings right in front of them, and this could potentially at least lead to a fight in the long run. They know each other's there, but they're not going to push that right now. You see Horizon out there on the outskirts as well. Fire Beavers shooting behind them to keep the rest of the teams rotating in off their backs. That's V2. They're finding themselves pinched between quite a few squads.
There's about 5 teams rotating in from the south towards where Jailings and Fire Beavers find themselves at the moment. So Taskmaster's just trying to pick them off. He's trying to third party everything, and Jailings will be like, that's cool, that's fine. If you kill everybody as a duo and we survive, that's going to be placement points maybe starting to come our way. They're hoping that Fire Beavers can do the damage, but damn, I love that from you. The Pathfinder zip, it's still viable, everybody. Maybe it won't be as they go down, but you know, it's making me happy, Lauren. It's getting the dopamine flowing.
Oh, well, we wanted even more legend versatility, and we're certainly getting that right now. But Kella Gaming, it doesn't work out in their favor. They do go down. Fire Beavers just on in a tear right now. Jailings still holding this down as a duo, keeping their eyes on everyone who's now rotating into their space. Fire Beavers, one of those teams. V2 also going down as we saw them kind of coming in on the back end. They're unable to make their way into any sort of safe real estate, and Jailings potentially now going to be having to fight off Fire Beavers.
My word, look at that zone pull, by the way. The zone has completely pulled away from the wall, and Fire Beavers find themselves inside of the zone. I think they realize as well that Jailings adjusted to the Seer gives them that information. They will make quick work of Jailings. Jailings eliminated. Fire Beavers pick up more KP. 13 squads remaining, but everybody has to go south now that was inside of the wall that we were talking about. That's Alliance, that's Nightmare, that's Maestro. E6 all have to leave, and they all have to move down to this position that Fire Beavers find themselves in.
It's pretty clutch for Fire Beavers being able to kind of push out Jailings there and at least hold that spot for a short time, but it's going to end up being so far out in the open, and lo and behold, it's Horizon who is one of those teams that is in the correct zone right now. We're watching BitFix, we're on with Pioneers, and a lot of these teams are going to have to fight each other to at least get a little bit of safe space. As we see Fire Beavers actually popping up in the kill feed as well. So there's so much chaos going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Beavers managed to get a knock, but then they also had one player knock themselves. So I think they'll be just slowing things down, trying to reset a little bit, as Pioneers have a wonderful position here up on this high ground to just do so much damage. Now Fire Beavers find themselves under some sort of duress. Taskmaster can't get the armor swap, and now it's all down to one last player on the Seer. Hits 99, but 99 is not enough, and it's SPS who come through and eliminate Fire Beavers from this strong position.
You know, I saw them on the map too. I wasn't sure if they were going to be wanting to go into that building to push out Fire Beavers, but they do a fantastic job of taking that over from them. Alliance now rotating away. All those squads that were trying to hold the area up at the wall, having to make massive rotations and find a little bit of safe space, and pretty late right now too, as Alliance is trying to do that. The walls are going down from the rampart, and they're instantly having to turn their focus above them.
They are indeed. They're trying to get those rampart walls down, but they got destroyed almost immediately. Hackett's picking up that kill on 0-0, though, is going to give them just a little bit of space. The team who was shooting down onto them is now going to get shot down onto them themselves. Passion are eliminated. Alliance starting to heat up, and it's the perfect time to jump into a listening with Alliance.
Yeah, southeast, yeah? Watching southeast, yeah?
It's sliding down here. Yo, shall we go there maybe? And take out God SWAT?
51 is there.
Hackies, this is pre, we should go.
Okay, we can go.
What team picking? They're crossing.
No,
40, cracked.
Leave. I'm taking high ground.
Yeah, we should go.
Coming. Can you watch me a little bit?
Yeah, we will.
I'm taking high ground. Okay, one close. Come in, back. Yeah, I'm nading in corner. Nading. Keep high ground, keep walling.
I'm walling.
Yeah, I'm queuing you.
Backs are clear.
Just here.
Backs are clear.
We have gold spot.
I'm walling.
Yo, I'm gonna...
Just hold.
I'll go to cell as well, I guess. I guess gonna walk.
Help effect.
I'm good. I'm just gonna keep holding so they don't swing.
Okay. I am popping the ult Axel. It's all you. We have god spot.
Yeah.
Keep looking right here.
I am. I got Digi, by the way. You got Digi effect?
No,
Yeah, I
no,
do.
I have PK, I have PK.
I do. But
I'm just holding north. I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo. so I'm
Okay,
holding
you
north.
hold off. You hold off. Me and Fel will hold this on the left.
I think. Can you guys close side? I'm gonna watch right side with repeater.
I was like, hey, 75. They're gonna move it. We can kill them. We can kill them when they move.
We need to
Yeah,
push
I'm
left,
rushing
right?
it.
You can hold left. You can hold left.
Yeah.
Effect
I'm
hold with
pressuring
me.
left.
Get the kill seal.
You don't have a shield, or do you?
I do.
Okay,
I'll
nice.
do all of those.
So if they smoke us off, we need to.
Go on.
You need to
They're
see both.
smoking us. We're okay.
Yeah, just let me know. They're walking in open. Back, go back.
I'm watching right. You can let us
You both
know.
watch right. You both watch right. You both watch
80
right.
on
You both
crypto.
watch right.
95
Cracked
on
him.
crypto.
You
What's
both
in
watch right
60?
side.
What's in cracked?
20 flash.
Wait,
One
left
fifty.
team is left. I don't see left team, guys. I don't know where they are. Oh, they're still.
We have height.
We're still there. All three there.
Yeah.
Where was someone?
I got her.
Nice, good shit.
68 purple.
It's the last two squads, by the way. Left and right. And there's a solo on the tree.
Yeah.
Solo is on the southwest tree on the big one.
Walk is going to rest. Walk is going to rest.
86 purple.
These guys.
Missing.
One sec.
They're resting.
1 second.
Fuck. They got agenda too
Wait,
now.
they
How
have
much
to be
ammo do you
first.
have?
We kill this right team. I have 76 energy. I need more energy, but
I don't have light.
Don't
we
have.
kill
Holding
this
left
team. They have to move first, by the way. We kill this team and take the 3v3. Kill this team and take the 3v3. I
Okay.
don't have ammo.
What do you need, Agus?
Energy.
Energy. I don't have it.
I don't have
I have
any.
7. I have 2 mags. I'll be fine. I'll just save it.
68 purple.
We just kill this team when they cross and then focus on the 3v3.
Okay. Both. How many guys on the right, Agus?
Full
Full
team.
team. Full team left. Full team right.
68.
Solo
I'm
is on the
on.
tree. Listen.
Okay.
Full team right here. Full team right here. And then solo on the tree.
I put in my ult hacks. Oh, you can. Yeah, nice.
I'm phoenixing. Get ready.
I'm
They have
just
to
watching- I'm
run.
watching
Get
this
ready.
team. I'm watching left
Get ready
team,
to shoot it. Yeah. You should shield. Yeah, I'll hold left, Yuki. Shield them.
Okay.
Shield them when they cross the road. When they cross the road. I'll hold left. I'm
Look
giving
at the
you
EMP, by the way. Look at the EMP. Look at the EMP.
break it if you can.
Gotta watch left. You gotta
No,
watch
we
left.
cannot, we
Can't.
cannot.
That's right beneath us.
98 on the left, guy.
Can I focus Crypto? Watson. Kill Watson.
I'm on the middle guy.
Crypto. Nice, last one.
We did down.
I'm gonna kill him. Stand top.
Okay.
He died.
I
Look left, look left now.
fuck left.
I'm looking left for you.
We need to kill left.
Use my shield. Use my
I'm
walls
going
and shit.
I'm going past it.
I stand too.
Nice.
I broke the shield.
Nice. Nading.
Got no eyes.
I have no ammo now. I'm not even too close.
No eyes.
Full huggies now.
Yeah, it's on me.
I did 100 to go on the right.
You take fake. Their solo's gonna fuck them soon. Play slow. The solo's gonna fuck. Use my knockdown. They're fighting. Swing
taking
left
height.
on my knockdown. Swing left on my knockdown.
I did 101. Okay, swinging left.
Yeah, you shield
Back
them.
one.
Slide
No
the face
shield.
and
No shield.
them. Okay.
No shield.
Just keep using my shield.
1 HP Watson. Wall Polk 1 HP.
Okay.
They're
Keep using
climbing.
me.
Behind
Let me
you.
use you. No!
Well, it's Pioneers who come out on top, but what a crazy listening that was, Lauren, in those final moments with Alliance. But KCP managed to pick up the win they have been desperate for in those final games.
Okay, that was fantastic. First of all, Alliance made a fantastic push at the right time to go from where they were originally trying to set up shop to where they were calling the God spot, right? And then between the Nemesis in the hands of Hackius and the Sheila on Yuki, they were decimating everyone around them. And when I wasn't sure if they knew about Phoenix, I wasn't sure if they knew the solo was there, and they were trying when they said that they were hoping the solo would do a lot of the work for them on KCP. I thought they had it in the bag, but KCP was unstoppable at the end. We got to bring Gaskin back in here to talk about that, because that was a crazy end game. I mean, what's going through your head right now?
I think they'll be disappointed they didn't win it. Personally, I think that they had the ability to do so and they had Pioneers pinned, but because there was one remaining member of Horizon left and they were constantly aware of that solo, it made the fight even more difficult to plan. The the plan they had was very sound, but the execution I think was a little bit off. But that's what happens sometimes in Apex Legends, because you've got to imagine you're not going up against your average Joes, right? You're going up against the pioneers who are going to have their own plan and they're going to be putting into effect as well. So I think we should be maybe not putting down Alliance, but giving more credit to pioneers and how they played that and how they positioned themselves in that final circle.
No, absolutely. That was phenomenal. And we talked about that earlier while we were doing the cast on set. We were talking about how they have, from one game to the next, instantly improved on their decision making, on their patience, and on their timing when it comes to the big pushes like that.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, take yourself back to that position where two players from Pioneers, I think it was Dell and Nasky, tried to overextend a little bit, see if they could pick up a third party, decided, hey, the time is gone now. Our timing is off on this. Let's go back to Zane. Let's reposition and let's think about playing from Command Center. And that's exactly what they did. And there's always moments in games that you're like, that was a brilliant decision when you come towards that end game. But I think one of the big influencing factors on that final fight was the...
When you're typing a fucking message and you think you're typing the right message, right, on the keyboard, and then you're not looking at where you're typing, and then you look over and then you see your fingers were right beside the letters that they needed to be in, and then I'm like, fuck.
The fact that Hackett just had no ammo in his Nemesis to really do damage from, and we could always talk about, do they have the right angles? Do they have ultimates? Do they have this? Sometimes you just need to be able to shoot your gun, and if you can't shoot one of your main guns, it just really does hamper you if you're trying to catch a team on the cross. 20 damage, whatever it might be to a player when your teammate's swinging can make all the difference. And if you can't do that, it really can hinder you. But it was a great end game, a great fight between the last two teams, and I think that KCP are going to be very, very happy and slightly relieved, I think, with a winning game number 5.
All right, well, we're talking about the final circle a lot. Let's take a look back at it, and this time from KCP's perspective, so we can see what happened.
This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see what KCP's plan was, because they were on the low ground, right? They were very aware that they were going to have to push upward and it was going to be a difficult fight to try and take. But let's look at ammo, let's look at resources, let's look at ultimates that are available for them. They've got plenty of abilities to be able to heal themselves back up, and they've got a lot of grenades to work with. That was the main key here for me, was the amount of grenades they were able to put down so they could just escape from that initial rock. And it was the damage that they put down onto Alliance as soon as they had escaped, maybe catching Alliance off guard with how quickly they had pushed out from those rocks. And I mean, Onset, you were kind of calling the action there. You saw how quickly Pioneers pushed out. I still think there was a chance in a 2 versus 3, and they almost pulled it off, did Alliance, but Pioneers, they banded together well. They made sure they got shield swaps. Yeah, now that we watch it from the Pioneers POV, it feels like Hackett's kind of just got caught a little bit separated from his two teammates. Yes, maybe he was trying to take a little bit of space, but I almost expected that first player that went down there to be the final solo player, and it wasn't. It was a member of Alliance, which just kind of opened the door. I mean, Hackett has a really tough decision to make in that position, just because he doesn't have the Nemesis anymore. I can't exactly remember what his secondary might have been. It might have been a Peacekeeper, but you can't influence a fight from any range if you don't have the gun to do it with. So I think the Pioneers were kind of presented with an opportunity, but once they were presented, they took it, and that's what turns into a mammoth game for them. 20 points overall, 8 kills as well as the 12 for coming first. That's what we expected to see from Pioneers today.
And that's something that they needed too, after where their points were overall for the day so far. So that's got to be something that's going to make Pioneers very, very happy, considering we only have one more game left on the day. But Eternal, SPS, 7 kills apiece for both of these squads teams. We haven't really had an opportunity to talk too much about yet, Dan, and it's Stormpoint. Yeah, the Stormpoint team's starting to come into the equation now. Just some teams that maybe just having a thrill out of the kind of insane action that happens. It's a little bit more all over the place. We don't necessarily get as much structure as we have in World's Edge, and some teams will thrive in those scenarios, and that seems to be what's happening here. On the other side, again, we're going to point out Aurora haven't really been able to find their footing in that particular game, weren't even able to get a kill, which is very unlike Aurora. They usually seem to be able to at least pick up KP, and Firebeaver's doing what Firebeavers always do. 7 KP still, but not quite finding the placement. Strong, aggressive performance from Firebeavers. Now we're just going to be waiting for them to look for that placement. Only one more game to do so, but let's see what these numbers did for the overall series results so far. Once again, J-Link still at top, but that gap has continued to shrink down just a little bit now, only 3 points above Fire Beavers. Even with the slightly lackluster placement points, it's all because of that KP that they've been getting on the board. Alliance putting themselves in a much stronger spot, and look at what happens to Pioneers after that 20-point game. They went from a team that we were concerned about heading into match number 5 to a team that is now just outside the cusp of the top 5. So like we're saying, one strong performance can completely shake up our standings, and there is one more opportunity for our teams to have that strong performance. Before we get into match number 6, though, we're going to be sending it to another short break, so don't go anywhere.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, and it is almost time for our final game of the day here in the ALGS EMEA Pro League. Dan, you're back alongside me for this one, and I mean, the standings are very, very interesting reading right now, because you can see how tight it is, not just between the top 2 teams, but I would argue between the top 15 teams at the moment. This final game of the day could make you have a very good day when it's all said or done, or a very disappointing day, depending on how you perform in this final game here.
Yeah, and you can see the wins have been all over the place. Everyone's been able to kind of put their eggs in one basket in some of these games. Horizon Union, J-Lings, Fire Beavers, Danish, Pioneers. Are we going to see a repeat winner? Because if we see a repeat winner, highly likely that that team could be on top of the pile, right? If they can have a lot of KP alongside it. So that's why I'm excited for this match number 6, because it has been blown wide open. It is not a guarantee for J-Lings. It is not a guarantee for Fire Beavers. Someone could swoop in and take all the marbles here in match number 6, and that means that those teams who are on top have to make sure they have a solid game here. They can't afford to be average now. You need to be focused.
Horizon Union is certainly a team that I'm keeping my eyes on here, Dan. They could be the underdog story of today. Coming into today, they were sat in 28th position overall. Yeah, they'd only played one game day, but still, to jump up the leaderboards and be involved in as many end games as they have been so far today on both maps, I think says a lot about the improvements that they've made between week 1 and week 2 as far as the game plan and execution is concerned. And they have a chance here of taking home not only very good points today, but maybe even a first place finish, as we're going to see a little bit of a contest maybe happening over here at War. And Maestro do not have the armors maybe to take this one right now.
And they're going up against a squad that just hasn't really decided on their composition today. They've been maybe going for a slightly more aggressive one because of the amount of contest they've had. Keller Gaming, we're seeing them on the Pathfinder yet again. Bangalore and Bloodhound coming into the equation. And it does help, right? In these early fights, if you've got some of these characters that can kind of zip you in and out, Pathfinder especially, makes a massive difference. The amount of times when I'm in an early fight against a Pathfinder, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can just capitalize on that damage so quickly. They're now just trying to swarm all over this building. Aurora, they've got armor checks on them as well. They know they've got the armor advantage. This would be a somewhat of a disappointing outcome if Keller do not win this contest here at the wall. Good shots going in. 70, another shield break, and it is going to be the first player to go down as Tax will fall here for Maestro. More damage being done on the outside. Juso has to be careful, though, as he has his shields broken as well, but there's no chance of a res here, so this could be a real opportunity here for Keller Gaming to pick up early KP.
Remember, this is 15th versus 18th in the leaderboards as well. These are two teams who need a big game if they're going to project themselves into the top half and try and pick up some points going forward. Keller Gaming on top, and Keller Gaming will win it as well. Maestro eliminated. So Keller Gaming, who are in now 17th, can start to climb their way up their ladder a little bit and say, okay, well, we've taken one team that's above us. Let's just use that as a little bit of a momentum shift. But the downside of playing a composition that is good for a team fight means that later on probably is not going to be good for necessarily rotations. You're going to have to be using those bang smokes to give you as much cover as possible. We already saw it in match number 5 on set. These guys, they really struggled to get across the map after they won the initial fight.
I mean, theoretically, you're completely correct. Emotionally, however, I would say there's no way that you can play a composition with Pathfinder in that can be wrong. But anyway, that's a conversation for another time. You are correct. KCP inside of this building at the moment, outside of the mill, and already in a pretty good position maybe for where they believe this end zone is going to be pulling. We have a look at our map overhead, and you can see maybe a possibility of a cascade zone. It might pull us slightly away from where that is at the moment. Not a lot of traffic around there, so maybe it is going to pull more towards some of those buildings just north of where KCP do find themselves, and it's going to be Phoenix Legacy. You're on the other side of this fight that's going down. Great shots coming in from Zane with their charge rifle once more. That break signals Nasky to go forward, but he's got to be careful here because the exchange of fire is going to take him down to about 5 HP.
So important he stays alive. We've already seen a couple of times today where Nasky has been the one to initiate that fight and then has gone down. You've got to hope that the team is there to clean up the damage if you are going to be full sending it like that. But the fact that he was staying alive now means they get the chance to reset, they re-armor up, and they can reassess how they want to approach this next situation. But looks like they're going to just stay calm here and wait and maybe have a little rethink about what they want to do. But it looks like there's going to be a crypto drone in the vicinity, having a little look-see to whether KCP were pushing up, but now they get the info that KCP are being patient, and they should be. You know, we just saw a huge game from KCP, which propelled them up the leaderboards. And realistically, a solid game here. KCP are still within a shout of taking maximum points here today.
Well, Phoenix Legacy, I mentioned how they were on the other side of that fight with KCP. Well, KCP are now at the mill, and they're involved in another fight. It seems like wherever they turn at the moment, there's someone there who wants to exchange a few bullets and have a little bit of a showdown. And at the moment, no real damage being done between the two teams, but the Seer ultimate going down is certainly going to maybe accelerate that process ever so slightly. They have an armor check. They have the players trapped at the moment. The question is, do they want to be aggressive on it? Do they want to try and push, or is this a position they're just going to try and wait for a pick to come their way?
That's like the third set of missiles I've seen today try and hit a door that's all walled up by a catalyst and missed. It seems like people just still not quite getting the trajectory right when it comes to using Valkyrie, which is surprising considering the amount of Valkyrie that is used. But one of those things that I think in the moment, you're just like, oh, please, are they going to hit? And then they don't. It's going to be Heroes that's below them. And when you are stuck in the mill, when you are a team that is down in the mill, you are at the whim of your opponent, right? You are going to be waiting for them to push you. It's near impossible to try and push the team that's above you because there's no escape route. There's no way for you to get out without being pushed unless you all send yourself out of different angles of the mill and try and climb up together. But then you're putting yourself at such a disadvantage because you can just get shredded as you climb. So you have to wait. You hope for maybe a third party, or you need a plan of escape.
Well, Heroes are going to survive, and it looks like KCP are going to wrap away from the mill at the moment. And I kind of like this play, to be honest with you. They might be able to just do a little bit of farming on the Prowlers just to get maybe some more meds, a little bit of ammunition, a few attachments, which is going to be important. But Nasky now has to turn his attention because Heroes have come back for a little poke at this, a little bit of an investigation on what might be going down.
This is what I'm saying. You're at the whim of your opponents. Pioneers decide they get off of the building, and that means it opens up to Heroes. But Pioneers will say, well, rather than be on top of them, let's just put ourselves outside of them, and then we can decide how we want to approach the fight, maybe when we give them a false sense of security here.
And Pioneers having to be forced in towards zone at the moment. Our Heroes going to be able to hold them out. This could be a little bit of a messy fight. It's only zone 1 going into zone 2, so it is a fight that doesn't have to be decided immediately. What's the med check going to look like for both of these teams? Heroes looking healthy, and Heroes trying to force their way in a zone as well. But it also looks like they've got a little bit of space to play with, so they should be okay for now. E6 though, they're involved in the fight themselves. A little bit of damage being done. This is away from the position that we found ourselves in by the mill. K20 trying to fire through the smoke with that digital threat, and Graceful trying to follow up on it. They get that first knock at the hands of Slayers. Now they get the second as well, and it's GG again, Dan. How many times have we mentioned GG today, and how many times do they just seem to be on the receiving end of a fight where they just don't seem to even be close to winning it?
Yeah, GG, who are in 18th, and with the likes of Heroes still alive, we could see GG drop down as far as 19th, 20th after match number 6 is complete. Very disappointing, considering, you know, some of the players on that roster, as here comes Bitfix Gaming now. E6 not allowed any sort of respite, and Bitfix taking full advantage.
Yeah, E6 putting so many resources into that fight. It lasted so long that when you're doing it in a prime position, there's always going to be a third party appearing. And speaking of third parties, here comes the fourth at the door on the roof, and Xeraph's trying to escape right now just to stay alive. It's Aurora who have managed to make a little bit of a cheeky climb up here through the window. Now have to escape and now has to retreat, but it looks like they've made that decision. The fight isn't there. They don't have the timing on this one to clean up the damage. Now they'll just take their position that they had previously and look for some entry damage before trying to make a move.
I'd never seen death boxes stacked so perfectly to make a little barrier entry to the doorway. Look at it. Oh, it's just wonderful. It adds to the walls as well from the rampart. Just means that Bitfix have got a little fortress here in the base. And Aurora said, you know what? We don't fancy it. It seems like they have been able to reset. They've got too many resources to make sure they get back and healthy. And Bitfix win the third-party engagements, and now they can hold on and they can start to think about the rest of the game. So Aurora will be looking at that one, maybe a little bit frustrated they didn't get there sooner. But at the same time, at least they were able to get out. How many times have we seen that where teams will just overcommit to a third party, not get out, and then be punished because of it?
Yeah, just almost like overcommitting at some points. There's always got to be the escape button being hit at some point. And in that occasion, Aurora chose the right button to press in that situation. DigiThreat's going to be pinged. DigiThreat's certainly going to be picked up by these teams at the moment. Jailing's there over at checkpoint at the moment, and he's going to be finishing just south of where they find themselves at the moment. So controlling this high ground for the long game is certainly going to be put them in a very, very good position. However, with teams also stacked up inside of checkpoint with them, they've got to be very, very careful. Noises only with the white armor to play with at the moment, and this deep into the game is somewhat surprising to see.
Just to give you a lay of the land, Jailings are only 3 points ahead of Fire Beavers right now. They are 9 points ahead of Alliance, so they have a little bit more of a buffer there. But if Jailings were to fall in these early stages, before they get to top 10, for example, it really opens it up to the likes of Fire Beavers, Alliance. Even Horizon could suddenly sweep on in and take first place. So Jailings need to have a solid game. They need to play it safe, get to the latter stages so they get solid placement points, and then you'd imagine the kills should come naturally. But at the same time, if they see a fight, if they see KP that's available for them, as long as it's not too big a risk, sometimes it can be worth taking those fights, because the resources you gain from them, as well as the KP, can be well worth it, and maybe sometimes the position you gain from it could be well worth it as well.
Well, speaking of the lay of the land of the map overhead, here is where your teams find themselves at the moment. Alliance kind of creeping their way in from the eastern side of the zone. E6, K20 is the last one alive, so E6 did at least manage to get out of there, although it looks like, unfortunately, as we see on the left-hand side of our screen, not for too long, as E6 will be unfortunately cursed by me once more and fall to their death. 17 squads still remaining, but a lot of teams still at the southern side of things. And the interesting thing for me here, Dan, is Fire Beavers found themselves in this position in the previous game where they were rotating in from the south, and all of a sudden the zone pulled towards them. Now, checkpoint zone is a little bit more predictable. Down to the southern side of checkpoint, on the northern side of that mountainous range you can see in the middle of the circle, Fire Beavers are going to have to fight their way through a choke here, so their macro is going to have to be on point as to how they want to approach this and what fights they can take.
And also, because Fire Beavers, you know, only a few points away from winning, and also will want to be holding on to at least minimum second place at the same time, they won't want to take too many risks. They're going to want to be pretty cautious about their approach of things, but sometimes risks are everything in Apex Legends, and they can be the difference maker. That's why we always talk about, when we look at these squads, the difference and the biggest teams will be those who take the risks when their backs are against the wall. Fire Beavers are going to get a survey beacon, so they are going to get information as to where all the other players are on the map. Remember, this isn't ring information anymore. This is just about how the lay of the land, essentially. It can give you essentially ring information because you can see where everyone is in the lobby, and you can see the places where they situate themselves. You can see the places that might be available. But remember, it's a temporary scan. Teams can move. It's not like you get given a live update.
Enemy spotted near me.
One thing it can do for a team like Fire Beavers, though, is show where an isolated fight could be taken.
Yeah.
And Fire Beavers looking like they're trying to find one of those fights right now, trying to block off the team to their left with that Bangalore ultimate, trying to see if any damage ticks come in so that they can swing on it. And it looks like 9 Impulse is kind of trying to decide if he wants to go with his team or try and hit the flank himself. And Fire Beavers decide to play together instead. Jumping up on this God Rock, trying to see if they can focus out this team. In the kill feed, though, you can see that Bitfix Gaming do get the knock onto Hackers from Alliance. So Alliance involved in a little bit of a scrap. But now Fire Beavers trying to put the pressure on. And no surprise to see 9 Impulse once again at the tip of that spear.
We know that Fire Beavers do like to be aggressive, and they've already done the initial damage to say, let's go, let's make sure we follow up with this damage, and then now it should just be inevitable. It will be Dynasty absolutely obliterated there. As soon as the nades hit, Fire Beavers were full sending it, had the smokes to work with. Digis, I'm sure, to make sure that they can see through them as well. As Alliance, you spoke about them on set, and they get eliminated. And I was saying, Alliance were in 3rd place. They still had a shot at taking first today. They could fall down the leaderboards quite considerably with an elimination in 16th.
So tight on the leaderboards, like you mentioned. That could be a very disappointing end to the day for Alliance after 3 good games in a row. All of a sudden, the lobby can completely change those leaderboards, like you say. But I want to go back to Fire Beavers as well, because Fire Beavers now completely cleared the southern side of the zone. They do have one team which is going to be to their east, which they might have to deal with. But the zone has gone where we believed it would, just south of Checkpoint, towards those kind of bubble buildings, where we saw a couple of fights go down a little bit earlier on. Eternal on the edge of zone as well. 20 seconds until they have to move, and they're going to have to move to the north as well. But here's Jaylings once more. Finally managed to get a little bit of damage done, and those armors up, but they don't have a great position to fight from here. They have to play these head glitches, and it's going to be all up to doing some early initial damage, or Nax just ripping through Vushi as he tries to swing down. 130 on the cross is certainly going to turn a fight in your favor.
Such an important fight for Jaylings as well, especially as we saw Fire Beavers get those kills. Fire Beavers would have tied them up at the top of the leaderboards, but now with Jaylings winning this engagement, winning this fight against SPS, Jaylings return to top of the table. No other team in the area to 3rd party here, it doesn't seem. I know there's a few charge rifles from a distance, but Jaylings should be able to get back up. They should be able to reset, and it's about where they go next, because there's a lot of teams that are already in those areas and the buildings that are going to be somewhat safe. So Jaylings, they have to say, okay, well, if we know there's a lot of teams that are in safe places at the moment, what are the areas where we can actually take? Where are the rocks that we can use to try and position ourselves behind? They're probably going to wait at the moment for the next circle information before they make any real moves, though.
Really, really important fight, that. And when you make a change to a team, when you make an addition to a team, what do you want? You want impact. And Nax just gave them that in that fight. That spray on the cross just completely turned that fight in their favor. For Nightmare Esports, they find themselves in a little bit of a nightmare situation. Limek, oh no, he's crashed. He's burned. It is one of the ugliest crashes you ever see, but a little bit like the same with car crashes. Sometimes you just can't not look when you're seeing something so horrifying happening. That was not pretty, to say the least.
Is this Apex or F1 Esports at this point? I can't really tell, but Nightmare... It is going to be a nightmare finish for them. 13 squads now remaining, and it was just like free KP, free loot arriving for the likes of Eternal here. But Eternal have still got a lot to do from their position, it must be said, Mark. They've got to go from south to north. They've got a big old mountain in their way, and if they try and go west here, there's already teams that are blocking them off. So it's kind of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't here for Eternal. It doesn't seem like there's a comfortable rotation, but Bitfix do get eliminated on their little move trying to go through this mountain area as well.
Do you have the Valkyrie? I wonder if they've got the ultimate available to just take to the skies and maybe thread the needle a little bit to find somewhere to play. 11 squads remaining means there is going to be space. Taskmaster's found a rock, and apart from that, he hasn't got too much to work with. But look at 9 Impulse. The man just walks in straight lines and just burrs everything that's in his way. He is destroying teams at the moment, almost single-handedly, backed up by his 2 teammates. This is one of the standout performances I've seen from a player so far, and it's 9 Impulse, not Taskmaster or OJ Rain that's doing it this time. Taskmaster is on fire.
And that puts Fire Beavers into first place as well. So then attention goes back to Jaylings. What do they do in response? But of course, sometimes when you get into these situations, it is going to be about 2 teams just desperately trying to stay alive, not going for kills. Doesn't seem that's the way. V2, though, they've seen another team below them, but they're going to be a little bit careful about this one.
The Mozambique, that's going to do a little bit of work, especially if he's got those hammer points on, certainly shredding away at some shields. The third all going to be swinging right, swinging left, and trying to do what they can.
Oh
V2 are eliminated. And once again, that's the RE45 at its best. just take shields off almost immediately, but are they going to have time to hit the Valkyrie ult? That's the question.
Well, this could be important as well over here. Fire Beavers and KCP. Fire Beavers are still on their warpath, but does this warpath come to an end anytime soon? If they were to be eliminated and they weren't to get the placement points, this would be huge for the likes of J-Lings, and it's Pioneers who are on the other side of things. Remember, Pioneers still within a shout of big points here today.
Nasky wants to swing on this as well. He wants to finish this off, but also knows there's other teams in the vicinity that aren't going to make that easy for him. He's kind of hoping, I think, that other teams in the area are going to see that down. They're going to see that player falling, and they're going to be able to finish off the damage, but they haven't. And Fire Beavers now become dangerous again. Down on that low ground, they get the barrage off. They're going to be able to reset, and Fire Beavers now with the zone closing, they have somewhere to play. They have the LOSs denied, and now they're looking for KP as well.
Well, but the Pioneers say we're not just going to allow people to be underneath us and play the Goblin under our bridge, but they do get the damage. Eternal also getting eliminated, but somehow Fire Beavers are still holding off all the squads. Unreal, the survivability we're seeing right now.
Now they're going to send it on to the Pioneers inside as well. Can they reset? That's the real question. 9 Impulse is going to be able to get a shield cell off, but Norwich has blown his own door off. That could be a problem, and now Pioneers fly through. Fire Beavers get the first knock though. 9 Impulse is still alive somehow. It's all happening in the smoke, the flames and the fire, and it looks like somehow or other Fire Beavers will survive, and Fire Beavers are going to come out on top. Pioneers eliminated, and Fire Beavers take their chance.
Danish, though, they're in the area as well, and they'll be taking fights against Aurora. Aurora eliminated. Aurora, it doesn't matter because they are gone. 5 squads now remain. Most importantly, though, 1 is Fire Beavers, 1 is J-Lings, but Fire Beavers have the head start because of the amount of KP they've been picking up on set. It has been unreal, the warpath that they've been on, but still, the victory could be everything. The difference between getting those 12 points or finishing in a top 3, for example, and only getting the 7 could be enough to still project J-Lings into first place.
This has been the Fire Beavers bulldozer. It's a very difficult phrase to say, but that's the only thing I can compare it to at the moment. J-Lings, though, still in this game, and it's looking like it's going to come down between a shootout between J-Lings and Fire Beavers to who is going to take home first place at the end of today's play. We've only got 5 squads remaining, and that shows how close it could be between these two teams. But J-Lings have a great position up on this high ground and getting great damage with that wingman as well from JMW.
I mean, it confirms that we're just talking about 2 teams when it comes to winning today, but of course there are other points still up for grabs for the other squads that are still remaining here. No one's going to catch Fire Beavers or J-Lings. It's impossible now at this point, even if they were to kill the rest of the lobby and come first. But for Fire Beavers, look at the position they find themselves in. They're checking all the angles at the moment because they are so vulnerable. If a team spots them, they would get deleted, but now the climb begins. The ascend to try and join everyone on a level playing field, but they do get spotted.
He gets spotted, but they're able to smoke and should be able to play underneath it. However, Frix is looking down on this. And as the zone closes, has the chance for Fire Beavers gone here? Are they going to be able to survive long enough maybe to find a corner to hit a Valkyrie ult? But it's such a risky play at this point. If Frix looks over as they hit the ult and they don't have that line of sight denied, then Fire Beavers just fall out of the skies, and that will be the end of their game. But for now, they still survive. And I didn't know that Beavers could climb quite this efficiently, but they're trying to make it work.
Yeah, they built a dam down there, but as you say, they've got to escape from said dam, and Taskmaster does have the ult. And the real question for me is, do they go for that crazy play?
It has to be the play. I don't see anywhere else they're going to get out of this position. Frix, though, with Nax looking from J-Lings to take as much space as possible, might have just put himself in a bad position, manages to get that battle. And look at Fire Beavers immediately see that opportunity to pounce and push onto this team. 9 Impulse is there, but again, has to fall down.
This could be massive. If the Fire Beavers were to be wiped out here, that would open up for J-Lings to take first place. Fire Beavers have a 5-point lead right now, but the difference between finishing top 5 and, of course, finishing in one of those top 2 positions is such a huge placement point difference, and that's all J-Lings would need at the moment. J-Lings don't need the kills right now. If, however, though, Fire Beavers are to escape this and get into the top 3, that's when J-Lings would need to be getting the kills.
They're going to hit the ult. They get the smoke down. That covers the line of sight. Can they get in the skies, though, without taking too much damage? Taskmaster's getting shredded. Everybody focuses onto Fire Beavers, and J-Lings now might be able to steal this one away. Fire Beavers eliminated, and J-Lings are playing this one perfectly.
J-Lings now just 1 point behind Fire Beavers, so they just need 2 KP or an extra position via placement, and they will be your winners here in match day 3 for EMEA. And now all hell is breaking loose on Storm Point. Young Hong Kong has gone so low. J-Lings are being threatened by the likes of Horizon, though, from the other side, but they've got so much room to work with. The fences are down. They've got got the rocks to play as well. They just need 1 or 2 extra points. 2 to secure it, 1 to tie it.
The two teams in the northern side of this, they have to leave. They probably will die, but no, the wall goes down, and this could cause Jailings all sorts of problems because that team might try and aim through it to take Jailings out of this position. Noises does some good damage, but JMW has gone down, and all of a sudden now Noises, he's got to work with his teammate Nags to survive, to thrive in this position and try and put his team into first position at the end of the day.
They just need 1 placement or a couple of kills. 1 player remaining. It's Nags, and he does it! And Jailings will get the kills they need. Jailings will take first place today. It doesn't matter if they win this game. They did what they had to do, but it's Horizon who should come through to take this game. It's just a matter of cleanup crew as they get the final kill. Horizon take the game-winning play on this map, but it's Jailings who do the job when it comes to this match day.
An absolutely crazy end to a wonderful day of Apex action here in EMEA, and I mean, you couldn't ask to write it any better, could you? You really couldn't. It's Jailings who managed to hold off Fire Beavers, who are on an absolute tear through that lobby trying to wrestle first place away. But also the team that wins that game is Horizon Union, who have been the outstanding team of today as well, coming out of nowhere, to be honest with you, with their consistent performance. But Jailings just about get it done, even though it was looking very, very shaky in those final moments, Lauren.
I mean, they're teams that we've had in the discussion all day. We wanted to see some consistency, especially out of Jailings, and they delivered that in spades. I mean, the fact that they were able to also overtake a performance like Fire Beavers, specifically because of that consistency after how strong we've seen Fire Beavers be. And to be fair, they still matched their incredible performance from day one. I mean, today was insanity.
Today's what we wanted to see, though. I think the thing that impressed me most about today is, yes, we had our, we'll call them, tier 1 teams in the Pro League that seem to always be up there in and around those first, second place teams. They had some good days, but there was also, it felt like more consistency coming through from the rest of the pack. They were starting to challenge them a little bit more. They were starting to really ask questions, and it wasn't just a case of people running through the lobby, unless you're Fire Beavers, because they are just built different. But like, it's very interesting to see how all of a sudden the standards seem to be lifted a little bit. And I don't know if that's whether people are just starting to understand the meta game a little bit more. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable with this group, whatever it might be. But it was a competitive day right until the final fight. And I think that's what I love to see from this region.
I think we were definitely wondering what changes would have been made from last weekend to this weekend after they kind of got a lay of the land. We even heard Kashera talking about it in the interview. You don't really know how everything's going to play out, regardless of what happens in scrims, until it's game day. So that first weekend was a huge trial run for every single team that played, Gaskin.
It was, yeah. I think that we're seeing clear differences from last weekend to this weekend in people's confidence in certain compositions, confidence in predicting how zones are going to be and how rotations are going to play. And also, it changes week by week anyway with which teams you're going up against. This is the first time we've seen these two teams play against each other as well. And clearly, you've got the likes of Fire Beavers who are confident to take any sort of fight. They did kind of work themselves into a really tough spot in that final game, whereas Jailings went for a more let's say, careful approach in their game, and in the end, they were rewarded for it. And that can often happen. It's very rare that the aggressive team gets rewarded, especially in a meta like this, but Fire Beavers were very entertaining, let's say that.
Hopefully that's what they will deliver for the rest of the split too, because I think it will continue to kind of keep the rest of the teams on their toes and really shake things up. But we also need to give a little bit of love to Horizon, because even if they weren't necessarily doing super well like in the game in match number 5, they were still in that top 3 as the solo, making sure they're getting the placement points in games where they don't have the KP, and that consistency is going to be huge for them as well.
Oh, 100%. And for Keller Gaming, they took 3 different contests against 3 different teams, I think it was, on Storm Point, and they won 2 of them. So I'm keeping my eyes to the sky if I've got a POI and I see them in my lobby, because you never know when they're going to turn up and do some damage. But again, let's talk about pivotal moments in this game. A couple of them went down towards the end game. KCP get that knock onto Fire Beavers, but can't capitalize on it because of the teams alive in the area. The reset that then came in from Fire Beavers, it cost them. And you could see that KCP knew that having got that knock, they had to finish it, because they probably had an idea that Fire Beavers, with the way that they were pushing, was that team underneath them. Because they can get the finish, Fire Beavers come back, wipe KCP, take those KP away, and all of a sudden the win that we saw in the previous game means less and can really affect them, because it's, just KCP kind of been a bit up and down today in their points that they've managed to accrue. But Fire Beavers, I mean, I don't know how many KP they ended up with at the end of this game, but it was pretty nuts from them.
I mean, if we're talking about clutches, then this fight from Jailing's Gasket, I mean, the health on JMW somehow doesn't go down, and they end up resetting after this and putting themselves in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I said that they had a more careful approach, but it didn't mean they weren't going through their own adversities, right? They were really struggling to try and stay alive at times because other teams were pushing them. But on the flip side, Fire Beavers were doing things like this. They were just full inting onto teams. It seemed like they had a game plan, and it was to just be all-out aggression. And it worked for them in terms of getting the KP, but did not work out in trying to beat Jailings to the punch to try and get that first place. This was the fight that I thought was everything for Fire Beavers. Such a hard fight to navigate with the amount of smokes that are being down. Of course, the Digi threat's so important in these situations. Pioneers a little bit frustrated, I'd imagine, with the big old push that came through. And it was the fact that Fire Beavers got that position and then held that position until they eventually met their demise because of this situation where they got shot out of the sky, they couldn't escape, and they finished in, what, 6th place.
It was so unfortunate. They tried to see if they could pull that one out, but unfortunately, everybody who knew they were there was just kind of waiting for it to happen. And then this is Wellings. And I mean, huge clutch from Nags there to at least be able to get the points that you had been talking about, to make sure that they put themselves in that top spot at the end of the day. But in the end, it is Horizon Union who just waits just long enough to push in and capitalize on that and close the day out with a 15-point win. Not really high in the kills department, but making sure that they get the points when it counts. And then, of course, moving down between Jailings and Fire Beavers, that's where most of that KP went.
It did indeed, but look at the fact that we got 4 teams who got 15 points. You know, that shows how close it's been today in B versus C. Horizon Union, though, a well-deserved win, I think, at the end of the day for them. I think they've been really, really good at stepping up and really pushing those teams who are kind of the more established teams, like I mentioned. Danish as well, with a 2nd place finish, very, very solid for them. But, I mean, Jailings, I think between Jailings, Fire Beavers, and Horizon Union, they've been the most consistent teams today, playing kind of a variety, of play styles, and all of them being effective in the lobby.
I mean, phenomenal performance. Even the 8 kills out of Eternal there as we check out the 2nd page here, but a lot of those points were kind of sponged up to the top half of this. You know, we've mentioned it a few times now, a little bit concerned about the likes of E6 and some of these teams that we've seen consistently at the bottom here today, but hopefully they'll be able to bounce back in future ALGS Pro League days. Now, let's take a look at the series results and see what this did for everybody. If your math was correct here, Gaskin.
Of course it was. You know, you can never doubt the math, but you know, 15 points each. Jailings went into this game 3 points ahead. They matched Fire Beavers. They wouldn't have been able to see the kill feed like we did, of course, and they would have had no idea the tear that Fire Beavers were on, but Jailings, they held to their game plan. They just made sure they were playing for zone. They picked up some kills on the way, but you said it yourself, like the importance of those final knocks and actually finishing those kills and getting into 3rd place was massive for Jailings. It was the difference between 1st or 2nd. Those 25 points you get for 1st place overall is going to do you wonders with your chances of getting to playoffs.
Well, speaking of those 25 points for 1st place, let's take a look at the season standings where all of our teams from all of our groups are now standing. And Fire Beavers overtaking Vex, who was someone we talked about at the beginning of the day. They had set themselves up well, but now that Fire Beavers has 2 play days under their belt, they are looking unstoppable.
Got 102 kills.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. Like, I don't know what else to say about that. That's ridiculous. Like, 2 days they've played. That's an average of 50 kills per game day. I mean, that's good maths for me, by the way. It's actually 51. Yeah, divide that by, let's say, like 8 or 9 kills per game. That's insane. Like, that is actually insane from Fire Beavers. No surprise to see them at the top of the standings. They are frying people at the moment.
And then, of course, Pioneers jumping themselves up a little bit. Alliance making some moves up the board as well. And specifically, Jailings, a massive improvement from their performance here alone, which just goes to show how much you can do with one solid day of play. As we see where the rest of these teams are shaking out here, Gaskin, where we're going to be looking to see a little bit more from in the upcoming days.
Still want to see a little bit more from Aurora, but they've shown me enough to say that they can still have a good week to put themselves in contention.
Fucking, I wanna, damn, Jailings won. Okay, Fire Beavers, okay, that's more like it.
playing for zone. They picked up
Oh my god, Hardecki's team went 18th place.
some kills on the way, but
I was to say, but that's ridiculous.
Good fucking Christ. Look at Fire Beaver's kills compared to everyone else. Like, what the fuck? Wow.
2 days they've played. That's an average of 50 kills per. Like that is
A little bit
bit more from Aurora, but they've shown me enough to say that they can still have a good week to put themselves in contention to get up there.
looking to see a performance here alone, which just goes to show how much you can out here, Gaskin.
Oh my god. Hardecki's team isn't even in top 20. Oh my god, 22. God damn, dude. They might not even fucking make it, bro. Oh my god.
Out here today, but we'll take a look at our season standings here so far. Like we mentioned earlier, FaZe up on top with 39 points, followed by Meat Lovers, Team Divergent. This is what I was talking about.
We're getting into some NA week 2, day 3.
Lots of surprises, and
And
not
remember,
in a bad way. We're seeing the level of competition really being elevated
week
for
2,
NA.
day 4
it's certainly going to be an interesting season.
is coming on today.
The change in meta has certainly affected some teams more than others. Some teams are thriving, FaZe being one of those. And I've got to say, I'm very impressed with what FaZe have done so far. I think they've made the most of the POI that they have, and they're making their way in some really good position in endgame. And Snipedown is on a revenge tour. I think people kind of forgot about him. He started to become old man Snipedown. Let me tell you, that man's still got some gas in the tank, and he's proven it so far.
I mean, not only that, but we look down at the bottom, and once again, some surprises down here. For me, Gaskin, I don't know about you, but I was a little bit surprised by Luminosity's performance.
Yeah, especially when you consider how incredible Luminosity were on Stormpoint in the first split. Like, they were one of the best, if not the best, teams on Stormpoint when it comes to the amount of points they were able to get, but potentially because of the contests that are happening, Luminosity may be struggling a little bit, and that seems to be a pattern that is emerging across all the regions at the moment. Is the teams that are having to fight for their POI are really struggling to pick up those points. This can benefit you in the long run if you can fight so hard for it that when you get to LAN, it is your POI, but at the moment, Luminosity, they need to find points somewhere.
But of course, don't forget that some of these teams still haven't played their second play day, so that is going to be today for Group B. That means we're going to be watching Groups B versus C here, and there's a couple teams that are kind of scary in this matchup on set. I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, one team we haven't even mentioned yet is BBB, and they are kind of chaos is the best way to put it, but in a very, very good way. Chaotic, much a great name for a team that kind of thrives on chaos, right? Zach Mazer, we all know about Zach Mazer. I've got a lot of respect for Zach. I think his IGL calls are ballsy. I think he's very aggressive. He likes to put these team in positions where they can take fights and make the most of what their best play style is, which is being aggressive. Sometimes it doesn't go wrong. Sometimes it can look a little bit silly, but they certainly put themselves in good spots to do some big damage, and I think BBB is certainly going to be one to watch today.
Definitely lots for us to be talking about here. So many strong teams in these two groups that it was going to be hard for us to choose, but we had to do it because it's time for us to talk about which teams we wanted to be keeping our eyes on here today. And Onset, we'll start with you.
Starting with me again. All right, okay. I didn't realize I was going first, but that's all good. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Optic Gaming is who I'm going to be looking at today, Lauren, and everyone at home. And the reason is I was really impressed with what they did in their first match day. It doesn't maybe show in the leaderboards, but if you look at placements, you look into the stats a little bit deeper, you start to see a bit of a pattern emerging. And you know, Duplex, we love you. Unfortunately had to step down from this roster. They made that team change. They brought in the new IGL, of course, in Dropped, and he put them in some really good spots. You know, they ended up with 5th, 6th, 7th. 15th was a bit of an anomaly, then 2nd and 4th. Now the KP didn't quite come alongside that, but if you're putting yourself into great positions, your IGL is putting you into end games, then that can only improve with a few better decisions in those final moments. So I think the Optic are in a really, really good spot right now. It's a really encouraging first week, and I can see this being the resurgence of Optic Gaming.
Well, I mean, Optic Gaming, as you say, changes, but maybe it could be the resurgence. Another team I want to watch is Drug Free. I mean, what an interesting week they had, or an interesting day one they had, should I say. They won back-to-back games. They dropped 47 points on World's Edge, and it was looking like they were going to dominate this match day. It looked like they were going to dominate and take first place. But then Stormpoint came around, and suddenly Drug Free only picked up 1 point across 3 of the maps, and they were left scratching their heads as what's gone wrong. What is so different from World's Edge to Stormpoint? If they can find the same form that we've been seeing on World's Edge and transfer that somehow, whether it's just how comfortable they are on their Legends or when they're picking their fights and how they play the zone, then they can be a team that finds so much success and should be able to pick up points elsewhere where they weren't. And it was looking good when they finished. As you can see from the tweets, Impulse was saying, you know, 47 points, but then 1 point on Stormpoint, a little bit of a lull. And then things started to get a little bit interesting on the Twitters. He said, well, no more Pro League for me. I guess I got dropped. And I was left thinking, what on earth has happened? How can you finish 4th on the Pro League day and get dropped at the same time, especially when I thought Impulse had the Pro League position? But then it all started to kick off. Suddenly Impulse is back on the team. They talked things out. They decided they can be a squad and they will stick together. And my big question to you, Lauren, is how does this affect the squad? Is this going to change their approach? Are they going to still have that chemistry?
I guess we're gonna have to wait in here today to see what happens. I do love that our teams are always keeping things spicy and interesting for us, but of course, for me, I want to talk about Xset. I know that I mentioned it earlier when we were doing that little bit of a recap, but Xset was just so dang impressive during their very first play day. I mean, in my opinion, this team is the best team in their group right now. Their consistency was insane, and that is one of the marks of a championship team, even when it comes to talking about playoffs. And I actually got a chance to talk to Nocturnal a little bit about that. And while we're still waiting to see if he's going to be allowed to pull out that Wraith, which I really hope we get to see today, he did say that anything that isn't a Horizon meta is their comfort zone. So they feel really, really great right now. He thinks that they are easily locked in for LAN. And honestly, I don't disagree with that statement at all. If they play even remotely like they did, it's a sure thing. But if you didn't hear us talking about any of the teams that you want to focus on, or if you want to focus on multiple POVs, well, our award-winning multi-view is back for Split 2 of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page if you're watching right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can always watch ALGS your way. Multi-view, make sure you are always checking that out. It is one of the coolest things about this broadcast, that you guys have all of that power in your own hands. But it's time for us to obviously remind you all of what the map rotation is going to be. Starting off the day, the first 3 maps will be World's Edge, and of course the last 3 will be Stormpoint. Not changing up anything here, but the one thing that will be very interesting, like we mentioned earlier in the EMEA region, this is the first combination of the last combination of groups we haven't seen. It's the first time they're playing each other between B and C, and there are lots of teams right now in this matchup that function really well with high KP games, snowballing really well. I'm looking at Dizzy, I'm looking at NRG, so I think that it could get a little interesting.
It's going to be a fun day. I mean, the wonderful thing about this split of Pro League is nobody was really sure what to expect, especially after the first couple of days. We didn't really learn too much. It felt like everyone was still finding their feet, are still trying to work things out. Yes, we've had another week of scrims, but with all due respect, we know how scrims are. No one plays in scrims like they do in ALGS, so you kind of get that little bit of false hope, maybe a little bit too much hope, and all of a sudden things change when you get into the big stage here of Pro League. So I want to see if things have a little bit like EMEA started to calm down, if teams are feeling more confident on compositions, if they know what their rotates are going to be, if they've done the research on the group, and if we are going to see some teams put up some more consistent results. Because I think it's we're in a very interesting spot in the Pro League right now where there is still that real unpredictability factor about what could happen at the end of the day.
Well, I am excited to see what NA has to bring to the table today, because our first match is just about ready to get underway. So that means Onset, Gaskin, let's kick things off.
Thank you very much, Lauren. It's time for us to get into some North America action, Dan. And you've changed your jumper to a beautiful baby blue. Oh, that is lovely. Any decision to that? Do you throw some dinner down your other one? What happened? Tell us the story.
EMEA was sweaty, let's put it that way, all right? So I just felt like I needed to refresh myself a little bit, get ready for North America, and then sweat some more, I imagine, because these games are going to be equally as contested. They're going to be equally as crazy. I've already looked at the drop spots. I know there are teams who are going to be dropping next to each other on some of these maps, so this is going to be so tough for some of these squads who are going to have to fight tooth and nail in those early battles to then try and rotate afterwards.
I think it's interesting as well that there's a group who have only played one play day in this lobby, which are kind of, I almost feel like it's an advantage because you get to watch 2 days of action as well. You only play in one, you get to pick apart a little bit what some of the other teams are doing, a little bit more time to discuss theory craft about how you want to approach things, and we're going to have to see if all of that does pay off for the teams who have only had one match day so far. But the only way for us to find out, of course, your wonderful people who are watching at home and around the globe, is of course to play a little bit of Apex Legends. So map number 1, you can see is going to be World's Edge. We're ready for game number 1 as well. And Dan, I know you've got your eye on those contests.
Yeah, I have. There's a few areas where there could be. It depends whether people are going to be changing their mind after maybe those drop spots were kind of made aware and made public. These guys all talk in Discords, but you can already see there is shots going down over towards Countdown initially. So that's going to be the first contest that we're going to be talking about, and still potentially ones on the southern side of the map, depending on where people choose. Lava Siphon could be. No, Digger going to keep going. So, okay, everything else seems to separate itself. It's just going to be over towards Countdown where there was a few shots that were being fired.
Well, the team that I kind of talked about a little bit in the build-up for today is Optic Gaming. I mentioned their consistency with the new IGL, and I think when you add a new player in, if it's a fragger, it doesn't really affect your team's composition too much. But when it's the IGL, it's kind of a refresh on how we want to approach the game. They have their own ideas, and Dropped has got them into some great positions. I mentioned some of their placements from that first game day that they had, and outside of the 15th, it's like the meme is like, yes, 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 not you. 5th, 6th, 7th, 15th, 2nd, and 4th. I mean, 5 out of the 6 games that they played, Dan, 7th is their worst finish. If you're getting into those positions, that shows that Dropped is really doing a great job of his macro and navigating through to those end games.
Yeah, I think that macro is going to be a buzzword, I think, for the next few weeks, just because it has been such a big change for a lot of these teams and IGLs with the big changes in the meta and just how everything is developed, because people are trying new things, because there now are legends that are coming into the fray that perhaps weren't previously a part of things that you had to worry about. But we can see the circle there heading ever so slightly southwest, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a heavy southwest pull. Instead, the areas like Staging, Climatizer is likely where we're going to be finishing.
Could be an interesting zone for sure. We'll have to see if we get a little bit of beacon information as well to give us a little bit more zone info. NRG at the moment, they're playing the Loba. You can see the Loba ult is down as well, but they've got to be careful because there's a team rotating from Mirage Artois, and I was also interested to see if NRG might be a little bit cheeky and try and claim both of those POIs, but it looks like they're smart enough to realize that's a little bit out of their way for now. But Luminosity on our screens, they're over at Big Mord, and they've got something to prove, I feel, this week, Dan.
Yeah, I was worried because, I mean, Optic and Luminosity were heading towards Lava City, and I was just hoping that they were going to be nice enough that one takes Lava City, one takes Big Mord, rather than there being just initial scrap. But they are now very aware of one another. They knew this was going to be happening, and it's about, do you try and take this fight early so that you can own the southeast side of the map before you rotate, or do you try and rotate together, almost, like mirroring one another side by side, and just assume that you will greet each other a little bit later on, just wave goodbye for now?
It looks like Luminosity kind of a little bit of poke, a little bit of a prod at the moment to Optic Gaming, but CLG are being more than prodded at. You can see that Nano is having to retreat to his 2 teammates here. Shiny, welcome back, by the way, to the Apex Legends Global Series. Great to see you back on a strong lineup of Counter Logic Gaming. But for the zone, NRG smiling right now, Dan. They are right in the middle of staging. They don't have to move from their POI. They're going to be in a great position for the long game. The question is, will it pull towards staging or landslide as we get a little bit deeper into this game? And the problem with that for teams who choose one side is that it can do a big shift to the other side of the mountainous area. So you've got some decisions to make.
Yeah, this is a horrible circle, really, because you do have to commit either side. And as you said, a big old mountain that is only really split by one chokehold, which is the vault area, and you know full well if you're going through there and there's already teams on the other side, it's very rare you are going to escape it, and if you do escape it, you're probably not going to be very healthy. Dark Zero, who had an amazing day one, it must be said, with the victories that they found and the domination on both Storm Point and World's Edge. They looked like they were trying to have a little peek at CLG, but it looks like CLG weren't really having any of it, quite rightly so. I will say as well, we did see AJC eliminated right at the start of the game. They were the ones who were contesting CCE over towards Countdown when we mentioned. We didn't quite catch the fight, but it was a very quick one that AJC lost.
Dark Zero for now, just going to be down in the little fenced-off area, just by Mirage Artois, making a rotation now, maybe thinking about the zip line. Probably need to scout that out for a little bit longer before all of you decide to make that transition, and make that transition they do indeed.
That's how it goes, though, boys. That's how it goes, though. You never know who's going to win.
Then they're going to take a little bit of damage from the bridge.
Shocky should be okay, though. He just has to catch up with the rest of the team, and Yeah, there you go. You need sometimes to use that Dark Veil just to make the rotation. We often see teams holding on to those abilities for a little bit too long and then being punished for it. It's all well and good holding on to it for the perfect moment, but if you then die, well, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to use it when you're in the death screen and you are just waiting for map number 2. But CLG being patient, they have the caustic available to them as well. We saw a lot of different compositions when it came to EMEA earlier, and it looks like we're seeing a lot of experimentation here in North America as well. We've got a caustic, we have a Gibraltar, we have a Loba, we've got 2 Horizons, 2 Wraiths, 2 Watsons, 2 Bangs. Everyone's trying a little bit of something different.
Yeah, I kind of like it, to be honest with you. A little bit of diversity. Sometimes we were talking about, you know, players feeling that maybe they're a little bit trapped with the class system on who they can play because they do need access to those beacons and ring consoles. You know, it's kind of a comfort pick versus an information pick a lot of the time. And good to see Caustic obviously introducing himself a little bit. He's going to be able to do a little bit of business here and hold down this truck for sure. But Tripods making their way downtown, not to get too musical before we get too far into this game with 19 squads still remaining, but Harvester is going to be where they rotate from, towards where this zone is going to be pulling. So they're going to have to force their way in, but it's been a tough rotate from Overlook for them.
Harvester should be safe for now, and a lot of the teams... the weird thing about Harvester I found is if you're holding the center of it, you're so vulnerable from several different angles that I'm just never comfortable, and it is something you really have to play your space, and whether that's using Catalyst to block off some of those doorways to just give you that extra little bit of comfort level, or just being very aware of your surroundings, as long as you've got a game plan and an exit strategy, then I think it's fine.
You can see the Gent is kind of scouting at the moment and managed to work out a way for Tripods to navigate this position. They're going to take the position down in the Snake instead. Nick Merck's going to do a good job to rotate and kind of deny the line of sight from the team up on the high ground. All of Tripods now in zone, healthy in zone as well, and able to overtake that team that was inside of Harvester. So a nice little call coming in. However, now all of a sudden it's a little bit more uncomfortable as there's a charge rifle Chad who's on the map at the moment. He's looking to singe a few beard hairs.
I got my sights on a ring console.
Why beard hairs?
I know.
Seems...
I thought Nick Merck's and I thought of the beard. You know,
okay,
a little bit of stubble going on.
I'm with you now. I'm with you now.
Man's got
Makes
that
a lot of sense.
thick stubble as well.
Also have to be very accurate to singe your beard hair, it will be said. Would still hurt. Very hot, I imagine. Or charge rifles. Anyway, Dark Zero are going to be under the bridge, and perhaps perhaps Dark Zero are going to look to play here, as I still have my mind on charge rifles, because we do see sometimes end circles end towards this bridge area. We've seen some very exciting ones, actually. I think most notably TSM won a circle here that ended towards these bridges. But Dark Zero for now is just about surviving, and they know there are other teams that are very aware of their current position. They've just got to make sure they don't give away kind of too much shields to other teams and don't have to use too many resources by taking damage themselves.
Zero's just kind of playing away from his 2 teammates a little bit here on the Valkyries. Obviously, she can use the jets to get back up if a little bit of damage is done. So smart to have that player doing the scouting, seeing if there's any damage that can be output by his team, any targets that are kind of caught in a position where they might be able to third party, put some damage down and pick up a few free KP. But there is that charge rifle again, this time coming from inside of the zone, I believe, instead of a little bit further away. Optic now, we're going to take our attention over to launch site, as that's where they find themselves right now, just crafting out a few med kits. And with this being a tough rotate for them all the way from Lava City, doesn't surprise me to see them taking their time here and thinking about just crafting, getting med kits, kind of walking things in and letting the lobby sort itself out before they try and find a space to push themselves into.
Yeah, space being the key word, because the majority of the lobby now is within the next circle. I can only count about 4 teams that are outside of it. So this is going to be a tough one for Optic Gaming, and I'm very curious as to where they try and place themselves. This Valkyrie ultimate is not going to take them to the circle. We know that, and they know that. They can only go a little bit further than Tree. They are flying towards another team. Okay, finally they get that info, and now this is a big decision. Do you try and fight it? No, you've just got to go under the tunnel and stay safe.
We'll be safe for now. By the way, Skittle Cake has evolved into Skittle Cake, just so everybody knows. So this could be his final form, which is a terrifying prospect for everybody else in the lobby. But CLG still holding down that truck, still holding down the bridge. DZ will be holding the bottom of the bridge. And outside of that, 100 Thieves trying to make their rotation as well from the northern side of all of this going on right now. Almir and Vaxlon doing a little bit of scouting. Scurry's kind of holding things down for them, making sure that nobody's going to peek over from the Hot Springs area. But 100 Thieves right on the edge of zone at the moment, Dan, and been a bit up and down for them, I would say, in the last 6 months. 100 Thieves, you know, Land didn't have the performance they wanted. Maybe this is their opportunity to answer back in this split.
Yeah, I think that answering back is a big thing for a lot of these teams who didn't make, you know, the areas where they expected to. There's a lot of expectations that are put on shoulders from not just organizations, but from yourselves as well, right? Where you look at what you've been able to achieve previously as a team, and when you don't quite meet those expectations, you come back with a vengeance, and it does give people that passion that sometimes you need a little kick up the backside from here and now, and maybe that's going to be enough here for 100 Thieves to really push them on in this split.
They're currently controlling quite a lot of space on this side of the zone. I'm very interested to see where the next ring pull is going to be, because that's going to give us a lot of information. On the map overhead at the moment, we can tell you there's a lot of teams at the north side of things around Landslide at the moment where 100 Thieves find themselves. It looks like the teams who are over at staging might have to make a little bit of a move, which is going to be very uncomfortable for them to do so. But as that zone starts to close, the information is going to be shared between numerous teams at the moment. The reinforced door is going to be just giving enough line of sight to poke through for the moment, and Team Inters maybe looking to live up to their name in a few seconds time as they will try and push forward and maybe take out this team in the middle of Harvester.
Once you've got that info, I mean, it certainly could be a decision they make, but there's just so many teams around at the moment. It's such a big risk. You don't really want to be the first squad to initiate a fight, but Team Inters, I guess, as you say, by name, by nature, if anyone's going to do it, it seems like it would be more apparent that they are. As you can see, circle's closing, still a couple of teams outside of that, Optic being the ones who have to traverse the map a little bit more than others, but this is where the circle pool gets interesting. Okay.
CLG are in a good spot.
CLG are, everyone else is not.
So we're going to finish up on those tracks then. Very, very interesting. DZ in a very good spot as well, though. You have to say, playing under that bridge, they will be in that zone. But all the teams who are at Landslide, all the teams that are staging, was comfy for now, but you've just been evicted. You're going to have to move and try and find a way in towards that zone. And this is a very, very unforgiving zone. You have that high ground area that's been held down by CLG. That's going to be fiercely contested. The good thing for them is they've got the caustic, so they can really hold down that truck and try and disturb any teams that try and push onto them. For teams that are in the surrounding area, I wonder now, just seeing that zone pool, if the play call is going to be okay. This is going to be a tough placement game. It's time for to look to some KP.
Oh, Dropping Gaming using the Wombo combo. It's the Seer plus the Catalyst, and they're able to shred with the wall hacks, but they haven't got a knock just yet.
Missile Swarm's going to go in as well, just to try and keep those players low. Stompy's going to throw a couple of grenades down, but oh, some shots coming in from a distance as well, and that's what happens when the lobby gets very, very busy, and it's Drug Free who are on the other side of this at the moment. Impulse trying to do what he can. Sorcerer has fallen already, but the Peacekeeper at close range, it hits hard, it hits true, but you've got to make sure you connect, and that one isn't going to connect, and now Impulse is left on his own.
Remember, Drug Free went back-to-back in day one when they played, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening because there's far too many shields for Dropping Gaming here. This would have to be a miraculous finish to this fight if they were going to survive, which they will not. Drug Free go down in 19th position. So all those tweets that we were talking about, all the controversy that was happening with the changes, is it starting to take effect? We'll have to see as the day goes on.
I like how you like a little bit of a drama alert update now.
I do, yeah. That's kind of my thing now. I kind of live for these. I just want the drama, all right? I want to find what these players. I want to see what they eat, how they live, how they breathe.
That's not drama. Joking. That's diet.
Oh yeah, diet. Yeah, okay.
Both start with D, but very different. Anyway. Back to Tripods inside a Harvester and having to fight their way out at the moment. You can see that zone pool's not been great for them, but Jen's going to get a little bit of flesh damage. But there's a team above them as well. There's multiple teams in the vicinity, which is why Tripods find it so difficult to push out and capitalize on that damage. But some good shots coming in on the high ground. Jen does get that first knock onto LG. This fight has gone on for quite some time here, and we'll be able to jump into a listening now with Tripods to see how it falls out.
Popping a med.
Might be a good time to back off, boys. I don't know.
We can back off from out here.
All right,
go out left, go on mini, go out left.
Yep.
Come on, take my pathing.
Yep. Get in the ravine.
Yep. No, we need to. All right, go in the ring, go ravine.
Oh.
Slide off.
Keep working up. There's people in front. We need to fight this. We need to kill this.
Shoot. 45, 90.
Crack one.
41 below.
Use the right pocket.
They're all back. We got this, boys.
I got him. They're dead. Just get in. Play in.
You're in here. Use my pocket.
Down.
Up here. They're up there. Deep.
Look in front. He's the shot in front. Crack, Gibby. Watson's the 42.
Play low key.
We need to pressure this. I know. We need to pressure this. When our wall goes down, we're gonna be fucked. They're bottom.
I'm nailing it.
Need to pop med. They're above us. I'm popping them in. You're safe in my corner.
Knock.
They might shoot our horizon if they throw it on us. I have no bats.
Just talk.
Dropping bats. I have a knock right here on the Gibby.
Robert, just give me to him. Give me thirst.
I have a knock on the Gibby right here in the corner.
We'll take
there's
cells or
guys
no?
there. Play slow.
Any OT cells?
No.
Back on
Okay,
me,
okay.
maybe. Get back to me if you need.
Alright.
Back up a little bit.
I got my kill.
50 on my wall. Nice. Just play low key. Okay, play low key now. Play low key. Play low key. Just show. Don't show.
Oh, we're not wall.
Alright.
No, I don't have a wall.
Shoot this guy.
Block that.
Where was he shooting from?
Like far away to charge.
Second story.
Alright.
How's he just?
I'm gonna hold. 80 on him. I'm gonna pop bat.
I'm healing.
I see you, dude. I look there above too. I'm at 85 on my wall. I think I'll have it for this rotate, but.
It's a good thing I believe in second chances.
You see it pop like a bat or something, or a med.
They're on the right. Don.
At 94.
Yeah, they're on the right. We have to shoot right, G.
All right.
You want me to zero out?
They naded
I
us.
don't think we can. I don't think there's no point. Put in the wall.
Just go, G.
I'm
Just
shooting
run
my
left.
wall, yeah.
You're good. They're not looking over.
No. I'm at dotted zone.
Fuck, man. Good try.
Well, it'll be tripods falling out. The listening, of course, supplied by our wonderful friends over at WD Black. But it was a tough spot to find themselves in there, Dan, and they just couldn't make anything work. They were being held out by NRG so successfully.
Yeah, this is what happens when you've got this many teams that are within the circle. If you are arriving late, everyone's going to be seeing you. Dropping Gaming now making their way in. CCC get eliminated, but Dropping Gaming actually will find somewhere to play. This is the difference. If you can do the damage, if you can find your way in, you might be healthy enough to actually take a fight.
NRG in a fight as well. LG trying to push up. Is NRG trying to take the pieces that have fallen their way? But at the moment, it's not looking good for them. NRG will be eliminated from the lobby, and Luminosity, they will hold strong. And Optic also fell on their rotation. A few teams have fallen. Some of the bigger names that we were talking about. 11 squads now remaining. Still a huge amount of squads alive here, Dan. But LG, we talked about how they needed a performance today. We talked about how their day one was not something they'll be too happy with. Well, one of the most consistent teams that we had from Split 1. This is looking like a good first game for them. And no surprise to see once again Exit finding their way towards an endgame.
Yeah, talk about consistent teams. You talk about macro. Exit are definitely one of the teams we have to mention. 100 Thieves looking to try and finish off Glitch Energy, and they will do so. Scurry's still down, but they've managed to get at least the crates to work with here so they can get him back up before the 35 seconds pass, and they're going to have to move in. Down to our 10 squads then. So 1 placement point turns into 2 placement points for all of these squads, so they've done at least that. They've got the bare minimum, I would say, is what you want to try and search for when it comes to placement. But Exit, Mark, they are slap bang in the middle of this circle, which isn't always a good thing because you are going to at least been spotted out by several other teams. But with the amount of damage they're doing, the amount of presence they have right now, it's so tough for any other squad to even look at them.
I mean, Fun said, give me your purple shield. I'll get a red myself in a few seconds time. He's threading the needle through that truck with a charge rifle, really doing big damage, forcing LG, I believe it is, to have to make a play. The Catalyst Wall's going to go down. That doesn't stop Fun whatsoever, but now the Zero is going to be forced. You can see Nocturnal took a huge amount of damage, which means they now will not have that available for quite some time. But what it does do is it gives them a little bit of a defensive base to play with. No one can push Exit without them knowing, but here come 100 Thieves. They just arrive on the doorstep right behind Exit.
Yeah, are they going to wipe their feet would be the biggest question, because it's one of those scenarios where a lot of teams would have seen them coming on in, and it looks like they've got away with it right now. Dropping Gaming get eliminated. LG have also lost one as well. Exit have to slightly back off, but Exit planned for this. They knew they had the wall to play with, and they just backed themselves in, but there's someone above them.
Managed to find a corner to deny the LOS. Fun's going to have the time to pop the battery here, and Exit will be healthy, but they have to be so aware of 100 Thieves. So aware. But look at the kill feed. All of a sudden, LG are doing the work for them. Survival, the name of the game here for Exit, because Luminosity have gone down, but they did so much damage, which has allowed Exit now to survive on this side of zone. Will they hit a Valkyrie? What's the next play here to try and involve themselves on this game? They smoke off the line of sight above. They're going to throw the bang ult down as well, and it looks like Exit maybe want to take the fight down on this low ground.
Well, Exit just using every little little lip of cover they can, and now trying to take the space just so they can get out of dodge of Furia that are above them. And remember, there's still 7 squads. Even though we're only really seeing 3 at the moment, there is still 4 more straggling squads somewhere that are making a difference and are going to definitely influence this last circle. Dark Zero being one of them. They had this bridge a long time ago, Mark, but now they have to move away from it.
Yeah, now what's the play? That's the question. Is it going to be a Valcolt? Can they find somewhere to Valcolt from? That's the real question here. But there's going to be a couple of teams down on the low ground. They have to switch their attention now, and it's going to be Jembert who flies in, does a decent amount of damage, should be able to get the knock, but Sharky and Zero, they're getting fried themselves, and all of a sudden, Dark Zero, got to be careful. Rise will go down. Sharky has fallen, though, but with the clearing of this side of the map, Dark Zero will be able to survive, will be able to stick this res, and will be able to survive towards this endgame.
Just about as well before the circle starts to tickle their backsides. Sharky's going to get back up. Exit is still holding the middle. 100 Thieves are back up to a full 3, and 100 Thieves are going to make this very difficult for Dark Zero. They're going to have the angles on them, but this is where you have to split your attentions in a way where you have decision making down to a T. The IGL needs to know who you're focusing on, why you're focusing on them, and who is the priority to take down first.
We can see in the kill feed that Vaxxlon managed to re-knock Zero with an Arc Star, just throwing it around that corner, which means that DZ are now down to a 2. They've got to force their way around this corner somehow. I'm not sure what the play is, to be honest, from Dark Zero. Xset still alive as well. Nocturnal taking a big chunk of damage once more. But you get the feeling that this is going to be a fight that's influenced by either 100 Thieves or Xset. It looks like on the high ground, all these teams at some point will have to drop. Pandas is going to go up high as well. Fun decides now it's time to go, and Xset want to take this fight now to 100 Thieves. If they win this one, a real opportunity for them to close out game number 1. CLG gone, Nox just gone as well. 100 Thieves holding their ground, though. It's all up to Sykes.
Yeah, Sykes has got a lot to do, but from above, there's still damage being done by the likes of Furia. So 100 Thieves have lost 1. At least Scurry can get back up with a bat, but needs help. Omnu now, the last remaining player. Xset are able to do their job, but Dark Zero get eliminated whilst we're seeing damage done from these high ground positions. It's all about Furia right now.
It's all about Furia. It's all about the KP, and it's all about the return of his Watson dropping into this crate to clean up the final bit of damage, and Furia will re-announce themselves to the Pro League in North America with a huge win in game number 1.
Well, we wanted to see, can Furia show us what they're made of? Can they show that they can get it done still in this meta? And I think they've proved that here in match number 1 already. An incredible amount of KP, and that final circle was played to perfection. They didn't just jump on any of the other teams that were up top. They were well aware that the 2 teams that were down below them, if one of them had won that fight and been healthy, they would have been a real threat to winning that game. So Furia kept their eyes on it, made sure they focused, hoped that everything would play out as it was meant to above them, and then they were just able to clean up the pieces.
Great performance from Furia. We'll bring Glitter back in to talk about that game, because we were saying Furia, not a good first match day for them, but a perfect start here for their second one.
I mean, we saw this happen in EMEA as well. Some of the teams that we called out for struggling in opening weekend just bouncing back with an absolute fury. So, Ansa, you can go take a break for now. Gaskin, I'm going to bring you back in with me so we can talk about everything that we just saw from that first match. I mean, we talked about DZ potentially being a team that can snowball, and they just had a really strong first game. We talked about the consistency out of Xset, and we see Xset coming through with a very high finish. Some good and some surprises.
Yeah, I think that when you look at North America and you look at who's had success and had consistency so far, there's expectations of which teams are going to be in those final circles. And maybe Furia wasn't one of those based off how they've performed so far and maybe some of the struggles they've had, but demonstrating that when they do get to those final circles, right, they are going to be a team that knows how to play them. They've been there time and time again, like everyone should be scared of, because the amount of damage output that they are capable of, the consistency of the shots they put down, they are unbelievable to watch when they're in some of these engagements.
Especially when we combine that with a much more patient play style that we just saw there in the end zone, waiting everybody out from the high ground and able to close that one out. But we're going to run back through the highlights from this game, because specifically Drug Free going out way earlier than we would have liked.
Way earlier. I think considering how well Drug Free performed in match day 1, where they had back-to-back wins, it worries me a little bit for them. They took a 3v3 engagement that was isolated as well, and I would have expected Drug Free to win that one, but it just didn't quite go their way. As we look back at some of the highlights, the likes of Tripods, for example, they struggled to get into the zone because there were so many teams who had already rotated early as well. This was a very early rotating circle. A lot of teams had an idea of where it was going to be, but when we saw the split happen between landslide and between staging, it suddenly meant everyone had a desperate attempt to try and get into the middle, and teams like Xset, like 100 Thieves, who were able to find one of these central spots, they were picking up KP because of it.
Just shooting people's toes underneath that truck. Fun was just decimating with the charge rifle. DZ did a fantastic job of holding their position under the bridge here, but Xset, at one point, they got dropped on by 100 Thieves and backed off so smartly, able to hold a little bit of the corner and kind of let everybody reset. I think LG was coming in trying to help, kind of helping a little bit with that situation, but the battle that went on below between these two was kind of epic.
It was epic indeed, but I credited Furia for it before. They kept an eye on it. They made sure they were splitting the difference, watching what was happening kind of behind them, but also having one player just overlooking what was going on down below. And because they were able to pick up that damage, look at the amount of kills they got. Glitter, 11 kills, a 23-point game. This is Furia at their very best.
I mean, not surprising to see a team like Fury able to put that many kills up on the board, but it is nice to see a little bit of a return. I mean, to be fair, Dark Zero as well, 11 kills for them. They didn't necessarily have those placement points, but they did a great job of keeping everybody off of their spot for a very long time and end up with a 16-point game. Considering where everybody else above them is, that is not too shabby. Xset really playing for those placement points. And as we move down, you know what? I'm gonna take the 5 kills from Luminosity because we did call them out a little bit at the beginning of today.
Yeah, I think that they'll be happy enough that they were able to have an okay start. You, on average, if you can get, 7-8 points each game, you're gonna be pretty happy across the board. And as long as that is your consistency, it's when you start to get the 0-point games, the 2-point games, where you start to scratch your head a bit and say, okay, well, now we need a big game. And I mean, we've got, what, 2 teams there? They've got 11 kills. Dark Zero and Fury are both farming. Xset with an incredible zonal position as well. We know that Xset's macro seems to be on point at the moment, but credit where credit's due. 100 Thieves, they arrived late. They found a position. They fought for their position, and boy, did they fight well. Very impressed with what I've seen from a lot of these teams.
And as we take a look at the second page here and see where the rest of our teams shook out, like we said, we already kind of touched on Drug Free, but also, I'm gonna say it, a little bit surprised with the NRG, especially when we talk about the fact that that was a zone that was theirs, right? That was something that they should have been able to be comfortable with.
What's gone wrong, they will be assessing it for sure, because it's just one of those situations where a circle is coming towards you and you are quite central. You expect a little bit more, but you've got to look at the loot situation. Perhaps they weren't comfortable with the guns, maybe the loot wasn't quite right, and that can really influence how the rest of the game is going to go.
I'm not worried. They're a team that's very capable of bouncing back, but that's the first match of the day for NA in the books. We're going to be sending it to a short break, and when we return, we'll be jumping straight into match 2, so don't go anywhere. My VLC went...
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of Split 2 for the ALGS NA region. Match number 1's in the books, and match number 2 is already getting underway. So we are going to be jumping straight into it. Although, Gaskin, I gotta say, I loved that tweet that we saw from Nocturnal pop up during the break.
Yeah, I think that, you know, social media is both a blessing and a curse at some times, but just being able to see these players and their live reactions is one of the best things about it. But as you say, already into the game, already get circle information. Are we going to see OG and LG take a fight? No. Does CCE have their contest at Countdown? No. Okay, so it seems like everyone is learning that contests are bad, and that's always good. They've learned far faster, it would seem, than EMEA did a little bit earlier on. And circle-wise, it's not too dissimilar. It is somewhat an western zone, excuse me. Perhaps we could go towards Lava Fisher, could end up in staging. We really need that zone 2 info.
Maybe a little bit of a redemption opportunity for some of our teams that were on the western side of the map and maybe didn't exactly have the game play out the way that they had wanted to. But as we take a look at that zone, we'll see that a couple of these teams are going to be quite comfortable, specifically NRG, who's already started to make a little bit of a move over towards Mirage Etoile.
Yeah, the move from NRG is the biggest tell for me before we even saw the dotted line of the next zone where it's going to be. Because they had the console, because they had the ring information, NRG's move here would suggest we're probably finishing at Mirage Etoile. And you can see GE also making their way down. This is one of my favorite end circles to watch, especially now the Mirage Voyage is there, because it adds a little extra layer to this final circle. Before, it was a little bit of a slum. There was only a couple of buildings. There wasn't much areas to play, but now you've got so much more variety with the high ground as well. If it does end there, which is what some players are predicting, then it could be very exciting. Or it could shift a little bit further south. We'll have to wait and see.
As we could see there before we switched on with Fury, though, lots of teams already trying to make sure they hold down some real estate in the area. CLG had moved on in. Obviously, BBB will have a very close rotation to that as well. But Furia all the way up at Climatizer, hanging out here. Obviously, though, winning game number 1. We talked about them a lot. A little bit of a return to glory here?
Maybe. I'd like to see a return to glory. I'd like to see Furia show us what they're made of. Because when Furia were at the best, they looked almost unstoppable. It was only for, you know, the trials and tribulations of other teams and maybe their zone performances that really shut Furia down. But similarly to what we've seen in EMEA with how good Fire Beavers have been, Furia were that team, right? Furia were the team that used to run through lobbies. They would decimate anyone that was in their path. And if they can find that same form, then the rest of the lobby should be terrified indeed. And I really hope they find that same form.
Which I guess then does tie into the conversation that you already started very early on about match point format. Even if they are super aggressive and can clean up that KP, are they able to close out the win? Was the more conservative play at the end of game 1 potentially indicative of maybe a slight shift in that direction?
I think so. I think that you have to learn about what the meta is doing, and perhaps they have looked and assessed at what's been going wrong for them, and now they are knowing that they just need to know when to switch up a little bit, when to change the pace of play. And I've said that about a few teams historically throughout ALGS. They might be an excellent killing team, an excellent slaying team, but they just need to find that extra little oomph so they can also play it slow in those final circles. If you can combine the two, you suddenly become the perfect team. Speaking of perfect teams, can Optic Gaming maybe find themselves as a perfect squad? They are hunting down a team right now.
Looks like they're trying to get some early KP on the board here. As you can see, Dropped has some enemies in his sights. People deciding to jump inside though and get some cells off, give themselves a full amount of health before they make this push, but unfortunately they might not have that luxury. Lots of back and forth here. A little bit of a game of ring around the rosy, and they're going to try and clean this one up fast because now they are playing inside the storm.
Nasura's gone down, as has Impulse, and this is bad news indeed when you lose 2 that quickly. Optic Gaming maybe sensed there was a little bit of weakness. Sorcerer is going to be the last remaining player and should escape, and at least maybe there is going to be the opportunity for Drug Free to get back into things. But remember, Drug Free, a team who had that impressive start to day 1, they had all the drama on the social medias, and now they're struggling in games 1 and 2 here in match day 3.
Hopefully they're going to be able to bounce back.
Hopefully.
After these first 2 matches, and maybe Rat for some placement points, at least for now, but Optic, that's going to help them a little bit. Not only clear out around them for their rotation now, but also give them a little bit of loot, get some points on the board with those 2 kills they were able to pick up, and then continue on their merry way. But now we get to check in with Xset potentially deciding to go for a fight with CCE right now. Xset, though, a team that we hyped up at the beginning of the day for their consistency. They've already shown that in the first match of the day. Will they do it again in match number 2?
Yeah, it's about where they go here. At the moment, they're just north of Lava Fissure, and they're trying to get a little ways in to force themselves through this POI and maybe force another team out of a position so that they can take it. I cannot stress enough how impressive Xset were in their opening match day. The decisions that were being made, the rotations that were being called, as well as the actual engagements that happened and how they were executing them. At times, they looked flawless. And speaking to Hodzik, he says they want to be considered one of the best teams in the world, right? They want to have that respect that maybe arguably they don't have right now. But I'm tell you what, they will have earned it by the end of this split if they continue to play the way they did in that initial match day.
Listen, I know it was only one day, but I did say in my opinion that they are the hands down the best team in their group right now. Now they just need to show us that they are the best team in the lobby, as long as they consider to continue to have those types of performances. Right now, though, making sure they're making all of the right calls here. They've got CCE on one side of them, 100 Thieves also in their sights, just holding down this real estate right on the edge for now before they decide to push him, because we can see it. There are a lot of people that have already made their way into where the zone is.
And interestingly as well, just seeing the zone information now that that has pulled, if anyone has a ring console and if anyone's able to get that ring info, we are going south. So the Mirage Etoile is not going to be where we finished. Xset are going to have that information. That's why they were fighting so heavily here at Lava Fissure, so they could get some information. They don't, of course, get ring information because it's not a ring console, but they will get the survey beacon, which gives them the scan of where all the players currently are on the map. It will give them an idea, but this is the problem with survey beacons. They now may get a false sense of security where they think it's going to be a Mirage Etoile finish. They do not know that actually is going to be pulling a little further south down towards the area near staging.
And then by the time they find out, so many other people will have already rotated in, grabbed whatever available real estate there is, that they might have a really rough push into any sort of a safe area. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for them, but we can see some of these teams already making their move, Drop In Gaming here on a rotate, making their way through the choke. Hopefully no one's waiting on the other side of it for them, but they seem safe for now.
Yeah, safe for now. I mean, they've got LG to their right in Harvester, which I think they're aware of. They've just got to be careful they don't expose themselves too much. That's one of the things with a lot of these rotations in World's Edge. You do get a lot of cover. I think that's why a lot of people prefer World's Edge over Stormpoint, is because it's a little bit more cover to play with, and traditionally rotations are fairly simple when it comes to it because they've been playing it for years, and you don't have to go for anything too experimental. But I will say that as long as you are aware of what teams are around you, then you should always have a plan B that's available. Whereas sometimes on Stormpoint, there just isn't a plan B. You have to force yourself either through a team or over a team.
A little bit of poke there coming out with the charge rifle as they just hold that area for now. We can see BBB, who's down by Thermal, have set themselves up well right now because they'll be at least on the safe side of the zone. No one really trying to come through and rotate from behind, while everyone else that thought it was going to be up by Mirage Etoile is now forced to rotate from the north down to the south, and they're all going to get super congested in on each other.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one that just finishes slightly north of BBB, or it could be a little bit closer towards staging Mirage Etoile. I think this is a very tough circle for a lot of these teams to try and work out on the shift. I mean, it's going to be a big shift afterwards where a lot of teams are going to learn quite late on, and maybe too late, and it is going to be mayhem at Mirage Etoile, I tell you. It is going to be every single team trying to fight for any little bit of scrap of cover to then get to the next circle. We're probably going to see 8, 9, 10 teams all eliminated at once, and it is going to be, I mean, from our point of view, very fun to watch. From the players' point of view, it's going to be one of the least enjoyable experiences they'll have today.
You know, of all places, though, for this level of chaos to go down, I feel like Mirage Etoile is the perfect location.
Yeah, it seems apt, right? But that's all what Mirage would want, I'm sure. If he has a POI, he just wants everything to be full of lunacy, and that's certainly what we're going to have.
Furia now still on the outskirts of everything as they start to make their way through Countdown. they might end up being okay because of how far behind they will be everyone else. They might actually miss the mass exodus that will occur when all of these teams start fighting each other.
Well, yeah, I mean, Furia traditionally are an edge team. They will play and just naturally get that zone information when it's presented to them. Maybe not through ring consoles, perhaps, but as they are still in the red once they escape Countdown, they're going to get the info that it is going to pull ever so slightly away from maybe the area they think of. And it's always a tough way to play, because if there are going to be other teams who are also busy on the edge, then you might not be able to find the success. But here comes Luminosity. They want to take a push. They want to get involved, and they will absolutely beam the team inside.
Ooh, tripods. Now finding themselves on the opposite end of Luminosity's guns right now and instantly taking down 2. So that's going to be rough for tripods. LG, though, I mean, this was just instant. In, out, cleaning this up really fast, not trying to delay this any more than they need to. However, across the way, some people do have their eyes looking up. Tripods does go down.
Yeah, LG are just going to have to be careful. As you said, another team that are in the area is now Dropping Gaming going to make their way to the southern side of this map, as they probably have that info now that it is not going to be in Mirage à Trois, and all those teams are starting to move. So there is the circle that I was speaking about earlier. So all the teams that are committed to Mirage à Trois and the buildings just below it are now having to move. NRG thankfully played slightly southern on the side, so they won't have to move as much, but they're going to be held out by Oxygen, by CLG, whereas the likes of Rise, and you can see BBB down there, they predicted this one a little bit earlier.
Drop-In Gaming still trying to fight inside of this building right now. Lots of visual clutter, and BBB does go down. Maybe not necessarily prepared to have somebody so aggressively just push inside and try to take that position away from them. But now Drop-In Gaming have a nice little spot for themselves to hold, nobody to worry about around them, and lots of loot boxes at their disposal.
That is massive from Drop-In Gaming. BBB would have thought they were sat pretty, they were comfortable, they thought they owned the south of the zone. No one's predicted the circle, right? But Drop-In Gaming swoop on in, take that spot off of them, and now they own the southern side of that map as it stands. But there is still room for other teams to rotate around that way, so they just have to make sure they keep an eye on things and don't allow anyone to walk up on them as freely as they've walked up on BBB. Dark Zero making their rotation from the northern side. They're under a lot of pressure right now, trying to use the Dark Veil to try and stay alive at the moment, and at least they were able to all get their bats off. Otherwise, this could have been very ugly. It's CCE who are putting pressure from above.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit of a rough rotation away there. They had to walk around those rocks and were just right in the middle of the sights of CCE, but CCE doesn't end up punishing them too badly for that. They do escape and get a decent amount of space away from them that will give them time to reset, while CCE now looks towards the skies to see which teams are going to be flying in. And I believe that was Furia, and Dark Zero now is also going for that rotation, and this is where things will start to get hectic.
Yeah, Dark Zero may be hoping that this one's going to be finishing over towards staging. It is going to be a 50-50 bet from a lot of these teams. Does it go staging, or does it go south of the mountain over towards thermal? Wherever it ends up, there are only then 2 chokeholds that you have to go through to get to the other side. So once you have committed to one side, you are probably banking on it being that side. As I say that, there is the next circle. You can see the information. Furia have already got it, and it is going to be predominantly on this staging side. So those teams who are on the southern are going to have to move now. Furia did make the right call, but you can see they're down to just 2. A lot of teams have lost 1 player on the way, and they might have to just try and fight tooth and nail as a duo here.
Yeah, this is about to get really tough for some of these teams that haven't already nailed some sort of space down that they can hold. You can see Furia did fly in and end up getting instantly punished for it. They're now down to 2. SCS is the one that's putting in a lot of work against them. And Furia is just not going to have a safe place to really retreat to either. SCS wants to own this real estate for right now, and no one's pushing them off of it.
Gibby heirloom, an heirloom I've not seen in quite some time. But SCS pulling out the old tricks. It's going to be Wraith, it's going to be Watson, it's going to be Gibby. And maybe this circle could work out for them. Can the bubble be the difference maker? But here comes the push. The Horizon ultimate drops down. The black hole is so tough to try and escape from, as SCS just backing off, hoping to use those fences to their advantage. But unfortunately, Crust has gone down. So is Slayer, and Senox just has to try and stay alive.
At the hands of Luminosity, and I love that this is the type of aggression we're seeing out of them right now. I mean, they've always been capable of this. It started off a little bit rough in this split, but that is what we want out of Luminosity. They have pushed through multiple squads now, and they're looking very good doing it.
As soon as I saw the horizon, I was pretty sure it was gonna be LG on the other side. We already saw the aggression when they pushed the building, and they utilized the black hole then to suck one of the players in towards the door and then do the damage. This is why Horizon is such a powerful legend to use, and sure, she's fallen out of the meta a little bit because of the nerfs that happened, and you don't necessarily get the consistency with your aim when you are in the gravity lift, but still, I think the black hole, one of the most powerful ultimates to just destroy a team and catch them off guard. But 33 seconds until round 4 closes. This is when we're going to start to see the kill feed light up, because there's a lot of teams who have to move from Mirage Etoile now down towards staging.
One of those teams will be NRG. They are right on the edge, trying to decide the right time to get themselves in a better spot, but there are so many teams around this area that the push that they will have to make in, while also watching their backs for anyone who's behind them, could get a little bit messy for NRG. Meanwhile, CCE right under their bridge, looking down below them and starting to clean up people's blood. I see LG popping up in the kill feed. Luminosity goes down, OXG goes down, and this is what you were saying, Dan. Everything's about to kick off.
Every team just kind of pumped themselves into the staging area then, just to try and find any sort of nook and cranny where they could stay alive. And actually, more teams stayed alive than I thought would. But because there were so many squads around, I think people were reluctant to take the fights when they were presented to them, because they don't want to poke out, expose themselves, invite any sort of third party, or take any unnecessary damage. Because look at CLG right now, underneath NRG. I think NRG are aware of it. I hope NRG are aware of it. And if they're not, then CLG might just get away with it. But you can see Sweet keeps poking around the corner, which would suggest they have an idea that there is going to be players there. But no Seer to work with on NRG, so they don't have the heartbeat sensor.
Sweet definitely knows. We saw him debate throwing that Arc Star down there just to see what happened, but lots of pings coming down right now. So it looks like they may be switching their focus here just for a second, deciding if that's the place that they want to take, or if there's someone that they're going to need to push off of that rock right now. You can see some of those tracers right ahead of them. I mean, NRG are kind of in a fantastic spot. They somehow managed to not have CLG at their backs, but below them with no one else around on the northern edge of the circle right now. So this could play out well for them.
Nades come in. Sweet will find an angle, and now this is where the collapse happens. Just have to be careful on his backside that he doesn't get shot by anyone else. But NRG seem to have an idea of how they want to play this one. Seems like a good time to jump into a listening with NRG.
Come back. Force
There's a
them
team playing the spot. There's a team playing the spot.
We're gonna walk in late from our side.
Okay,
We need to shoot them. They're on our side. They're on our side.
Seer cracked. 1 HP Seer.
Shoot them across, Gil. Shoot your gun.
Yeah, I cracked one.
He might be trying to fly up on our left. I don't have Gen for 18.
All on the rock. They're all on that rock. We're walking in and playing Blue Crate. We have to play the Blue Crate and then third party left side.
15%. We need to wait. We need to look left.
Yeah, I know. I need to make sure no one peeks us from the Dorito though. I'm gonna throw thermites in the Dorito. Is there did we have a Lobo anywhere?
I need a bat. I'm just beaming on the Dorito.
I'm frying them in the Dorito.
We need to look left. The team is gonna be
crossing the Blue Crate now. Crossing the Blue Crate now.
Looking at us on the left.
Almost cracked both. I'm walking up on this. Got close on this.
On me right here, on me, on us.
I'm dead from behind. Behind you.
Bro, like...
Oh, well, it just doesn't end up well, and you heard a lot of the comms just, shoot your gun, please, let's do the damage, as NRG are not able to escape. But now we're down to, what, 8 squads here, Glitter? People starting to fall now as they realize there is not much space to play in this next circle.
That was rough. I mean, they were trying to focus CLG in front of them, GE below them. They had people at their backs, and that was a rough spot to be in for NRG. I don't really know what they could have done to make that any better. Either way, this is what was bound to happen with how many teams were so on top of each other. CLG somehow managing to survive from being down below in the crosshairs of NRG, escaping that and now pushing themselves up into a solid spot on the outskirts of everything. They've got some good sight lines on the teams around them, and they might be able to do some work here.
Yeah, everyone just trying to find a little bit of space at the moment. Glitch Energy are going to make their move with the Dark Veil cover. CLG being pinned back by Dig, and CCE are also in a position under the bridge. This is a similar circle to what I thought was going to be in one of the previous previous games today, but no, Glitch Energy are having to fight their hardest in this little train car, and they are doing the damage as well. Dig are getting obliterated.
Getting a little bit of help from GE onto Dig as well. Xset actually goes down in the meantime to DZ on the other side of the zone, while Glitch Energy comes out on top, finding themselves a little bit of loot there, and lots of things are popping off below the bridge right now.
Well, when we talk about teams who know their rotations, who know where to be at the right time, it's going to be Dark Zero. And not only are they in one of the right positions, but they're doing the damage at the right time as well. And this is arguably one of the strongest positions for now, because they have so much cover on the back end, but it's about where they go when that circle actually closes. 4 teams now remain. Make it 3.
I mean, they're just dropping like flies at this point, but DZ still finding themselves alive. Massive consistency out of them from match 1 to match 2. A little bit of that snowball effect. They are holding down low pretty well with Team Inters above them. I think there's still GE down there as well that they'll have to be focusing on, but right now just free damage coming in from Team Inters.
Yeah, this is Team Inters' game without a shadow of a doubt. DZ were down low. They're not going to be able to get up high, and this is going to be one of your old school games if you want to heal off, but it's not going to be heal off because they go into the red and say, let's just finish him myself. Dark Zero goes down. Team Inters now, it's just a matter of waiting here, Lauren.
You know what? I will take it. This was a really good job of just smart decision making and patience coming in from Team Inters. They know it. You can see the emotes coming out because they just have to wait for this to end, as they will be taking home the second match of the day. I love the hearts. Okay, a little bit of hearts there for Team Inters.
Give us a little bit of a flair ending. That's what I like. It's always a tough ending to watch when it does just come out and the zone is going to be the last one that kills someone. But, you know, if they can put an emote down, that always makes me happy. But it was pretty free for Inters as soon as we saw the battle be extended a little bit too long down low. If Dark Zero could have finished the kills a little bit quicker, maybe they could have returned to the high ground. But because Glitch Energy were then holding out Dark Zero, it just meant that Inters just walked on in and finished off the pieces. It was very easy for them from that point.
Yeah, and they were the team that I believe was at the backs of NRG too, causing lots of trouble for them. So onset, match 2 in the books. I mean, was it what you expected?
It was an interesting zone. I think NRG, I want to talk about NRG a little bit because I feel like there's 2 zones that have favored them heavily, and they haven't made the most of the opportunities presented to them. I think in that game they had a really good position, they had a really good spot, but CLG being down on that low ground and having Caustic just slowed that fight down time after time. You could sort of try to swing on it. He knew they had to kill CLG to clear that side of the zone to give them somewhere to play, but the Caustic gas would slow it down, and if it takes 2-3 seconds extra to get that fight done and dusted and clear that side, all of a sudden, then it allows someone else to come in and apply damage to you, and that's exactly what happened. So I think NRG is almost surprising. Sometimes they're one of those teams who make the decisions quickest. Like, this is the team we have to kill them now, but it just felt like there was just a moment, whether it was the fact that they had to go up against the Caustic there that was slowing the fight down, or maybe there was a little bit of indecision, but they were in a great spot and just didn't make the most of it. And that's 2 zones in a row now that you would imagine NRG should come out with a huge amount of points, and maybe not the amount of points they would have liked coming out of those 2 zones.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit chaotic there for them with all the teams that had also already kind of picked up a spot around them. And we talked about that on the cast. It almost felt like they didn't know which one they wanted to focus in that moment. Ended up being their downfall. But we are still seeing DZ finishing in some really high placements, getting lots of kills on the board for themselves as well. And with back-to-back matches like that, after the performance that they had the first play day, I mean, they're starting to look really strong, Dan.
Yeah, I think they're a real threat, and I guess that's what we should expect, right? We've got to the point now, we've learned these teams are just good at the video game, right? They do the video games very well. They've got to the point where they've been able to analyze the competition, they've been able to analyze what they do themselves, and they make sure they are consistently progressing. That's the important factor, is you don't hit a plateau, you don't just get to a point where you accept you're good, but you're always looking to improve. And I think all of the teams that are staying at the top of NA have consistently been looking at videotape. They've not just managed to just relax and accept where they are. They always want to be better, and I'm happy about that.
You know, to be fair, we also saw a decent performance out of Drop In Gaming, and I think that they had some decent KP in the first match as well. So something that we saw in EMEA, some of the teams that we expect to do well are still doing well, but then today I feel like we're seeing a resurgence. Obviously, even Team Inters just pulling out the win here of some of these teams that need some points on the board onset, really doing that for themselves.
They are, and I think everyone needs to as well. I mentioned how, you know, coming to the season, it felt like EMEA was a little bit top heavy. NA not quite so. It was really difficult to qualify for the playoffs for everyone. I mean, some of the teams that missed out, you had Furia miss out, you had Optic miss out. You know, that's history now, but it is becoming tighter and tighter. And all these teams that are fighting their way through to be a part of the Pro League, they want to make noise and they want to be good at this game and be qualifying for that LAN event, because that's what they play for here. And I just want to quickly touch on Dark Zero as well, because this is the thing that makes this performance so impressive from them so far on World's Edge is that in their first game day on World's Edge, they were 17th, 16th, and 10th. It was Stormpoint that saved them with 2 wins, and now they're coming in on World's Edge and dominating in the way they have. With Stormpoint ahead, this could be a big, big day for DZ.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking. If they've managed to nail down their performances on both of these maps, they will be absolutely terrifying. But let's go through these highlights yet again, Gaskin, because a lot happened in this match.
Yeah, it was one of those where everyone thought the circle was going to end in a certain location and they all got the shock horror when the circle moved away. That's Apex Legends in a nutshell, right? And there were a few teams that perhaps are going to kick themselves a little bit because they gave up areas that were very commanding ones. Even if you played the southern side or the northern side, there were still areas to get into the final circle. But unfortunately, because they maybe gave up some of those positions, they weren't even given the opportunity to do so. Those who stayed within staging, either they were forced to stay in staging or they just maybe had a better clue of where the circle was going to be going. They were rewarded for that. I mean, you could see the fights that were happening in staging because of it. Because when you do hold the building, it means you can drop down low and get into a spot to comfortably pick out a top 5. But to win that game, you had to come from high ground. And there was lots of fights from all the teams that came from Mirage à Trois to try and win that high ground. And in the end, it was Team Intus who got into that prime position.
And speaking of a lot of those fights too, Onset, we talked about it a little bit, but LG looking so much stronger with their pushes this time around.
Yeah, looking confident. I think LG maybe suffered from a lack of confidence. Maybe there was a bit of a problem for them on contests in that first week, but now they're looking a little bit better. And I like the fact that, you know, they're getting out Dodge, them and Optic not really having anything to do with each other, even though they're landing pretty close and kind of splitting the POIs that are extremely close in Big Mord and Lava City. So they're doing a good job on their pushes. They need to still maybe make a little bit more of the end games. They're getting in some decent positions, but you know, everybody wants to do that, right? Sometimes circumstances doesn't work out your way, and with the talent that's in this lobby at the moment, any kind of minute macro decision, delay on that decision, it affects where you place in these end games. But I will say that is the greatest finish that I think we've ever seen as far as confidence is concerned. You know, all the love from Team Intus.
You know what? I had asked for some emoting out of EMEA. We're getting it out of NA this time around as we see the match 2 results here. 17 points going the way of Team Inters for that dub, but 12 kills on Glitch Energy. I don't even think I realized they had that many kills, Dan.
Yeah, I think when Glitch Energy took the train tracks above a lot of the teams, they were able to fire down and make life a living hell for a lot of them. And it seems like they were picking up the KP because of it. Elsewhere, big amount of kills for the likes of Dark Zero and 100 Thieves again, just like in games number 1. And CCE also picking up some kills alongside Drop In. I mean, realistically, 6 kills are always like, oh, okay, 6 kills, but it's 2 team fights. It's very achievable if you pick your fights correctly and you can find those isolated fights. When you look at 12 kills, then you know something has gone awry. Like, there has been a team who has very much looked for fights and actively found fights, but also put themselves in a position where they can clean things up as well.
All right, let's see what the rest of these teams shook out. Got some KP onto Luminosity, and then down there at the bottom, Drug Free definitely having a rough start to the day. We talked about that at the beginning of the second match. Tripods getting taken out, so we'll have to see if they can bounce back. We've got one more match coming up for World's Edge, so that'll be their last opportunity as we see what those points did to the series results. Now, DZ at the top of this table with 29 points, but only 2 points above 100 Thieves, and the rest of the point spread is not that big. So this is going to be a very, very close day, but we're just gonna keep this thing going, okay? Match number 3 is right around the corner, so Onset and Gaskin, let's do this.
Let's do this. Let's get into it. Let's get into match number 3. And before we do, Dan, I think we need to take a second to actually pay respect to Glitch Energy, because these guys, this isn't a fluke. This isn't a performance that's come out of nowhere. This has been a long story for this trio. Day number 1, they put up 54 points. They were inside of top 5 battles more often than not to try and win the games. Coming into today, they had 21 points overall. They were sat in 6th position. So that's after only 1 game day. And to see them put in a performance like we just saw again with a huge amount of kills, with good placement, shows how good these guys are. And I think they're a team to watch this season.
Yeah, I think that they've demonstrated now with the amount of points they've been able to pick up, the amount of kills, and also the positioning that they found themselves in. Like, those are all the little pieces you have to put together to be a good squad. And we've already mentioned that after 2 good game days, you could already be in a position to call yourselves within a shot of getting to playoffs. Like, that's how important it is that you start so well, because then you're going to have all that confidence in the world to move forward in a necessary way. There's going to be the circle, so this time we're going to be slightly different. It is not going to be heading as far southwest. Instead, this is going to be far more easy for those teams who are dropping at Fragment, for example. They're not going to have to move as far.
Yeah, one team already eliminated. There was AJC, I think, that have gone out already, and I just want to kind of, while we see these teams loot and there's going to be no more contesting really going down, just focus on Glitch Energy for a few seconds, because we've actually been lucky enough, you know, through fortune, whatever it might be, good luck, to kind of see these guys' progression through their competitive careers. When we first heard of 2 of these players, Reeds and Aiden Destroyer, they were called Arena Demons, Dan. We were casted in an Arenas tournament where these guys were rank 1 in Arenas. Then they decided, hey, we're going to give Comp a try. They took the time to find their feet a little bit. Now they've got a new player in Vayne who's kind of taken the reins, so to speak, excuse the pun, and is leading them in some really good positions. And the performance is fantastic. It shows that, you know, wherever you are in Apex Legends, you put the time in, you grind, you commit, you can find yourself in a really good spot. And I've just been really impressed with these players and what they've managed to achieve so far.
I'm going to be honest, GE, their aim, and well, certainly Aiden the Destroyer, when I first saw him, I was like, is this kid legit for real, or is he a robot? Because his aim and what he was doing in those arena tournaments was like nothing I'd ever seen before, and really so impressive. And I'm sure that now that has naturally carried through with, of course, their learning of the Battle Royale and how important it is to maybe pick your fights correctly and those rotations as well, because it really worked out for them in that previous game. There's the beacon information, by the way, or should I say the Ring console information now that's available, and Dark Zero will be very happy. It is going towards Fragment, which they had the entirety of, by the way. They had both east and west.
They do indeed. Very interesting zone, this one. Fragment is going to be the focus of attention, and I've got to be honest, I love a Fragment zone, Dan. You know me, and I've got a feeling it might be a little bit of a bridge finish, maybe, or maybe it's going to go a little bit out towards where that train station kind of finds itself. But at the moment, Dark Zero, I kind of like this. A lot of teams are going to be thinking, hey, let's get inside a Fragment, let's find a place to play. But if you can approach things late, from the outside with all these teams stacked up, we've seen if you're Dark Zero that you can take advantage of those teams having to exit some of those buildings and force themselves through those bottlenecks as everyone has to leave as the ring closes. So I kind of like the idea of leaving and working your way back in as everybody else takes the real estate inside.
I also wonder whether they just weren't comfortable with their loot and they wanted to be able to loot something else because they had a gray and a couple of blues. Like, it wasn't the best looting process for them, and they knew full well teams were going to be joining them shortly. Luminosity and Optic, this battle goes on again. This time it's happening in a different area. It's happening at Lava City.
I feel a little bit guilty. I was like, hey, look, they've kind of left themselves to each other. You know, nobody's really done anything crazy, and then all of a sudden it looks like LG want to take Optic down, and it's going to be Neasel who gets that first knock. They're chasing down the second as well. Get a little bit of a hip fire coming through with that flatline. Even better the second time round, but Optic have evened things up for a second here. Jaguar is just trying to stay alive. Yanya alongside him, but it's a 2v2 right now.
Black Hole's already gone down as well, and Luminosity maybe can take advantage of that as Optic Gaming do get eliminated. And it's a contest that we knew could have happened, but as you'd mentioned, they had been giving each other enough breathing room, but it seemed like neither were happy with the loot, or at least one team was not happy with the loot, and that's why we saw that engagement happen. But Optic Gaming, it is a sad end to their final game on World's Edge here, and they're going to have to look towards Stormpoint.
Is the onset curse back? That's the real question for
I don't think it ever
home.
left. Let's be honest. I think the onset curse has always been alive and well.
Pick the winner of playoffs, but, you know, won't talk about it too much. But anyway, let's focus our attention back on the map, because everybody, like I mentioned, is stacking up inside of Fragment at the moment. NRG, they're around the market. Tripods are there. CLG, everybody. Glitch Energy, they're at the north side of it as well, but they're holding down the height, kind of overlooking things at the moment, an epicenter. But DZ, this position, I'm very kind of interested about how this plays out for them, because it's, you would argue, maybe a little bit unorthodox. You might think, hey, we're landed in Fragment, we could get what we believe is going to be the priority position for where this game is going to end. But they've, like I mentioned, opted to rotate out kind of against the traffic a little bit and work their way back in, and I'm fascinated to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think that it's always a big indication of how teams who drop in the POI when the circle is coming their way, of how they think it's going to play out. Like, they weren't comfortable that's why they've decided to take a different position, and I think it's right for them to do so. I think that they can now play this one in a way. The area where they are residing is going to be having lots of cover, but Drop-In Gaming are going to be caught out. It's Drug-Free, who haven't had a good start today, but maybe looking to make up for things here in match number 3.
Well, that knock's going to get finished as well, so Stunny across the road without looking both ways there, and everybody knows, even since you were a child, that is not something that is recommended to you by anyone in authoritarian positions. But Drug-Free get that first knock. The question is, can they capitalize? Are they going to be able to move in now and clean up these final 2 players, or is it just going to be 1 KP they have to settle for?
I mean, it can get confusing in North America. I was there just the other week. I didn't know which way to look when I was crossing the road. It has to be said. They just drive on the wrong side. I don't really get it. But these guys, you know, they're from North America.
You have no excuse to not know that.
It's not like I lived in North America for the last 30 years of my life.
There, to be fair.
I do, yeah, but I still look the wrong way. But Drug-Free did not, and they were able to make sure they pick up at least 1 KP. Is this going to be the game, then, that just relights the fire for Drug-Free? Because exactly the opposite from their first match day. They have come pretty much dead last in these 2 games, whereas they won their first 2 games in match day number 1. If they can now use this to project themselves to find the form and go exactly the opposite of what they'd done and maybe find points on Storm Point, there is still a salvageable day for them here.
Fury holding down the central structure in Epicenter, and 100 Thieves are going to take to the skies and take the roof of the triple stack building here, and should be able to play this position for quite some time as well. You can see they're obviously getting a lot of information that there are a lot of teams inside from the Valkyrie passive, but that won't be too much of a surprise to them with where this zone is going to be pulling. But this is maybe going to pull a little bit out towards where 100 Thieves are looking right now, maybe down under those tracks. Vaxong has to be extremely careful as he gets singed again by a charge rifle and a couple of bullets from some other weaponry towards him. And it's going to be Kubsky and Co. down on that low ground. And look at Xset. They're having a little poke at this. Maybe they think this is a priority position.
Yeah, I think that, again, if you want an indication of where the circle's going to go, follow Xset, because their decisions have been incredible on the match days that we have seen them. I think this is going to be very important for certain Legend compositions as well as we get further into this zone, and there's going to be less space to play. So those who have got the ability to smoke themselves off, the Bangalore is going to be very important. We only have 3 Bangalores, may I add, and Xset is currently one of them.
They really wanted to finish that fight as well. You saw the Zero went down. They tried to push up, but again, team stacked up inside a fragment. Any push is not free across that open ground for now. But 17 squads now remaining. Looks like NXS will have been taken down by a variety of different teams. And that's going to present the loot here for Xset. So they're going to be suited and booted to really, really do some damage towards this endgame. But they have to be careful because there is one team still rotating behind them from the countdown side of the map. And that is going to be CCE. Interested to see how they approach this.
Damn, it's cold.
All the way through Skyhook, or are they going to try and push through that choke that's currently being held by Xset? So they have to be aware here, Xset. And I think they've realized maybe holding this building down is a smarter decision, knowing that we've got 2 angles which we could be attacked in from teams rotating late.
Yeah, it's all well and good playing, you know, what you think might be a area where the circle's going to finish, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a safe spot to actually play, and you leave yourself so vulnerable to teams that are arriving late who, A, might want to try and take that position, but also a position that people will naturally be collapsing on. It's not always necessarily the best idea to play Central Circle, and I think that Dark Zero proved that by Skyward diving out of Fragment, even though they dropped there and they saw the circle was coming towards them. So it will be about them arriving late and maybe looking to A, hold off teams that are going to be arriving even later, and also make sure they're in a position to pick up KP when they do start to go in towards Fragment.
CLG holding down construction at the moment. Not really too much for them to do apart from survive, try and get a little bit of information. They do know a team is going to be below them, as those Watson fences are certainly going to give that information away. Luminosity trying to force their way into zone at the moment. They've got 11 seconds until it starts to close behind them, and they have a team in front of them as well. So this is an important fight for control, and it's going to be Dig on the other side of this. And it looks like LG, after that big win against Optic off the drop, are looking to close down this space and pick up their 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th KP of the game. God, my maths is bad, Dan. They've already got 3.
This is going to be...
That's not even maths. That's just not being able to count.
Did you use your toes to count them? But it doesn't... Well, Neasel's hitting toes at the moment. He's hitting everybody by, it would seem. Stops goes down. And now LG, just as they had done in the previous game's onset, they push up on their advantages. They've been so impressive today. And I think this is a new look LG. They perhaps were a little bit disappointed with themselves coming in from match day number 1.
Gotta be careful, though. There's a couple of teams on the horizon they have to be aware of. And Jaguares has got to be careful to use that heartbeat sensor to make sure nobody is closing the space behind them. Ring 2 is going to be closing. They can take a little bit of tick damage here as Dropping Gaming, unfortunately, are eliminated as well to wrap back through the zone. And this is really smart because there was a third party approaching. DZ, they heard all of that commotion going down as well, so they came to have a little look at this. And it looks like Luminosity kind of started a fight, got a little bit of a piece of it themselves, but then decided, hey, you guys can see this one out. We're just going to survive for now.
Survive is the aim of the game, quite often in Apex Legends, but you've also got to make sure you have a game plan of where you're going to go. You don't just want to be aimlessly wandering, and that's why IGL's so key and such a big factor. But now our teams are going to learn, who didn't have the ring console information, are going to learn where the circle is going to be moving. It is just going to even further go into Fragment West, so those who are on Fragment East are going to have to move slightly. But the fights that were happening, and the reason why I said the fights were going to be very important, is the South, the West, and the North side were all seeing engagements going down. And if you win those, you then kind of dominate that side of the map. It doesn't really matter on the East at the moment because everyone has moved on in to Fragment, but the other areas of the map, there is still room to play for.
Interesting things developing around this train tunnel as well. You can see CCE, they're on the other side of the fight from Dark Zero. Dark Zero know that they're here. However, wrapping behind them is going to be Drug Free. And then behind them, looking to collapse, is Exet. So Exet kind of still holding that choke that we saw on the map quite some time ago. And CCE just trying to work out what their next move is going to be. But one thing that they're going to have to do is fight. They don't have the Valkyrie. They don't have the ability to take over the skies and drop back into Fragment. But they do have an extremely aggressive fighting comp. That's what Drug Free chose to do, though. You can see they were the team that were pinched. Now they can find their way and thread the needle into the construction building. There is a team inside at the moment, but not on every single floor, so they can survive.
Yeah, this is like a hotel, motel, Holiday Inn at this point. Lots of room to play. And look down on the southern side of your map. Dark Zero still in the position with a Valkyrie out too, and they will be taking engagement with CCE shortly as CCE push out of those train tracks.
Tripod's smiling right now, by the way. It is going to be a bridge end, I think, or maybe pull away towards the market, but we have seen that bridge finish over the lava quite some times in Apex Legends Global Series history. And Tripods, who were looking like they were on the wrong side of it, all of a sudden with that zone pull, are very much on the right side of it right now. LG as well, look at what they did from their rotation. They've put themselves in a great position as well. Now the difficulty comes for teams like Dark Zero, like Exet, who might have thought we're making a big brain play here, and we think it's going to be pulling out towards the west side of World's Edge. Well, CCE, they're fighting Dark Zero right now. They're trying to put the pressure on. The Zerol's going to go down. The Bangalore-Roll's going to go down as well. They're throwing all of their utility at this, but no damage being done.
No damage. I mean, CCE went so low. Shiny was so low in terms of his health. But unfortunately, Dark Zero were not able to capitalize. And unfortunately for Dark Zero as well, there's another team that's arriving behind them. So they need to be careful here. They cannot afford to get involved in this engagement any longer. Otherwise, they're going to be third party. There you can see it. Designful, Zach, and Chaotic are in the area and could be a pain in the backside for Dark Zero. But both Dark Veils come down simultaneously. It was almost like artwork.
Oh my goodness, and Dark Zero in trouble now because the Zero goes down from BBB. They're going to get the information of where Dark Zero are going. They're looking to chase him down. They got good damage through that wall, but also a little bit smart here. They slowed things down, even though the knocks have come in. Dark Zero eliminated. Chaotic managed to pick up one of those kills, but it was the teams inside of Fragment. The big indicator of those Catalyst walls going down gave them the information that teams were rotating in. They took advantage. Now BBB control this side of zone. CCE are still there, though. They have to be aware, but they're the other side of the tracks, and BBB will be safe for now.
Will Dark Zero live to regret the play where they used the Skyward Dive to escape Fragment, only to see the circle, of course, continue to pull? Remember, they were the team who dropped Fragment. They had the entirety to themselves, and now it looks like we might be heading to a bridge finish, or as you say, could even pull towards market. One of the teams, by the way, if it is a bridge finish, that are in prime position, NRG. We've questioned NRG. We've said there's been a few occasions where maybe they could have done a little bit better, and they could make up for it here in this game.
Fight going down here between CCE and BBB. That is very, very difficult to say. And we're going to have to see how this one does pan out. We've got an opportunity to jump into a listening now with BBB, so let's take it. Let's jump into the comms now.
Run, shoot. Keep them in that corner. I have Q in 3 seconds.
I'm about to run.
We're gonna fight right now.
60. I just dropped 60.
I'm walking forward. We're wiping this. Can you all maybe?
I have one. They're climbing up. Crack Zero 130.
30 on a horizon.
Batting. Oh no. Sears dead. Nice.
At the back.
One's jumping on you. One's jumping on you. Just one on you guys.
Bro. No, I hit him for 180.
I did hell of it.
And that is why it's difficult to push that comp. CCE have the Horizon Gravitational Lift. They go up into the skies. They're going to fight through the smokes as well, BBB. And then you saw the ultimate going in. Sears giving all the information. A tough push on that comp. And CCE now finally, after disposing of Dark Zero and BBB, they control this southern side. But with the zone pulling how it is all of a sudden, they've got some tough moves to make still.
I still think BBB could have won that. I think he hit him for 180 at the end there. It was so fortunate that Shiny was still at full health. Otherwise, that could have been a very different fight after the bat was pulled off. But now CCE, they don't need to think about that fight. They start to look towards how they get into this next zone because round 4 is already closing. As you say, though, they own the south side, but they just have to be aware of construction. 2 teams at the moment are in construction, and they are going to try and shoot out. But construction is not safe, so they have to move as well.
CLG making their play, moving towards market. NRG, a fascinating story. Like you say, 2 zones, you feel like NRG should have come out of it with more. Well, now they're bang in the center of this zone in the broken building. Up on the tracks, though, is going to be CLG. They take some damage on their way down. But another fascinating story is the rotation that Exit have to make. And they're involved in all of this carnage that's going down. Drug Free will fall. SCS will fall as well as the teams are forced into all sorts of carnage right now. You see that Bangalore rolls falling from the sky. You see Nano taken down to about 10 HP, but they will be able to reset for now. But just underneath CLG, Exet come out on top of all of that carnage. They have to deal with CLG, and the Skynade is going to rip them apart.
And the circle has pulled away from the bridge back towards the market area and the building NRG are in. CLG still having the fight. Nades go down for them now. All the ticks happening. The Noxgas doing the job. And now CLG just have to press this advantage.
Have to press the advantage. Should be able to finish this one off as well. Exet eliminated. And that is what Caustic can do. But there's a third party still to deal with. There's one. The Rampage is going wild. Shiny trying to get the shield swap, but he can't. And CLG come out on top. Caustic is back. And Mamba is doing some wild stuff.
Incredible, and the Rampage also shows what it's made of as well. Not a gun to be slept on, definitely a weapon you should be picking up in your matchmaking games. Furia still alive then, and they have a building to work with, but they've got 20 seconds before they have to start moving. They don't have to move far, but look at the amount of open space in this next circle. There are teams who are safe though, as Furia now being pushed.
Being pushed. One player just popped through the window and said, what's going on in here then? I'm going to get a knock. I'm going to disturb your game. And all of a sudden, Fury have got to think about a res instead of maybe pushing out of this building and continuing their rotation towards zone. Good shots coming in from Zeratricky, trying to hold the team off of the high ground, but they're just swarmed at the moment. They're just surrounded, and this Team Inters, the winners of our previous game, who are doing so much damage.
Team Inters, who are demanding respect after their previous game, will take out Furia, and now they dominate the northwest side of this zone. 100 Thieves do have eyes on them, though, so they have to be careful with their rotation in, but it's all about NRG for me. GE also have a good position right now. Tripods are having to make their way across the bridge, and they run into CLG.
Yeah, CLG, who are going to be full of all sorts of confidence as well. Nick Marks is going to go down, and Tripods find themselves at just 2. The Catalyst wall is down, which is going to deny NRG from being able to influence this fight too much, but being down to 2 is not a position you want to be in. Sweet's having a little bit of an overextend here, looking if he can kind of thread the needle between the Catalyst walls to pick up a couple of KP. Decides instead. They've got Nick Marks back up, though. I think they managed to just about get Nick back up.
I think his corpse might have flown up into the air, but Gent might be the last remaining player. And you can also see the res coming down. CLG making sure they get their third back into the equation. It's all's going down right now, but all the meanwhile, NRG just holding tight and dominating this building.
Sweet trying to do what he can as well to influence this fight, to disrupt this fight. He wants to make sure these teams die so they can clear this side of the zone. But no, Sweet goes down. Did he get too hungry in that situation?
Just needs the rest of the squad to help him out, and they could get him back up, should get him back up. Just need cover from Nathan, and cover there shall be. The Havoc will sing from a distance, and NRG, they can just breathe a sigh of relief here. It is not going to be the all and end all. Instead, they can just get back up, and they can start to fight again.
The NRG survive. And now Gilderson's moving in with that Prowler. Doing a good amount of damage himself, trying to clear these teams off the respawn beacon. Has to take a bit of a second to pop a Barry when he can, but sometimes you just got to back the beef. You got to back your teammates going in. Don't worry about the shields. Get the kills first. Team Inters eliminated. It will not be back-to-back for them.
So down to 4, but CLG are down to just 1 player. So it's going to be NRG, GE, and 100 Thieves as your big threats to win this game. We were talking about Glitch Energy. We were talking about how they have come through the ranks here from arena players now to being a real threat in Battle Royale.
NRG getting shredded on the cross right now, trying to take back their original position. But like you mentioned, Glitch Energy have moved in. Aim the Destroyer from arenas to Battle Royale to maybe a playoff qualifier and a chance to play at LAN. 100 Thieves taking the high ground as well. And it looks like we might be in a shootout position now. We're down to just 2 squads remaining. It's 100 Thieves versus GE. And what 2 different stories these teams are having this season.
Vaxlon just has to be careful. He's isolated. Love this. You've got to get back to your team. Dark Veil goes down just to separate things. And of course, here comes the Seer Ultimate at the same time. Now you've got all the info. You can shoot through the wall.
Oh, this is brilliant from 100 Thieves. This is why you hold on to your ultis. This is why you do exactly what they've done, is shooting fish in a barrel. 100 Thieves, they've been quiet for a while now, but all of a sudden, they're about to reintroduce themselves. 100 Thieves will be your winner here on World's Edge.
And that is textbook Apex Legends in this meta. You get the Dark Veil down, you get the Seer ult down, and you are getting a free win. There was no response there from the opposition. GE had already used everything that they would have used, and it means that 100 Thieves can be on to a victory here, Glitter. And I mean, that's what we've been waiting. We've been waiting for that wombo combo to drop at the end of the game, and it is like that. It's a chef's kiss. It's perfect when it happens.
I mean, another very impressive performance. Yes, 100 Thieves, they played that perfectly, because as soon as NRG and GE were kind of on top of each other, they're like, we're just going to let that one rock, and then we'll clean up whatever the remains of the squads are. They very, very smart, but GE, consistency yet again in both the placements and their aggression. They're looking very, very good today. And then a little bit of a comeback that we knew NRG was capable of at least getting themselves up there in a top spot in this game to close out World's Edge, which is important because we talked about it. Some of the teams that had started off today doing well, had done well last weekend on Stormpoint, which is what we're heading into next. So some teams really needed to get those points on the board. I mean, I'm excited that this is what we're seeing out of some of these teams. Glitch Energy, I think, might be a little bit of a spanner in the works for some of these squads, Mark.
Yeah, they're a sleeper team for sure. It's, as I say, week 1, I was kind of looking at it. I was like, oh, did they just have one of those weeks? It's like a really good week where they had one win with a lot of KP. And I was looking across, I was like, no, they actually had really good placements, consistent kills as well. And then today they've come in and they've done exactly the same thing again. End zones, they've been there. Closing out games, not quite yet. But if you're getting into top 3s and top 2s and you're picking up KP, you keep doing that for the whole season, we'll see you at LAN. It's as simple as that. They really have been impressive. And unfortunately not to close that one out. It was just 100 Thieves holding on to their utility that made it such a simple end game for them. And that's what we were talking about, utility management. If you have ultimates, you're going to have success against a team who doesn't. It's as simple as that.
And that's probably something that I think 100 Thieves were looking for too, because they've come close quite a few times, not able to close it out, and now they get that. And that's going to be huge for them, at least mentally, heading into Stormpoint now, Gaskin.
Yeah, I think mentally going into Stormpoint, there's a lot of teams who are probably going cross-eyed at the thought of it, because it is going to be trauma from match day 1 where they really struggled. I mean, I spoke about the big difference for Drug Free, where they had 47 points on World's Edge and then 1 point on Stormpoint. It has been that much of a contrast for some of these squads, and it's because the meta hasn't quite developed to that people have like locked it down yet. People are still trying things, and that can throw a spanner in the works on your rotations when suddenly you run across a team that are running something bit different, or maybe they're going a little bit wayward from where they did in scrims, because as Onset's alluded to, scrims do not tell us everything. People do not play the same in scrims. People will change it when they're in the ALGS. Scrims are for practice. I don't know how many times I have to reiterate that. Like, don't expect scrims to play out exactly the same as ALGS, and don't get frustrated when they don't either. Just make sure you come with the same kind of energy that you need when you get into ALGS matches, so that you are focused and you are prepared.
All right, well, let's take a look back at those match 3 highlights, because a lot happened early, specifically between LG and OG. Thank you to the curse of Onset here.
You're welcome. That's all I will say. Hey, look, I wanted to see this go down, all right? That's what it really was. I really just tried to foreshadow it so that we would have a nice little early fight between LG and Optic. Who wouldn't want to see that? Unless you're an Optic fan and you don't come out on top. But 100 Thieves, very interesting rotation from them. We saw them hit the sky with dive and land on the top of this triple stack building, and then they managed to clear out all of the north side. Exet, they made a pretty good attempt at rotating in as well, but then they were held out by the Caustic from CLG, and a big solo play at the end to make sure that CLG survived for a little bit longer than maybe we thought they were. But this fight on the edge, Dan was talking about like comps you don't expect to run into. I do not think that BBB expected to see a team take to the skies and do that damage, because you can see it was the Horizon lift that caused so many problems for them. They walled it off, they played it pretty much perfectly, and then all of a sudden the wall becomes almost irrelevant because you can just lift over it. So it's very interesting to see how the comps are kind of countering each other at the moment. And again, if you don't expect something, it catches you off guard. That few seconds it catches you off guard turns into the first knock on a team winning that fight.
And CCE was actually causing a lot of problems for these teams, Gaskin. I mean, they even tried to do this third-party push here, and I was shocked that CLG was able to keep this one in favor of themselves.
I mean, Mamba doing Mamba things. The Rampage went nuts as well. We switched POVs in the middle of it, and I thought that Mamba had gone down, but no, we switched to the other team and just saw Mamba shred. And I was very impressed with some of the fights that did happen. Now, NRG, are they going to be a little bit frustrated with how that game went down? They were in one of the prime positions for quite some time, but then because tripods were able to stay alive, maybe just those couple of shots were enough to take NRG's kind of equipment away a little bit. They had to use a few resources, and then because Sweet never got the opportunity to fully heal back up, that could have been one of the reasons why they got punished.
Either way, Glitch Energy looking like a team that is definitely not to be trifled with here, but you already mentioned it on set. 100 Thieves just playing this final circle perfectly, saving the utility for when they needed. They had the positioning. They were able to watch everybody else have those fights in front of them and close that thing out very, very easily, and they looked good doing it. But that's a wrap on all of our World's Edge games, which means we are also at the halfway point of the show. And this is the point where we get to bring in one of our lovely pros to come and hang out with us, talk about all the games that we've seen so far and do a little bit of analysis. Well, this time we have Snip3down coming to hang out. I'm very excited to have you on, Eric. Obviously, if you guys don't know, Snip3down from FaZe, and currently the individual kill leader at 24 kills right now. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's nice to have a day off. You know, we played both days last week, so I get to relax a little bit, have a nice Saturday, get to watch some other teams and kind of analyze going into our games tomorrow.
Okay, well, talking about analysis, let's do that right now. Okay, we're going to pull up the final circle from the game that we just watched, and I want you to walk everybody through what you saw from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this final circle, we just saw Glitch actually take out NRG at the crates who was fighting CLG, and now we're kind of just in a straight up 1v1. 100 Thieves is doing a really good job right here of kind of spreading out. You have Vaxlon who's pushed up with his two teammates, Scurry and Anu, watching over them. So he backs up. He knows this is when they decide to wall. They cut off the entire other team. The perfect Searult on the side. If you can't break that Searult right away, they seem to have full coverage. You know, they get the wall hacks right through the wall. Glitch is just kind of scrambling at this point. And you know, I gotta give credit to Glitch. They played this game great. They got as much KP as they possibly could in a huge second place. So we have 100 Thieves and Glitch who really secured themselves in the top of this pool so far, which is great for both of them.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of really cool stuff coming out of NA. We're going to be hanging out and chatting with you for a little bit now. So I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to be telling us which teams you think are doing well and which teams you think could work to improve. And while we talk about that, we'll also be able to look at the match results, if I am not mistaken.
Great. Yeah, so I mean, I think this week is huge for a lot of these teams. You know, these are their second time playing. We have Group A that's already played twice. 100 Thieves really needed to bounce back. I think they had 10 points going in from last week, which is obviously not great for them. They're a placement heavy team, and them being at the top of this right now is huge for that squad. You have another team like Furia who had a big win to start off today when they had a bad week as well last week. So we have a lot of teams who were doing kind of average last week, doing great this week, which is big for the standings, you know. And then you have certain teams like Dark Zero, XSET, which are carrying over the momentum from the previous week. Those two teams are phenomenal. Glitch also did really well. And then you have teams like, I think the biggest talking point is going to be the LG and Optic contest that we're constantly seeing. You know, both those teams, I don't know if it's like an ego battle or what it is at this point, but when those teams are going to be contesting nonstop, it's going to be hard for either of those teams to truthfully qualify. They're both great, talented squads. It's going to be hard to wipe this straight up. And I think those teams are going to have to come to some sort of understanding to maybe just let each other live so they both have a chance at qualifying for LAN. Because right now, it seems like one gets the other every other game, and they're both going to be struggling.
Yeah, and we can see it, the series results here, what those points with the win did for 100 Thieves in the standings. They're now in first with 44, pretty far above some of the rest of the squads. Glitch Energy, though, also putting themselves in a really solid spot. On set, do you have any questions that you want to ask Snip3down while we're here?
Of course I do. Eric, hello, my friend. It's great to have you on the show, as always. Please don't get too good on that analysis, by the way, because I really need this job. But let's talk a little bit about the new team, right? Let's talk about the vibes. Let's talk about your performance and being back at the top of the leaderboard, because you know, I've followed your career for a long time now, pretty much since day one. And every single time that I've seen someone write you off, it's almost like you love hearing that. It's like your favorite thing to hear, because you come back with like such fire, such passion, and you prove people wrong time and time again. Now, what's it been like on the new roster? Like having that fire lit back under you and having a new IGL in Phonyhead who's really leading you in some great spots.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I took the year off to go back to Halo, and I came back to a meta that I'd never played in before. The whole Seer meta was just a very different time for me. You know, I'm used to hitting these flank routes, and was put in this situation where I didn't understand the game as much, and a lot of people just got so much better. A lot of talented people in the ALGS right now, so it just took a little bit for me to adapt. And you know, my last squad, you know, we didn't really have like a true IGL at the time. We were all kind of learning and growing, and I think it was tough for me to come back into that because I was still behind. And Phony has just been, you know, he's flown under the radar, I think, for a very long time. That kid is incredibly talented, and he's got you know, he's very professional for how young he really is. And then we add Frex to the roster, and I think right now it's just like we have one of the most professional environments. We have a great coach to keep our heads in check, and we really just dive down into what we need to improve on every time. If there's an issue, we break it down. No one's like at each other's throats. It's very productive conversations, and I think that's just the best environment for all of us, and it's really why we put this team together in the first place. We took all of that into consideration when the team was formed.
And I mean, Onset talks about, you know, it gives you the fire and it turns you into a different beast. How difficult was it for you personally to miss out on LAN? Because LAN is what you live and breathe, right? We've seen you grow throughout the years in a LAN environment. You had to sit in the wings, you had to watch on. What was that like for you personally?
Yeah, I mean, I'm truthfully glad I went to the London LAN just to kind of sit in the stands and be like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a spectator. I want to be on that stage, kind of feeling the fire, honestly feeling like almost jealousy just watching these players compete at the highest level and thinking that's where I want to be. Like, I do not accept what I put forward into the last split, my individual performance, the team performance, everything. And it just kind of, it lit a fire under me. And I'm just so thankful that, you know, I have two teammates that trusted me to really show up, put in the work, you know, because I mean, a lot of people had written me off, like you said. I mean, the community, a lot of people had written me off in the community. A lot of the pro players, I heard things that they were saying, and it was just like, you know what, like, I don't give a, you know, whatever about what other people are saying. It's what I know I can do and what I can provide to this roster. And I'm just thankful that they trusted me. I'm providing that, and I'm working my ass off every single day out here. You know, I practice as hard as I can every day to learn something new every day.
It's good to have you back.
Yeah, and I love that you said that going to the London LAN really lit that fire under you, Eric, because you guys have been crushing it this split so far. So obviously, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us here today. Best of luck tomorrow in your matches.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
All right, always really nice to get to catch up with Eric, but we still have some matches that we have to start talking about. Obviously, before we do that, though, we need to talk about the Challenger circuit, okay? If you're wondering how you could potentially be playing in the ALGS, well, you have to register for the Challenger circuit. The registration will end on March 22nd, so make sure you are getting yourself signed up at battlefy.com/ALGS. Make sure you and your team are registered, and then potentially you could be playing your way into this very exact Pro League. The tournament will start on March 25th. That's coming up right around the corner. Like we said before, World's Edge is done. Now we're moving on to Storm Point, okay? So we're gonna obviously remind everybody of that. You can see all of the 3 winners from World's Edge. Now Storm Point's gonna be mixing things up here. It should be very interesting to see what our teams can do with this new map, and I'm excited to get into that action, which means for the next game, it is time for me to send it back on over to Onset and Gaskin. Let's do this.
Let's do this. But before we get into this game, Dan, can I just say, for anyone who's followed Snipedown's career, or maybe doesn't know Snipedown's career as well as Dan and I do, this is the scariest form of Snipedown. Like, we've seen it throughout the years. Like, Snipedown, you know, he gets written off all of a sudden, and then you just see it's a look in his eyes, and there's a way that he speaks that means, I am going to destroy you next time I have the opportunity to. And that is exactly what I heard from him there. I love the fact that he's happy with the environment on FaZe. I love the fact that he's back doing what he does best, which is just silently killing everything in a lobby. That's a scary looking Snipedown. if you ask me.
It's a man who knows what he wants. I mean, he could have very easily turned up to the London LAN, watched it and gone, maybe I see a different career now. Maybe this isn't where I want to be. Maybe I want to be on the analyst desk, right? Because I do think that he would be a fantastic addition to any sort of talent show. And I do think that he is a player that knows that he hasn't lost it yet, right? Like esports, there's a lot of talk about players, you know, when you get too old, do you still have it? I think that Eric is a fantastic demonstration that you can still have it no matter how many. He's still only 31.
Dan, I still see him as the like 16, 17-year-old kid on a main stage. I will never see Eric outside of anything but that. But sometimes I have to remember that he's actually like an adult human now. And I mean, I don't know. It's a crazy thing. But FaZe obviously doing amazing watching on today, Dan. But now we have to change the story. We have to change the script. And we have to change the map. We're heading to Storm Point. Game number 4 is live.
Again, though, could see some contests, and it could be LG involved in it, down towards Mirage Trois and Fish Farms. Rise are in the area, but no, it looks like they're going to be okay. Rise are going to instead take Launchpad, but take a little bit of the area just north of Mirage Trois. So that is good news for LG. They don't have to take a contest on both maps. Otherwise, it could have been very detrimental for them. We heard what Snipedown was saying. That fight with Optic is never going to be a fun one. Speaking of Optic, they're going to be going down to Beast. So they also should have a more comfortable game here, or set of games on Storm Point.
It's good zone for Xset. It could be a Cascade. It could be just south of Checkpoint like we saw earlier in Namiya. We'll have to see when we get a little bit of beacon information where we are going to be going, ladies and gents. But for now, it's time for us to see all of these teams just do a little bit of looting, as we won't have any contesting, and how they try and approach things. Look, I'm interested to see Optics drop as well. Near to Dark Zero. Obviously not contesting them. The mill was somewhere that Optic did like to drop. However, you can see the down beast is now open. That's the former FaZe position they like to take in the last split. But for now, it looks like everyone is comfortable, if I'm not mistaken, Dan.
Yeah, and you said about Checkpoint, it's pretty much bang on where NRG are right now, is where the circle's heading. Could go down towards the trenches as well, just south of North. That's where you're going to see a lot of these teams start to set up, because there are so many different places you can play in those trench areas. So the likes of where Dig are, you can see the Optic can just move on up and take a trench area as well. And the NRG, if they would like to, can move a little bit further north. So this one's going to start pulling up towards Northpad, and there's going to be a lot of teams that will be able to find a nice early rotation.
Good news for BBB fans as well. TSM not in the lobby means the wall is theirs. However, if you're a fan of Spiders, this is not the POV that you want to be watching right now, because they get destroyed, eliminated by Vaxelon the Exterminator. He's going to pick up a little bit of loot as 100 Thieves, the winners of our last game. And the fascinating thing about the Apex Legends Global Series now, Dan, is that we're a couple of years into things. You know, we've got a lot of history now with these teams, with their achievements. I mean, this was a team who came out of nowhere, that won the first championships before during the pandemic, where they picked up a huge amount of money, a huge amount of prestige. It was a crazy match point finish, and from there signed for 100 Thieves. But it's been a little bit of a stagnate time, I would say, for them over the last season or so. They made LAN just about, but they didn't qualify for that finals lobby. But now, sometimes we always talk about what a win can do for a team, right? One win, all of a sudden your season turns around, your form turns around, your momentum turns around, your trust is reinstated in your teammates, and we'll have to see if that happens for 100 Thieves.
I think that's Battle Royale, though, isn't it? It's the high highs and the low lows. Very different to a lot of other arena esports, for example, whereas if you finish first at a tournament, you're probably going to be hovering around first, second, third. Maybe you'll drop down to top 6 for the rest of your career, most likely. However, in Battle Royale, you can finish first one tournament and you can finish 20th the next tournament, and then 15th and then 3rd, and you are all over the place. To try and keep on top of your game and keep motivated through that is very difficult, and that's why we always have to just note these teams that do push through these hard times and do re-find that success that maybe they have lost in some of these darker times. And I will say as well, maybe we need warnings before these broadcasts for those who have arachnophobia as we get into these spider battles. I have seen mods for some games that just turn spiders into blurry visuals, and maybe we need that just to make sure that people don't get too scared. Mark, are you scared of spiders?
No.
Okay, that's all right.
Honestly, I'm not. Spiders don't bother me at all.
See, and you'd make a fantastic boyfriend. You're the one who will come in and make sure you just usher them outside nicely, wouldn't you? You're very polite about it.
Yeah, don't just bit of paper, glass, pop them outside the window, no problem. They're not going to hurt you. Wasps, however, no time for you. Anyway, let's move on to 100 Thieves, and let's look at their rotation, because they're taking off from around command center, and they're going to be able to hit a really, really long rotation here on the Valkyrie ultimate, going from one of the highest points here on Storm Point to one of the lowest points down in the trenches. So 100 Thieves, they're not messing about here, Dan. They're trying to get a spot to play early. However, they're finding a little bit of traffic, and the trench isn't the best place to have to land here.
This is one of my favorite finishes, by the way, with the trench finishes, because there's so many different narrow angles that you have to take, and you can actually have isolated fights in the end game just because you block out so much of the visuals from those teams who might be holding angles above you. And I love isolated fights. I think that's why Apex Legends is so good. These 3v3 engagements and the permutations that go around that. Like, are you going to be able to bait and switch? Are you going to be able to utilize those abilities or any grenades you may have to try and win those engagements as well? All of that can be taken away by a third party, but I like the trenches because you can isolate.
100 Thieves have got a place to call home for quite some time now. DZ, they're going to be just to their side as well, or above them, as you can see on the map at the moment, inside the Donut Building. It's officially the Donut Building, by the way. I won't hear it called anything else. Oxygen Esports, they're also holding down a little position in the trenches. They're going to be watching for rotates down from Checkpoint as well with that zip line that's in front of them. Not a lot of teams left in Checkpoint, though. CLG are going to be there. They're trying to walk down the hill at the moment, and they might actually be having a little bit of an engagement as 100 Thieves and NRG introduce themselves with a very firm handshake, I'll call it.
A firm handshake indeed. As they just pass.
Handshake where you don't break eye contact. You know the ones?
There's one of the, yeah, where there's a lot of meaning behind the handshake, that's for sure. Well, speaking of breaking eye contact, BBB on one side, and they are very much going to be staring down the opposition. Zach Mazer and the rest really need to decide on how they want to push this one, and it does seem like the damage has been done, and it might be enough to send it on this team.
Designful taking a really good angle here. He's going to get a huge amount of damage. Gets one knock alongside his teammates. There's going to be some more damage with the 30-30. Not quite connecting in the way they would have wanted to, but SCS do go down. But there's a third party in the vicinity, and it's going to be Dark Zero, I believe, who are overlooking some of these fights going down. It's actually Rise, excuse me, and BBB, who look like they found an isolated fight, a very comfortable place to play, now have to reset. Chaotic's got a full armor swap, and it's Redzy who's going to take some damage on the cross as well, and Redzy goes down.
BBB, CCE, SCS, your alphabet has to be on point as Rise now will be down to 2. Detox very low, but should be able to get a battle, you'd imagine. And surely Rise don't throw this opportunity away of a third party. You'd imagine it should be comfortable as now the Dark Veil comes out just to ensure they have that support and they have a wall to play with.
Designful has been completely finished as well. KO takes a big amount of damage from that high ground though, trying to play on this head glitch just the other side of the cannon. Zach Maze is going to try and push in, but just gets picked apart as BBB kind of fall apart a little bit here. Take yourself back a few seconds. They had complete control of the situation. The third party comes in. Zach tries to take it off angle, but just gets picked off himself. And now Chaotic left on his own, but doing some good damage from distance with this Nemesis.
Well, when you've got a Nemesis, it almost gives you an extra gun, it would seem. It's so strong, but as he pushes up, he takes far too much damage. Sure, he's cracked one of the players, but unfortunately, in a 1 versus 2, it's never going to be fun. Does get the finish onto one player, but I don't think it's going to be enough to survive. Will not. So BBB eliminated. Rise are just going to have to make sure Redzy gets back up, but oh, there's more to the party.
Here come Glitch Energy, and I tell you what, there's another team just behind them as well. This is a real hotbed of activity at the moment, but Rise getting taken down extremely quickly means that Glitch will be able to completely reset here and should be able to get those bats off, but no, the CQ comes in. That's going to cancel the battery, and Glitch Energy decides, you know what? Enough is enough for now. We're out of here. We get the wall down. Furia trying to chase them down. Reeds needs to get a battery off if they want to have a chance of turning around and fighting this.
Yeah, Furia turned up with the red cups and the ping pong balls and said, is it still happening? Is the party still going on? And GE said, no, we're out. We don't want any of this. No pong for today. And Furia maybe a bit frustrated they weren't quick enough to the punch, but at least they were able to maybe collect all of the loot and they get all of the goodies without having to fight for it.
I have fond memories of beer pong, by the way. I'll just say, you know, we have very fond memories of that because I won a double or nothing game and it was a wonderful moment for me. Probably one of the highlights of my life. But Furia, they don't have a highlight to talk about right now as they didn't manage to get on top of that fight and didn't manage to get as close to Glitch Energy as they could to third party that and get the first knock and really turn things in their favor. Luminosity, they're going to be down on the southern side of the zone at the moment. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. The zone will close. No real danger of them being dangered by the zone, so to speak. Probably could have used a better adjective there, Dan, but you know, we're deep into the broadcast now. You gotta let me off sometimes.
Yeah, as it gets to the early hours of the United Kingdom, you can always expect Onset's brain to just change a little bit, but then he'll pick it up for the next game, and that's what we can always love about Onset.
That's what we're all about.
It's Apex at night as things change, but Luminosity, I mean, as you say, they are well equipped now. I've been very impressed with what they've done today. And remember, they were the Storm Point specialists, right? When it came to Split 1, these guys dominated when it came to Storm Point. They had some of the most victories, they had some of the most points across any region, and if they can find that same form in this meta, then they are going to be a real threat.
Glitch Energy, once again, they were the team that were being chased down. They managed to pick up the third party on BBB. They were being chased by Furia, but they've managed to completely reset now, and Furia are completely out of their the situation that they found themselves kind of worrying for a few moments. But LG down on the south side of the zone, you can see that GE just above them, CCE on the outside, and Furia also completely wrapping to hit a little scan and find out where everybody is going to be and what place they can play afterwards. And I wonder if they're going to try and hit a second one here. You see they're rotating to the north, maybe with a Skyward dive. You can see the Digger going to be in that armory. And this choke might become Furia's for now, and maybe we're going to see GE versus Furia part 2.
Honestly, with the changes to the survey beacon, I thought it would really benefit teams like Furia, who do actively look to try and take advantage of teams on the edge. And they did show that in World's Edge, right? There were times where they really capitalized on some teams maybe not expecting to be pushed. And they have found themselves a little bit of a home, as have Tripods for now, but they are very much caught between several teams.
Yeah, this is looking like a bit of a tough spot for them. You see, they took a lot of damage on the way down. They managed to just about get inside, but they've expended so many resources to survive here. If a team tries to push them, they've got no defensive capability apart from the piercing spikes that could go down from the Catalyst. But Optic, I think they realized that. They saw things that went down. They saw the ultimates being used. They wanted to have a little sniff at this one, but Optic, I think, have got to play the long game a bit here. Have had a very, very slow day so far, and I think they realized that lasting longer in this game is more beneficial than for them to try and force a fight now.
It is important, though, to keep an eye on what abilities are used. I think it was Nasky during the EMEA broadcast when we went into a listening just shouting, they're out of juice, they're out of juice. And when they are, you can take advantage of it because we know how strong abilities can be, especially some of these ultimates. And it makes it so difficult when you are being pushed. You don't have anything to counter that at the same time. But it does look like Tripods might get away with it as this circle continues to pull northwest. We knew it was going to be going up towards North Pad. The team saw it as well. This is one of the more predictable zones that we have on Storm Point, as now Glitch Energy, they'll make their way in.
Really tough to Valkyrie ult in this position as well, because you're not going to get those scans on the teams in the trenches until you fly above them, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, we could play here, we could play here. Wait, there's nowhere for us to play, and all of a sudden we're getting ripped out of the skies, and Reeds falls down to his knees. The Catalyst wall will go down. Can they get the res? No! Aiden the Destroyer will go down as well, and Glitch Energy, who have been so impressive so far, fall to the combination of 100 Thieves and NRG. NRG overextending to make sure that they keep as much space as they can, but have Glitch survived? Is one player still alive? Has anyone managed to finish those downs, or will GE manage to reset?
That was the cutest Dark Veil I've ever seen, by the way. The smallest Catalyst wall you will ever see in a game, just
Catalyst
narrowly
fence.
taking off. It was like a little pickup fence that is going to be knocked down very easily. There we go, it goes down now. But one member still alive, you mentioned it. GE are still going to be up, and Aiden also gets picked up. NRG now shredding down in the trenches, but GE, has to be said, they've just about survived, but for how long?
NRG now having to play a little bit defensively here. You saw Sweet trying to do what he does best. Take a little bit of space, do some damage, force teams away. Nathan's going to get the first knock here. And also you can see in the kill feed that DZ are having a little go at Glitch Energy. Big information being picked up here by Nathan. Tries to swing out, has to be careful as his shields are going to get smashed away. Exet also in the vicinity. Drug Free eliminated in the meantime as well. But NRG doing a great job here, not only to reset, but also to force these teams away. Glitch Energy have been eliminated, though. Their amazing run so far today will not continue here in game number 4.
Now remember, NRG had the pick of it all, really, when it comes to where they wanted to play here in the trenches, because they dropped at checkpoint. They could have rotated to pretty much anywhere, and they find themselves in a comfortable position for now. CCE are going to potentially get an engagement here. These buildings are always difficult to navigate because of all the entry points, but the Horizon Black Hole will come down. It's just going to keep CCE away for now.
Couple of teams trying to coexist at the moment. You can see that Flinzar's trying to move in. Dropping Gaming have been eliminated in the meantime. And I mentioned Flinzar. Well, you don't have to worry about him anymore because CCE are holding their ground at the moment. The smokes are going to go down as well. And Shiny's got a digital threat, so he can hold off any push that comes in. Anyone who tries to challenge, and they should just about be able to get that player back on his feet. So for now, they're good. They're holding this ground, but they have to keep moving. They have to keep going forward because in 40 seconds time, the zone is going to close and they're going to be forced to fight.
Ultimate still available for Shiny as well. I think the exhibit may have been used by CCE, and that could prove to be an annoyance a little bit later, unless it was the enemy exhibit, which is entirely possible with the amount of seers that are in the lobby right now. But CCE looking to try and take advantage of the fight that's happening in the building opposite. One team does get wiped, and now CCE will push.
Send it. They've got to send it. They try and deathball through this slim opening. One player is already down. There's a Horizon Q as well. Oh, the amount of numbers I just saw on my screen made my head spin in circles, as the amount of damage is enough for them to force their way in and around zone. A big play coming in here from CCE. Shiny's gonna get the smokes down, but can't do it because the Nemesis strikes hard from Zanayo and Oxygen.
And the noise you made almost sounded like Thor's hammer, but CCE down to just one. Exet are in the area and looking to try and capitalize on some very weak enemies and pick up some free KP. CCE do get eliminated. Exet do pick up the kills, and now your kill leader is going to be on Exet as well, who now dominate this side of the map, and they can just comfortably walk in if they choose to. But of course, with the composition they have the ability to skyward dive, but we've already seen skyward dives are not going to work when it is a trench finish, so I would hope that Exet will go on foot.
Exet are going to be really primed though to make the most of any smokes they see go down. They're not running the Bangalore themselves, which is interesting to see, of course.
Enemy there.
But they do have a lot of digital threats between them, so anyone that tries to smoke them off, they're going to be more than happy to take that fight. 100 Thieves, again, involved in a great position. We saw how quick their rotate was. That huge Valkyrie ultimate just kind of taking most of Storm Point out of the equation as they found the trench to play. Noxious are going to be eliminated as well, as we now find ourselves down to 11. And with 11, all of a sudden it could become 10, because Exet get caught off guard here by LG, and it's Sykes and Nocturnal now who have to do the heavy lifting.
Both exhibits go down, and it's panic exhibits that happen so often where you just want to be able to do as much as you can. I thought I got too excited there with a 450 because I couldn't see, but it was just a shield that was being broken on one of the players that was knocked down. But LG into the top 11, as you mentioned, will make their way towards the first trench, and it's going to be like one of the situations where you have to work together here and make sure you're looking at the same things.
Well, Luminosity do manage to do a good job. It looked a little bit worrying there as Yanya dropped down. If he wasn't on Valkyrie, he might be dead for now, and Luminosity might be thinking about rezzing him instead of moving forward. But zone is going to be closing. LG trying to prioritize here some KP on the edge of zone. They've managed to find somewhere to play, but Exet's still in front of them as a duo. 100 Thieves also here looking for any third-party opportunities, but NRG, they've now got to wrap through from the position they've been holding down for so long to try and force their way into end zone. Sweet with the Kraber is always something to watch. Let's see if the big man can hit some shots.
And it's the same teams that are in the good positions yet again. It's NRG, it's Furia, it's Dark Zero, it's 100 Thieves, it's Exet. I mean, these are the teams that we've been talking about for the last week or so about being able to get to these late game situations. There is so much talent right now in North America, though, that can be the difference between what top 10 and a top 5 is just making sure you can get past some of these absolute powerhouses in this region.
Sweet's looking to line them up at the moment. Taking so much space, commanding so much place, and NRG just making their presence known with this Kraber. Nobody's going to push them. Oh my goodness, for a second there, I thought it was going to be more like 10-pin bowling than Apex Legends, as everybody lined up. And Sweet says, who do you think you are? I am.
Just watching the little crevice that he can see, hoping to see a slither of a forehead that he can just slam home one of the Kraber bullets. But of course, with the changes, is not going to be a knock nowadays, but just the damage alone is keeping that team at bay, as NRG though still have to think about where they're gonna go, as that one narrowly misses the hair of the enemy. And for Energy, look at the amount of space they have to cover though to get to this next circle. They know full well there's going to be teams holding them out, and I think that's why Sweet is so aware of the team that is on the southern side of them right now.
Another thing you have to be aware of on Bangalore is managing your smokes, making sure that you've got one to make across. Sweet's got a chance to hit a big shot here, but again, even with his big old hat on, Seer managed to avoid that bullet flying through the sky by the skin of his teeth.
Very slender though is Seer. I like to say that I'm of a similar build and you can dodge a sniper bullet here or there. Haven't done it in real life, but maybe one day. We now see NRG pushing through and Oxygen get eliminated because Sweet's able to just clean up the final pieces there. And now this is the smoke that you were talking about, right? You have to have it available to you, and there's the lay of the land. This is where they're going to be moving. Dark Zero, Exet, LG, 100 Thieves and NRG all have to move in.
Furia in a good position as well, just playing on the back of this building. Dark Zero walking down as well, and Dark Zero kind of commanding this side of the zone. They seem to be the only team that's here. Look at Sykes and Nocturnal, though. It looks like they're going to hit a Valkyrie redeploy. They're going up into the skies. They want to see if they can avoid everything and land on the side of all of the carnage. 100 Thieves now in a little bit of trouble. Scurry trying to survive, but can't. Vaxxon now left on his own, trying to do some magical things, but 100 Thieves will not make it back-to-back wins as Luminosity move in to clean up the pieces.
This is when you've just got to hit your shots, and this is where the digi threats are going to come into play. Bang smokes are going to be everywhere. 8 squads remain as those 5 squads I mentioned have to push into these trenches where already occupation is had. Dark Zero doing the damage though, as the other team is going to have to scamper back to try and survive.
Jem Burton says, follow me, boys, I'm going in. And he manages to go in, indeed. He gets the shield swap, does not take a huge amount of damage. Luminosity wiped to the side by the car of Jem Burton and co. Wonderful play from him. Saw the damage, capitalized on it as we move our attention towards this building now. This is where the teams are stacked up, and NRG are playing on the outside right now. Furia know where they are, but has Sweet swapped out that Kraber? Does he still have it in his hands, and can he change the momentum of this game with one bullet?
So the positions I want to focus on here, NRG are in a good enough spot, but probably get griefed by all these teams in the building. CLG, arguably in a very strong position in this mini circle as well, as long as they don't get too much grief from Dark Zero, who are in one of the prime spots, but NRG not allowing Optic to escape easily and looking to try and take advantage of one of their spots right now.
NRG just wrapping behind this team underneath all of the carnage that's going down. Sweet gets out of his life. Optic Gaming eliminated as well. NRG managing this endgame so well, and the amount of KP they've picked up on their way to do so and getting into this endgame is commendable to say the least. They now have to make their next move though. Exit, I think they've just been eliminated from the team up on the high ground as well. CLG, they're down in the trenches outside of this building, but Dark Zero, they're the team who are watching all of this craziness unfold in front of them. They're the ones who have the pick of the litter right now.
Yeah, Dark Zero and CLG are my favorites to win this game at the moment. The rest of the teams that are all going to be jumping off this building or around this building should naturally fight each other. Dark Zero just have to be careful. Dark Zero going to grief CLG though. That's bad news for CLG. Dark Zero cannot afford to lose a player though. They need to back off and make sure they're healthy, but they had shield swaps at the ready.
I mean, Dark Zero, it was Zero himself who swung, and he was taken out at almost 0 HP. There was almost too many zeros for Zero to deal with in that situation. Dark Zero trying again just to harass this team, hoping that when the teams leave that building, they fall into a weak CLG and make their life so much easier by doing the work for them. But the question now is, can Dark Zero stay alive for long enough for the zone to start to have an effect? The question looks like it's about to be answered as AJC up on this Highlander causing some problems as NRG lose Gildersons.
These circles never simple as well because of the dark veils going down, covering all of your visuals, making sure that you need to have someone who can at least give you a sight line or give you that exhibit to give you the heartbeats, to give you that information that go through the walls here.
AJC down to just 2 though. Capra and Boat trying to do what they can as a duo in this endgame. They do have the height, but at some point you gotta drop. CLG will be eliminated, but Dark Zero, now they're getting harassed, now they're getting pestered by Furia. AJC made their move down from the high ground. They will be eliminated as well as Furia now make their move, and what a game this could be for Furia. With 3 squads remaining, they come out on top of the building battle, and they have KP in front of them too.
Incredible here from Furia. Who's the other team though? That's the big question right now.
Pandas needs to get the shield swap. Pandas, did he get the shield swap? It doesn't matter because Furia do the damage before he even has
damn,
to
dude,
change.
Furia
It's
is just
Furia.
unstoppable. They on another level, boy.
And it was all about who left that building last, and Furia, they managed to clutch up when it mattered.
A Furia back? I think Furia might be back here. A big question for me would be what Dark Zero did and how they went down. We jumped away from their POV just as the action unfolded, but I mean, Glitter, as I've said before, the trenches is one of my favorite final circles, and it did not disappoint.
No, not at all. There was a point where I thought that AJC had held out just long enough on the roof that they were going to be able to be the ones that took that game home. But Furia, they just look a little bit too good right now, and they didn't drop all the way down, so that just slight advantage was what ended up having them bring home the win. But even so, I mean, we're seeing a comeback from Furia in general. And even with DZ going out early, even we're early-ish, with Exet going out early-ish, we're still seeing consistency out of those teams, keeping them in a top spot, getting placement points on the board, and keeping themselves in the conversation when it comes to the points. Because we're going to start really talking about those a lot as we continue to move towards the close of the day. And right now, those teams are looking a little bit scary, Mark.
They are, and I'm finding these end games fascinating as well, because we've had some really, really good end games, like little micro decisions making the difference. And I was very impressed with actually, you know, how CLG survived for quite some time, because I thought they were going to be the first team with Dark Zero kind of harassing them, doing damage. When everyone started to leave and everyone fell down to that low ground, CLG were kind of in a position, because they were taking damage, that someone was going to go down, but they held their ground pretty well. And every time that Dark Zero tried to swing on them, they would exchange fire and get the better of them the majority of that time. But those end circles are fascinating. It's always best to watch those end circles back and hear the comms of the teams, because Furia navigating that traffic is pretty wild for them to come out of that situation with all three players still on their feet. I think that's the most impressive thing about how they managed that.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of chaos, and all of that micro, I think it was actually Sweet that was the last one standing up against Furia at the end there as well. So NRG able to get themselves into a good spot there at the end. But the real question is, who's going to be able to stop? If this is the Furia we get, Dan, they're going to have the aggression, and apparently they've now got the more reserved decision making. Who stops that Furia?
It's like Fury have got that last Infinity Stone, right? They've started to put all the pieces together, and then they snap their fingers, and the end game just seems to fall right into place. And I think that is a terrible, terrible thing for the rest of the lobby, because when Furia were at their best, they were one of the biggest threats when it came to the way they used to fight. If you then add their ability in these final circles, they become one of the best teams in the lobby without a shadow of a doubt. And we posed a question right at the start of the day: what do Furia have to do differently to try and regain that form? Is it about being patient at the right time? Is it about making slightly different calls from the IGL when you get into those final circles? And it does seem like they have been studying, they have done the research, they have found out what was going wrong in this meta, and they have found an answer for it, and it has been very impressive to watch.
And this was actually another thing that I noticed, because yet again we've got CCE just absolutely inting on people on set. I mean, they've kind of been a chaos factor all day.
They have. They were playing edge of zone there. They were forced to take that fight with the zone closing behind them, but they did it so effectively that it was really, really impressive. But Sweet there, I thought that was going to be one of those clips that goes into a montage, that goes into the next trailer, because two people pop up. There's the chance for the collateral to come in. And Sweet, you let me down. I mean, I've got to be honest with you, you didn't do anything wrong, but you still let me down by somehow not making something happen. But it was a good game for NRG once again. You know, they've been involved in, I would say, every single end zone that we've had so far today, pretty much. Maybe apart from game one, where they let themselves down a little bit. But apart from that, the way they've navigated towards these end games has been what you would expect from NRG. And if they did manage to pull out a second place with Sweet ratting, that would be even more impressive to me. I'll have to rewatch and catch who was that second place as we go into it. But again, Dark Zero involved in endgame, like you mentioned. It's the big dogs who just keep seeming to be there and thereabouts.
And if this is how they're going to be right now, and we even heard when we do the interviews, we had the players talk about it right now in these 6-game series, the consistency is what matters. It's not even necessarily about getting those wins, Gaston. It's about constantly putting yourself in a spot to get the points.
Yeah, wins aren't as important right now as you are building the points and you are getting towards playoffs. But as we know, once you're at playoffs, when you're at champs, match point comes into effect. So it's always good practice to have those victories under your belt. But the kills spread somewhat evenly across the top teams. Everyone was being able to pick up KP there. It was pandemonium in that final circle where everyone just got involved, and it was about hitting your shots in those moments. It's all well and good to trust your IGL to get you into the final circles, but that's when you need your best players to step up, do the damage, and give yourself the best chance to win.
And we've got the answer here on set as well. It was Sweet who was able to clutch up second place for NRG, getting that many more points for them. So now they've got the 17-point game as well. And then we'll move down to the second page with all of these kills being spread out and see what the scores are for the rest of our teams. A little bit of a surprise still that now Glitch Energy dropped down a little bit. Drug Free still struggling on the day. And they're going to need to pick it up with a few more matches left.
Yeah, I mean, Glitch Energy, we're in a pretty good spot. They made a difficult Valk rotation, but they had to try and thread the needle between 100 Thieves and NRG, and not many teams are going to come out on the good side of that. They were kind of a second away from maybe getting a Dark Veil down to give them a reset. They managed to get 2 players up, but it's always difficult. If you find in the trenches, you got 2 3-man teams either side of you, you're not going to last too long. But I think the most impressive rotation for me was actually 100 Thieves in that huge Valkyrie rotate that they hit to get into a good spot. Just weren't able to execute from then on. But I mean, you look at the overall standings, and Dan kind of like said it with a little bit of a wait a minute, a Furia back. Well, they're just about back right now, only by 2 points. But if it ends up like this, then you have to say maybe they are.
Well, we still have 2 more matches left to go. Right now, the point spread is pretty close, so it's still anybody's game as far as taking that top spot on the day. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, game number 5 coming right at you.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Do you want me to wait around for like...
Skip, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I just had a chick send me a damn video of her twerking her ass on Facebook, bruh.
Okay.
That's one jiggly ass butt, I tell you what. God damn.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of Split 2 of the ALGS for our NA region. We are 4 out of 6 matches done, with match number 5 right around the corner. We've sent Gaskin for a quick break, so on set we're going to bring you back in so we can just get straight into this next match, because it's probably going to determine a lot for our points. We saw how close they were heading into that break, and we've seen lots of teams really starting to step it up.
Was very, very impressive, and I think we've got to continue to see Furia kind of run with that momentum that they have on their side, and see if they can keep these big kill point games coming with a little bit of patience thrown in as well for those end games.
You know, we even saw the tweet on the break. We're watching people on social also recognizing the patience that Furia is showing us here today. It is the perfect combination of what we need out of this team, and if this is something that they can keep up for the rest of the split, it will be putting them in such a solid spot for playoffs.
Nah, if I want a lifestyle, I go
get
it.
A little bit of information.
I'm a
We're going to show you the map
person.
overhead as well and give you that information.
If I want
hopefully at
something
home as well
reality,
as to where we're
make
going to
it
go. But
that.
I think this is a Gale station ending,
You
if
know.
you were to ask me, and it might be that one
love
indeed.
that
Look at that,
answer.
Lauren, eh? I mean, I'm going to say I've got a few wrong today, but luckily when I've been like calling them and live, it's been correct. So I'm quite happy.
I think you've just wanted it to be a Gale station ending anytime it's even remotely.
It's a Gale station ending here, Lauren. I assure you, Gale station. No chance of anything else. If it goes back to Launchpad, by the way, I'm just like DCing and give it up. It's Gale station.
I have faith in your zone prediction. Okay, you've been right all day. I don't think you've ever missed a zone so far.
I definitely have.
No, I don't remember. You can't prove it.
Fine. If you want to give that confidence towards my zone calls, then you're more than welcome. But yeah, I've definitely got some wrong today. But anyway, let's look at what Fury are doing, and they're going to be doing what they do best, and that is making sure that they can loot the armory and get everything they need to get to that end game with full kit and every single attachment that you could possibly want to take those engagements that they're going to need to as well, because this is a tough rotation for them over at Lightning Rod, all the way down south, having to go all the way from one tip of the map to the other. So Fury are going to have to be dangerous, looted, suited, and booted to make sure when they get in those fights, they're going to have all of the advantage they can play with.
Yeah, definitely going to end up being a few squads that they could potentially have to run through now. Checking in with OXG, as they are also making their rotation nice and early. A bunch of these teams going to try to get down there as quickly as possible, because everyone that already landed there is going to be setting up shop nice and comfortable. And we had kind of talked about some of those teams that would be down there. LG, this should work out in their favor considering where they dropped. So considering how aggressive they've been, might be beneficial.
might be beneficial indeed. LG, this is a really good spot for them. I mean, SCS, they're already working their way in as well. Dark Zero, they're making a rotation down from the south, and that's going to be, I think, Dark Zero in the Trident trying to escape, and they have to kind of set things up. But I think there might be a team who's pinching them as well. And also, all of a sudden, it looks like even with the Catalyst wall down, this team wants Dark Zero dead. Dark Zero managed to reset for now, but SCS up on that high ground did enough damage and scared them off and forced that bang ult, meaning that that won't be available for Dark Zero to push from.
For a second, I was worried. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that maybe
terrified.
that they would just try to push this and see if they could maybe take out a massive heavy hitter in the lobby early. Not that they would know, but that would have been an insane thing to do if they were able to close that one out instead.
I want you to actually get to know me, though. I don't want you to...
A solid spot in this building over here. We can see those pings coming out, trying to decide where they want to be. Decide to bail a little bit. And now they're out in the open, and this is not good on set.
I mean, nobody knew where they wanted to go. It was as simple as that. No one made the call. No one made the ping. Everybody split up, and they just got picked apart. It's as simple as that. And Dark Zero now, having survived that initial push, all of a sudden, 5 tripods up to their waists in the water. This is not good. They are not wearing the suitable swimwear, I would imagine. Tripods here. They are sitting ducks, and this is a very... I don't know what to say. What is happening right now? Sharky's taking the boat out to meet him, maybe to throw him a lifeline or a life ring, a life jacket. I don't know. This is one of the most ridiculous plays I've seen in ALGS.
I feel like the Tridents, they're just spelling disaster for people right now. If you have one, you die. Tripods just went out so early because of it. DZ now taking damage because of being in theirs, and I'm way out in the open. This is going to be so bad, and it's at the hands of Glitch Energy.
That's all I can do right now.
I can't.
Honestly.
Oh my god.
Tripods dive 50 meters out in the water behind a tripod. Dark Zero look like they're going out on a rescue mission. They get taken down as well. One gets finished as well. I'm not gonna lie, this feels like one of those games of scrims where everyone's going, what are these guys doing? Like, why are they doing that? But this is the ALGS. This is game 5. Oh, Glitch Energy, please. Just stay out the Tridents.
And SCS just went down after their indecisive Valve rotate. They are now out in the kill feed as well. It's like, how is it? The first raid hasn't closed.
Everyone just needs to relax in this lobby right now. Seriously, just put the Tridents to the side. Let's chill, everyone. Okay, cool. 18 squads remaining. I would say it's been an entertaining start to this game, Lauren. I don't know about you.
I'm really struggling right now to understand what was in the water for match number 5, because
someone had a treasure map or something. Like there was a big X on someone's screen. Because it was more Pirates of the Caribbean than Apex Legends. But for now, I'm just kind of glad it's over and we can get back to what really matters here. That's NRG rotating.
And potentially rotating right into a team. We'll have to see if they're able to make their way past. You can see on the map that they do. Not going to really mess with anybody right now, staying around the edge and getting themselves somewhere safer. And look how many teams have made their way down to Fish Farms. I mean, I don't think it's safe down there. If anybody brings another vehicle of any sort, it might spell disaster, but right now they're at least holding a little bit of space. Some poke damage is going down between some of the teams that have already set up shop.
Well, it looks like Oxygen are going to win a fight here, and it's good news for them because they haven't had the best of days so far, but Noxious will be taken down. Good news, everybody. You can ignore me once again. It's not going to be a Gale Station end because the zone has just pulled away from them, and the one team who's inside of that zone who are looking very, very healthy right now, Xset. Xset have made a great call on that zone. They didn't go all the way deep into Gale Station where the likes of Dark Zero Tripods tried to make that rotation. Glitch Energy still holding out the southern side of it, but Oxygen Esports, they're going to be in a really good spot towards this end game as well, especially with that KP on board as well.
Bro? Skip.
What?
Do you understand how long I've been on Facebook for the past month? And do you know how many bots have added me?
No.
Do you know how many guys had girl pictures pretending to be a chick? That is the first fucking chick that has actually called me and spoke in her voice. That's awesome.
Listen, I'm not saying that Xset is having a very similar performance to their
And fucking chicks keep on asking me why you single. Because there ain't no fucking real women.
Two, but they are. And this match on day 2 was the match that they won. So there is the potential for them to take this one home. They've looked good all day and have had
Hey, I got an account. I made it when I was a kid. I didn't know bots were going to fucking take over the world.
What they did the first time around consistency-wise. So this might be the opportunity for Xset to
I had
bring
my
it up.
hands up like the goddamn cops were holding the gun to me.
It was the Sentinel in the hands of Nocturnal who did manage to just peel away a one player from Optic Gaming who are trying to hold off, and Xset are fully sending it on our map overhead in the moment. Great switch from the observers as well to try and capitalize on this, but Nox back on his feet, even though he hasn't had the time to pop a med kit. He has managed to get the shields back up, so Xset having to decide what to do here. They decide this isn't the fight for now. They didn't close that gap quick enough, and now they scarper away. They let Optic exist. They let Optic survive because they know this is not the smarter play. But Skill Cakes is back for revenge, get some damage down, but there's that charge rifle just to make sure that all Xset players can escape and manage to heal up.
Definitely a safer call here on behalf of Xset. That frag that they threw in, that Sykes threw in, it did hit, but they were too far split at that point to really commit to that fight, and Optic has already recovered quite nicely, and then they end up taking a lot of poke damage here as a result of having to back off. We'll end up using a lot of their meds to try and recover from that. But I do appreciate the conservative choice because they're in such a good spot right now in the zone. They don't really need to force it if they don't want to.
Yeah, 17 squads remaining as well. The likelihood of that fight going down quickly after they saw that Optic got knocked back onto his feet was very low. You never know what teams are in the vicinity, how close they are, but CCE, they're in a fight at the moment. Shiny's going to go down. The EVA 8 doesn't hit quite as hard as he would have wanted. Prophet has to take a second here to pop a Barry, but I'm going to have to cancel that heal and use that car to do some damage himself. Shiny has been finished off as well, so he'll have to play the rest of this game as a death box unless they can get that banner back in and get him back on his feet. A little flank coming in here from Prophet. It's now a 1v1. CCE versus Dig, and there's a Horizon Q to get up above and maybe heal as well, but there's a player in front of him, and oh no, CCE go down as Luminosity move in for the third party to pick up the pieces.
The chaos factor that is CCE today is just completely unmatched. Luminosity taking advantage of what they forced the other squad into in Dig, able to third party that, and nice clean up there from Jaguares onto the final player.
Bro, I'm for real thinking I'm getting punked like the TV
just more
show.
KP on the board for Luminosity.
Dark Zero back, by the way.
Why?
Dark Zero. Jim Burton got away
Dude,
with
she's
the
fine
banners.
as fuck,
Managed to get the
bro.
res all the way over at Shipfall, I think it
Like,
was, and now they're
bro,
on
I'm gonna be real with you. Every girl I've talked to in the past week are out of my fucking league type shit. They are fucking angelic models, and I'm an ugly ass piece of turd.
back.
I'm like, goddamn, did fucking Dave Cook and Good Luck Chuck fuck all of them, and now they want to come to me? You remember that movie, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, the fucking Dan Fogler. Man, that's the homie right there.
Luminosity,
If
and if
I
Luminosity
ever
aren't
meet
careful
Dan
here and they take too much damage, they have
Fogler,
no idea that
I don't know how
Dark
to say his
Zero
last
are
name,
behind
but
them, so they have to
I
be
could die
so
happy.
aware, and they're going to hit that counter. They're going to try and overtake them. Dark Zero needs to get into zone. They don't have barely anything to play with. They got 2 paper towels on Zero and Sharky, which might be suitable for heading into the water, and they're going to have to head into the water.
That was a scary choice to have to make. They just barely make it out by the skin of their teeth. Heals being dropped to see if they can potentially continue on this very dangerous rotation into somewhere safe. They don't know if there's people in the building in front of them, and they're gonna have to see if they can even get somewhere not in the water, because the water has not boded well for any team that's decided to fight there. Luminosity, though, now with no one at their back, don't have to worry about any sort of surprise attacks and just can continue poking them if they really want to.
100 Thieves in a great spot for this end zone as well. It is going to pull slightly down south as well, away from where XF find themselves. They're controlling the hill. They're controlling the high ground. As LG now know with Dark Zero in front of them that they can mirror their rotation. This is so smart from LG. They know that Dark Zero are weak. They got the armor checks on them, and now they're behind them. Now they're doing damage. As also teams which inside of some of those buildings in fish farms are contributing too, but Luminosity know this is KP for them. They want to try and hunt this down. They know that Dark Zero are in a little bit of a shambles at the moment, but they're also very aware that those teams in front of them are going to be trying to hold them out. So LG have got to pick their poison here and make sure that even though they're desperate for those kills and they know they're waiting for them, that they don't get picked off and take too much damage, because they've got quite a way to go.
I'm not gonna lie though, between that Dark Veil and those smokes, DZ survived for a lot longer and made a lot farther of a rotation than I had initially thought they would. Now they find themselves running into Glitch Energy, and Glitch Energy actually backing away from that, not wanting to really force that engagement, potentially unsure of who's actually in front of them, but DZ still alive to see another day.
Well, Glitch Energy, they're still alive and they're still looking strong, and these guys are pretty calm, cool, and collected when it comes to communication. We've got an opportunity with 50 seconds left on the clock for us to line up a listen-in, so let's do that. Let's jump into the comms of Glitch Energy.
Oh, no.
Should be.
I saw a Catalyst earlier, and they have Seer, and they bangled today.
Wait, yeah, I saw a bang. Yeah, you're right.
What's our play here? We can't zip up on Mirage, man. Can't.
Can't Falcold either.
What if we...
We're gonna die. I think we have to Valkyrie, bro.
No, we have to kill the right team. We have to kill the right team.
I have no wall. You didn't even...
Yeah, he has Ultic cells.
I think we have to, like, go up to Mirage.
Why can't we kill them? We can wall.
We're just gonna die on the zip vein. Like, where do we zip up?
No, look, there's zips that zip up to the bottom rooms. There's a zip right here. Do you see that? It's like into a bottom.
Yeah, we'd have to get that one, and then we just
have to get his cat wall. Give him Ultic cell, man.
I'm out this door, probably. What am I walling off, though? The left? Yeah. I mean, I can only wall off one side.
Team left. They need to wall us left, and then we have to slide out together. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Let's do it now, so we can start like working.
Well, it sounded pretty calm. Obviously, the decision not quite being made efficiently, but you can see the plan is in place. NRG and 100 Thieves, though, Lauren, they're about to have a little bit of a scrap here on the edge of zone.
And it seems like they had already partially gotten into it. You see how low the health was of some of those NRG players. 100 Thieves now down to a duo. That is less than ideal, but they do have the banner. Don't really think it's going to be able to help them that much right now, but they are backing away from NRG. We also saw Optic in the kill feed. We're seeing Glitch Energy now going down in the kill feed. And as this circle shrinks, everyone that's on that northern side of the zone is forced into all of these fights.
Glitch Energy eliminated as well, so 100 Thieves trying to survive. They can get that read on the care package as well. So they'll know that there's an RE45 to play with if they want to overextend and try and pick that one up. Team Inter's eliminated as well, down to now just 12. And look at Rise up on this high ground, by the way. This is the team that looked like they were in complete shambles when they made the Valkyrie. They all split up, but they've managed to get back into a great position on top of Mirage Etoile. And with 3 of them still in the game, they can make some plays here.
I think that also might have been the final player on DZ going down. I think Zero might have been the last one up and just saw him in the water. Not exactly having the best time. OXG pinching him with CLG, so that was a rough spot for them to be in. And honestly, the recovery was already going to be a tough road, and they weren't able to do anything with their positioning, unfortunately. But NRG, 100 Thieves back on top of each other now as Vaxlon goes on top of the rock to try and meet Sweet here for this fight. Sweet gets a knock and is instantly knocked himself. So how will this play out for NRG? Are they going to be able to recover here?
Gonna try and stick it. Oh, Sweet gets re-knocked there. Scurry now left on his own. All of a sudden, 100 Thieves are making this a very, very uncomfortable couple of moments for NRG. It's a 1v1. As Gildersons just has to do the flesh damage, the catwall goes down. He's going to fight through it, but he can't connect at the moment. Gildersons is having a nightmare here trying to finish off this final player. 100 Thieves making this horrible, but finally Gilderson clutches up. Nathan back on his feet. Sweet back on his feet as well. 100 Thieves eliminated, and that is now NRG in a great position, but here comes CLG. They have waited for this moment. They see the damage is done. Can they collapse though, or NRG be able to hold up on this high ground?
You know, I feel like CLG might have just been a half of a second too late because NRG, they're not fully healthy, but they do at least have their shields back with a little bit of distance and some poke in their favor that will give them enough time to possibly get fully healed up right now. And they also have these boxes around them. This could be a little bit scary if CLG decides to make this push. It's been a little bit too long.
Q's coming in. CLG can't push out from this position at the moment because they're getting shot in the back. So CLG having to play this slow and hope that someone influences this fight. They might just about be safe on the edge of zone. Oxygen in the kill feed as well. They'll pick up one. Enemy gets that first knock. That fight is happening down by Fish Farms as teams try and force their way in. Optic are inside of the zone as well, but here come Furia. They're trying to influence this end game. Panda's having to pop a bat. His Watson is down, but CLG have been eliminated. So NRG now in a great position to maybe once again be in the end game, but they go down as well. And all of a sudden, all these teams collapsing. Rise is coming as well. Furia up in this high ground. 2 players still left on their feet, and they might be able to get the res on his Watson as well.
OXG also now down in the kill feed as Fury trying to continue at least doing a little bit of damage while keeping themselves alive. Everyone's starting to get very low as they drop down and try to clean this up, but Furia goes down. It's now Luminosity who's able to clean up this corner. Meanwhile, BBB's down in the kill feed. We saw Xset popping off a little bit. I mean, there is so much happening, and LG just put themselves in such a great spot until Xset shows up and decides that they want all of the loot to themselves, cleaning up LG very quickly. 1 player left alive. Sykes just needs to close this out, and LG goes down.
Need to get Nocturnal back on his feet as quickly as possible, though they do have that RE45, and that was the difference maker once again. In those team fights, it just cripples the shields that are in front of them. And Sykes managed to do a huge amount of damage as Drug-Free inside of the top 3. They've been almost silent today after their pop-up performance the first time we saw them, but they're in with a chance here, but so are Optic Gaming. And has this week been the turn of the change of fortunes for some of our previous juggernauts? We've seen it from Furia. Now can Optic close this out?
Optic had taken over the rock that NRG was on top of, and they're looking very strong right now, going up against this squad, and the only thing that could potentially stand in the way is going to be Xset wrapping around. And does Optic know where they are? Because right now, this is going to be the final 3v3 of this game.
It's a straight shootout between Xset and Optic Gaming. Drug-Free eliminated. All of Xset dressed in red, full Evo shields, taking the rocks. And they have the zone as well. So now you can see that Optic have got to make some moves. And Optic are going to put that capital down and try and swing out and try and catch one of these members off guard. It's brilliant from Optic. If they can make this cross and if they can heal up, then Xset will all of a sudden go from having zone to having to push Optic Gaming.
Xset right now looking across the way, trying to see if they can land any sort of damage from a distance and give themselves an advantage before they have to take this fight. But the small advantage that they have is going to allow them here to try and wait for as long as possible. The split, the off angle from Skittlecakes is going to be so dangerous for Xset as they try to use this rock for cover. Nocturnal poking out to the side a little bit to see what he can do from his own off angle as they start to stalemate each other a little bit here.
That rotation from Optic was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. From XF sitting in a position up on the high ground saying, hey, you have to come to us. They get the Dark Veil down and they say, hey, you got to come to us now. We've got angles. We've got Skittlecakes up on that high ground. Our high ground is going to be in this zone for longer than yours. But what utility does Xset have available? Do they have a Dark Veil to try and cut this zone in half? To try and focus onto 2 of these players from Optic? It's a really, really interesting end zone in the final fight between these 2 teams. Optic have done great to be in this position, let alone to take the priority of this zone away from Xset.
All right, this is going to be... It's all going to come down to whoever decides to make the first move here, and if that first move works, and it ends up being Xset, we see the Dark Veil come down, and they start making their push over towards Optic. Will this be the right call for them? We're seeing a little bit of damage coming in from Fun here, as the rest of the 2 have wrapped around to the other side. The second Dark Veil goes down, and now we have one massive wall separating this final zone. Xset gets a crack here, but still finding themselves in a little bit of a back and forth with Optic.
It's the Great Wall of Storm Point that's been constructed right now, right down at the southern tip. Noct is down to barely any HP. Skittlecakes manages to get the res. Now the ultimates have been expired. It comes down to a straight shootout between the 2 teams. The only problem is Noct is almost naked at the moment. He's got nothing to work with, and Sykes with the RE45 is again going to be team. He gets that first milk, and Xset will close it out. But what a fascinating final 3v3 that was between those two teams. Optic almost had it. But Xset just kept themselves in that fight until that final moment. And again, the RE45, that's the difference maker. That is what gets the knock. But that was a lot of fun to watch. My brain was going, this is brilliant. This is so fun. Keep going. Like, go on for another 10 minutes. This is wonderful.
Listen, I don't want to say that for some reason Game 5 on Stormpoint is Xset's bread and butter, but that's what it's seeming like right now.
You actually called it. Yeah, you called exactly that. That's what I was
saying. I don't know how they do it. Maybe they heard me, but phenomenal performance. And that might be the most fun end zone, the final fight that we've seen in the final circle all day, Dan.
All right, don't make me too jealous that I wasn't there for it, but at least I got to watch, because it was weird how they both just accepted they were going to wait for the next Dark Veils to come up. They went, actually, neither of us feel like we have enough of an advantage to take this fight right now, so we're just going to wait it out. And then once the Dark Veils come back up, suddenly the fight started to unfold, and I think Mark touched on it, you know, RE45 goes burr, and it means that it's going to do enough damage to ensure that these teams are going to be able to take the advantages. And Xset doing Xset things as always. I also think that Drug Free picked up more points in that game than they did throughout the entirety of Stormpoint in week 1. So it's good that they found a little bit of success here on this map too.
Honestly, I really thought for a split second when Skittlecakes had that off angle that it was potentially going to be the downfall of Xset, but they handled everything so well and worked as this flawless unit. Once they decided to just group up, throw down the Dark Veil, and make that push in, they handled every single decision perfectly. Even to the point where Sykes went in, did the damage with the RE45, saw how low he was getting, and timed their staggering perfectly. He backed off without even dying, was able to get back on a little bit of the higher area just in case they needed the damage to close the whole thing out. I mean, that was like chef's kiss on set.
That's why we love this game.
Yo, Glitter, you know what chef's kiss is? Fucking so many chicks are fucking wanting me at once. Why? Is it every fucking time I'm single and I'm just talking to one chick, here comes 50 other fucking chicks wanting me cock? I'm okay, Skipper, I'm okay. Just a little mental breakdown. Fuck!
Are you sure? Like,
right,
take a minute, have a smoke break or something?
Probably.
Little minute moments, and when you have a straight 3v3, you really get to like appreciate.
You know, and that's what fucking sucks, dude. You know, all these chicks are fine as hell. There's not anything wrong with them. But I'm just,
that sucks. That is so terrible.
No, I mean, just one guy, bro. I can't have them all, motherfucker. And unless I'm, you know, that shitty like a fuckboy, but I mean, I ain't that type.
Appreciate every decision that's being made, and there's one thing I think we need to highlight in that end game as well. I'm pretty sure that Nock didn't have any big meds to fully heal up, so he was kind of at a big disadvantage. I'm so happy, by the way, that we ended on such a high note, because the start of this game was one of the most ridiculous starts that I've seen.
Dark Zero just fucked the shit out of him.
Dan, I'm going to ask your opinion on this. Like,
I mean,
on Dark Zero using the Trident.
I mean, Tripod's dying 100 yards out in the water, then Dark Zero trying to send a lifeboat out, getting cut down as well. I mean,
everyone got a little bit overexcited, I feel. Maybe the adrenaline from game number 4 was carried over into game number 5. We started it very quickly, and people didn't necessarily think about what they were getting themselves into. That's what it felt like. Or maybe they just didn't care. Maybe they were in a position where they were like, you know what, we've got enough to throw away. We've got so many points, but you've got to be careful. You can't throw away these games. But yeah, an incredible match number 5 to watch. And I do think the further we get into these games, the further we get into these match days, we are going to see more ridiculous things happening as people do take more risks, as people do try something that's maybe a little bit out of the norm. Because if you just try and play too safe all of the time, you're going to let yourself just slowly and surely fall down these leaderboards. The teams that are chasing, they have to find ways to try and catch up.
And when we get to this portion of the late game, I mean, Furia was doing so much work from this rock, but then it just kind of became the drop down to this area was just so dangerous. Furia goes down, and then LG comes in, and then Xset drops down on top of them, and it was no longer a safe space.
No, it wasn't. It became a little bit of a graveyard, but it was Sykes. I mean, in this position as well, I was like, where's fun? Like, Why is Fun doing no damage here? And it's because I think Fun was holding the high ground and eventually decided to drop. He wanted to try and anchor his team. He thought they could get that job done nice and quickly. Optic Gaming, this push onto Drug Free, though, this was almost exemplary. You know, no mistakes being made whatsoever, just forcing them into some horrible positions. But how the tables kept turning in this endgame fight was so fascinating. I want to keep my eyes on the shields from Noct as well, because I think it might have been a bit of a game changer. But 151 with the RE45, it doesn't matter who you are, what armor you're wearing. If you walk into Sykes and he's got that gun in his hands, you're not going to have a very happy time, and you're certainly not going to have a good story to tell everyone afterwards.
And I know that we weren't hyping up Optic a lot there, but they were popping up in the kill feed a lot, so I'm glad that we get to see what their kills are here, because they end up with 8 and that second place finish, almost tying Xset, who takes home the dub. Phenomenal performance from both of those teams, even LG with the 6 KP. This was a very aggressive game from start to finish, even if we struggled to take it a little bit seriously at the beginning, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, we brought it back, let's be real. We had some good Apex to talk about at the end of it. But Xset at the top of the table, I mean, looking flawless at times with their decision making. And, you know, IGLs, good IGLs, and I would say brave IGLs are being rewarded in this meta at the moment. Navigating through to end zones, making good decisions when you feel like you're under pressure. And some teams and some IGLs might have wilted in that endgame when Optic made that rotation to take zone back off of Xset. They would go, oh no, that was my plan, it's fallen apart. But Xset had a plan B, they had a plan C, and they were able to execute without ever feeling kind of flustered or looking like they were in any kind of trouble. So Xset, once again, just navigating through those endgame moments superbly well. Nocturnal, a shout out to you. I think you've been on top of your game in recent weeks and in recent times, and I think he certainly is making a really good claim to being the best IGL in the world at the moment.
Yeah, I would not even try to fight you on that. And now we can see what that does for the series results. Fury is still on top, but only by 3 points. Xset solidifying that second place spot right now, heading into the final match of the day. Dan, what's jumping out at you here as we prepare for match number 6?
I mean, earlier in EMEA it was a bit of a 2-horse race, but this is still wide open for what, 5 teams? I mean, potentially even 6. There is still a shout that Glitch could make a late run to try and take first place here. Maybe unlikely, but there are a lot of opportunities here for people to take all of the bread when it comes to the points for today's action. I mean, Furia might be on top right now, but they need to be taking a close look over their shoulder, because there are plenty of teams, and after that fiery Game 5, I'm sure Xset are going to feel like they can have another incredible week here.
Yeah, definitely going to be an important final game of day 3. But of course, it's time for one more short break. But when we return, match number 6, the final match on Storm Point for today. So don't go anywhere.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
One more game to go, everybody. Welcome back in the meantime. And I tell you what, the leaderboards today, Dan, I think we've been a little bit spoiled by how close these games have been and how difficult it's been to separate some of the teams that we've been seeing playing, because it all sets us up for a wonderful Game 6 where we're not quite sure who's going to come out on top. Fury are currently at the top of the pile, looking good. But except with that winning game number 5, I tell you what, they look like they've got a fire in their belly, my friend.
It's one of those situations, isn't it? It's winner takes all, really, at this point. If any of those top 5 teams do find a victory here in this game, more than likely, they are going to be taking home all of the marbles in this one. And I'm very excited to see who just wants to take this game by the scruff of the neck. Oh, a different circle then. We're going to be heading to the northeast of the map. This is great news for a lot of the teams who have been rotating all day, it seems, as they've had to move from the north to the south, from the north to the west, but finally we get one that is going to be on the northern side.
It is indeed, and what a zone that is for San Furia, a team who are currently sat at the top of the leaderboards. Lightning Rod, very, very close to where we will be going. You would imagine that it's going to be a little bit to the side of where they find themselves right now, but you can already see a couple of teams immediately. Look how quick teams are rotating, by the way. Look how quick XZ have left. I think that gives us a really good indication on how important it is to get into High Point, how important it is to get a spot to play so that you can shoot all those teams who are having to rotate on one of the biggest verticality differences that you will have in any kind of end zone.
It was something that we spoke about when Storm Point was first released. With the difference in high ground and high ground advantage in this map, when you do have a circle that forces you to the northern side, you have to move quickly, because otherwise you are just going to be a sitting duck for a lot of these teams who have the high ground over you. Granted, we are going to see Valkyries make a difference to that and make a change on that, because you can take up... That's not where I expected Sweet to go. I don't think that's where Sweet expected to go, but thankfully is going to get a second shot at this one, and hopefully it works out.
Sweet found an airbag that was just like at the bottom of that cannon, just exploded in the wrong direction. But for NRG, everything's cool, everything's fine. Sweet's kind of caught him up. Nathan and Gilderson just leading the way for him. But entertaining, I would say, the last 2 games and the first few moments, for sure.
Well, that's what we can only ask for in the ALGS, right? A little bit of everything, a bit of humor, a bit of action, and of course, we want to see the best team win.
I'm sure the Sweet was laughing as well.
It's one of those things. I mean, I'm actually very certain I know what he would have said when it happened. I'm not going to repeat it on broadcast, but it does mean that, you know, it's just one of those things they can laugh about and they can move on from. But this is where we're going to see a lot of teams start to take residence, and almost looks like a fort, as every team is going to take a different level of it. And if you can get the highest of high grounds, of course, teams are going to have to battle upward on the stairs to try and take you down.
This is a perfect zone, though, for Furia. They've got the highest point. They've got the highest point of High Point. And they're going to be able to chill for quite some time. You can see how quickly they've rotated as well. I mean, his Watson's rocking the alternator. I mean, still a decent gun, we all know, but it's probably not what you'd choose if you had the option to. The question is, do they have some range to do some damage so that they can level up those Evos? I'm sure that somebody's probably had a little bit of a think about that. The Nemesis is going to be not with a scope, which makes it a little bit more difficult to hit those shots, but I kind of like that they're prioritizing the rotation, making sure they get into the best spot when it's available. And with zone prio, sometimes, Dan, you just have to play that way.
You have to, otherwise you find yourself in maybe like Thunderwatch, and you're just looking up at 12 different teams that are all just going to have a smile on their face while they charge rifle you from a distance, and you eventually fall back into the lobby with tears running down your face. It's not fun when you are one of the teams that are on the lower side of this map, so you have to move quickly. And I think those who are on the southern side, who know they're going to be rotating late, now is when you've got to be making the decision of, do we start looking for edge fights? Do we start looking for picking up some KP before we take that inevitable risk where we try and either skyward dive or try and force our way into a very difficult circle?
I'm just glad that we're not going to see anyone in the water, to be honest with you, in this game. I think it's more land. Everyone feels more comfortable on land, and I think their footing's certainly a little bit more secure. As we see another team now making their rotation. It's going to be Dark Zero going all the way through wall. They've got the big zip lines in front of them if they want to take those. Would be a little bit risky to do so with the amount of teams that are already ahead of them, but it's been a good day for Dark Zero so far. Outside of that last game, which was a little bit of a shambles, even though they managed to kind of reset for a few moments, they are actually going to take the zip line. It looks like they might be able to take this building. I'm not sure if there's anyone actually holding that down, and DZ might actually get a little bit lucky here.
Yeah, lucky, and sometimes you need a little bit of luck with your rotations. Sometimes you need to have those situations where the game just goes in your favor. And when we talk about teams that are getting luck because of the ring coming towards them, if we can see that luck just distributed quite nicely between all the top teams right now to make it a bit more fair, then I'm okay with that.
Rise, been smoked off at the moment. This is happening outside. of Lightning Rod down on the low ground. You can see, like you called it, the big fort that's in front of them. And Rise taking damage. Retzi thought he probably had a kill waiting for him, but instead he gets absolutely decimated. It is Sykes who has the flatline in his hands that does that damage. LB Rise now trying to reset, but not able to do so quite yet.
NRG just making sure they back off, and they will use any cover that they have. They didn't want to overextend here. Again, you have to be careful. 20 squads still on the map, remember. There are going to be a lot of eyes, a lot of weapons, a lot of potential charge rifles to ruin your day. So NRG were very hesitant to push up, but they're still having a look at it, still having a prod, still having a poke, because they want to level up these armors as well. It's something we don't necessarily focus on, because I think it's pretty obvious now in ALGS that you want to be doing damage to teams at a distance so you can have at least purples when you get into the later game.
NRG finding a spot to play, but it's looking like a little bit of an uncomfortable spot for them, I have to say. And if anyone can make it work, it is going to be NRG. And Sweet's already managed to route a few second place finishes, thirds, top fives, whatever it might be. As we get a little bit of lay land once more. Thunderwatch building is going to be inside of the zone, but you would imagine it's going to pull north away from them towards this open ground. AJC taking a little bit of damage and trying to do some damage themselves just onto a few rogue prowlers and making sure they get all the loot that they can. Optic, though, this is the interesting rotation for me. CC are in front of them, holding down the top of that zip building. They're going to be able to scan and get a little bit of information, which is going to maybe give CCE's position away. But they're also going to see that it's pulling towards Lightning Rod. So a lot of info can actually be picked up by Optic here by hitting that beacon.
Yeah, I think it can be important to get any info, any extra info. It's always going to be good, but unfortunately, the result of the info that they get is going to be, okay, well, where do we go here? Because it doesn't look like there's much room to play. And when we spoke about the fortress, you want to be at the top, but at the same time, you can't really find anywhere in the middle because that's already been taken. So inevitably, you are just going to have to play edge. You're going to have to play one of these positions and try and force yourself in. Brute force, take a fight, and hope that you can win that engagement. The other option is you go for the risky skyward dive, but we've seen how that can end up. We saw it in game number 4 when teams were trying to dive in on the trenches, for example. There was just too many teams, too many eyes, and it is not that simple.
Well, 20 squads are still remaining in this game. There's only one player who's fallen at the moment, which is showing how everybody is approaching this final game. And I think it gives a really good indication, Dan, of how important these points are in the final game. That all goes back to the leaderboards and how close things are. These teams will know exactly how many points they want to achieve, how many points behind the team is it from their position they find themselves in, how many points in front the teams are in the positions they want to take away. And you're really starting to feel that every single team taking steps forward at the moment. It's no big Hail Marys, it's tiptoeing forward, chip damage, trying to see what happens in the lobby before you make your call. And this is, again, where the IGLs are going to make their money. It's where the macro is going to be really tested in those final moments. And if there's a couple of leaders you want in this lobby who have been performing well so far, I would say that Sweet's put his team in great positions. Nocturnal obviously done so. I think Dropped has been up there as well, putting him Optic in some good positions, especially in that last game.
I think another indication of how tight and how important this is legend selection. We have a 100% pick rate, ladies and gentlemen, of Seer. 20 teams, 20 Seers, and across the board, this is one of our most kind of normal compositions in terms of what everyone are picking. It's Seer and Catalyst for the most part, alongside a Valkyrie. We've got a sprinkle of Bang, and then there's the couple of off picks. We've got a Horizon, Wraith, and a Watson, but only seeing, what, 7 legends is probably the least that we've seen today across both regions, which really does stress that people want to play the most comfortable situation when it comes to this last game. They want to play the best possible composition, or what they think is the best possible composition, and sometimes that is just matching what the rest of the lobby is doing.
The Tripods trying to force their way uphill, but this is going to be a really good indication of how tough it is to fight into this zone. If Tripods can make this rotation and somehow get up to that little rock on the right hand side, it's a pretty good place to play. You can hold teams out across from you. You can let the lobby do the damage, and that's the spot they're trying to play for. Glitch Energy are trying to hold them out at the moment. They managed to just about kind of weave, I would say, around the exhibit that was put down. Jen's taken some damage on his way, but you can play this position for quite some time towards this endgame, and that's a really smart play actually coming in from Tripods.
Yeah, I think that Tripods have had some great ideas throughout today, but unfortunately have maybe been punished by some other teams that have had similar ideas and similar rotations, and Tripods just haven't been able to escape that rotation factor at times. They've never really had a circle that plays to their advantages just yet, and sometimes that's how Apex Legends can go, and sometimes you just have to pick up as many points on a day where it isn't necessarily working out as well for you, because there will be days where suddenly everything goes your way, and that's when you really have to capitalize on the points that are available for you. But now the teams that didn't have the circle information of where it was going will have the circle information. We also get the extra circle information that it's going right up to that fortress that we were speaking of. So all those teams who were in residence are still going to be sitting pretty and still be waiting. It's going to be like the Battle of Mordor, it would seem, and Helm's Deep is going to get into the involvement here, where every team is going to try and walk their way up to the fortress, but they are very much going to be shut down.
Interesting thing for me, just looking at our map overhead and where this zone is going to be pulling, is the fact that Furia and Exet are bang inside of it. That's our first place team and our second place team, which means that it could come down to one of those end zones where it's all about management. Maybe it's a straight 3v3 again between those two teams to decide who is going to come out on top when the games are all done and dusted today. Speaking of done and dusted, AJC will fall out. That will be the end of their day today. A little bit of a slow one for them, but obviously a lot to learn, of course, and now you're going to see Glitch Energy making their move. Tripods are going to be left behind. They decide that this isn't the fight for us to take. We want to prioritize rotation. Tripods trying to push up on it, but there is that cat wall once again, just to make sure that GE can make that rotation without taking too much damage, as Aiden takes a couple of bullets in the back, but they will be able to reset pretty comfortably here.
And Glitch Energy are in 6th place on 40 points. They're only 12 points behind Furia in first. So, you know, a first place is 12 points. So suddenly you catch that up. You'd obviously need the other teams to actually lose points there, as Gent has taken a lot of damage. It looks like Tripods should be okay. I think that when you look at how close it is between this top 6 and the circle that we've got here, we couldn't have asked for a better circle, because it is going to come down to a lot of micro decisions and a lot of fighting ability when we get to that final circle. Who is hitting those shots? Who is using their characters correctly? Who's making those mistakes in those final moments?
Ulti Gaming down at Thunderwatch at the moment. They're trying to make their way in, but they've got a couple of teams, Oxygen one of them, who are giving them a little bit of trouble on their way in. Tripod's still trying to force their way in. 100 Thieves are kind of holding them out from inside of that building they were having a little look at. But look at Exet's position. That's an amazing building to be holding down. Sometimes we see that end zone end right outside those doors. BBB, they've made their way up to the high ground, I believe, and I don't think Fury are too happy about it. Excuse me, BBB were down on that low ground, but look at the damage that's coming in. The Arc Stars, the frag grenades are going to force that team off high, and that's what you need to do here. You need to command the height. You cannot let someone just walk up on you.
Fury are the kings and queens of the castle at the moment. They will not let anyone get on top of their throne, and that's what's important. It's about having presence. And look how they're clearing everything as well. They are making sure there is no one up here with them. They can't even allow a speck of this area to be taken up by another team. Otherwise, that puts them at threat. They have to dominate the entire lobby by being at the highest point possible.
CLG inside of the zone as well. 100 Thieves, I think they lost one player I saw go down. So 100 Thieves, even though they made that cross and managed to find somewhere inside to play, Glitch Energy, excuse me, are eliminated as well. It was indeed Scurry who went down for 100 Thieves. So Glitch Energy's day will be over, but another highly successful one for them. 100 Thieves, who won that game a little bit earlier and have played extremely well. Some of the best Apex Legends I've seen them play in quite some time, are going to have to force their way towards this end game with only 2 players remaining. 17 squads down, still alive in this lobby as well. There's a lot of action going down around Thunderwatch at the moment as we keep our eyes on Lightning Rod with everybody stacked up on each other. But all these teams should be safe for quite some time.
And because there's so many teams, that's why we're not going to see 100 Thieves recover that banner. We're not going to see 100 Thieves get back up to a full 3. So even though they're in 3rd place, only 5 points behind first, things have got far more difficult for them. Luminosity just been eliminated. They were in 8th place. They could drop down a couple of positions because of that, as CCE also full. All these teams now who are making their way from the south onset are starting to be deleted from the server, and all the teams that have rotated earlier are reaping the rewards.
BBB, they are safe for that next zone as well. If they can hold this position down, having a charge rifle is certainly going to help them. And they've got some really good cover to play with. So BBB, who have been, I would say, quiet by their own standards today, and certainly by their performance in the first day, might have a chance to kind of rekindle something as we see Dark Zero start to go to work here. And it's going to be SCS And the Trident, once again, trying to escape and managing to get out of there for now.
I've never seen a Trident move so fast. And Burton will take one down, but Dark Zero now aware there are other teams. Dark Zero in third place, but they have to move into the circle. They're not sitting pretty like the likes of Furia, like the likes of Exet. They have to make sure that they try and make their way in, and there are plenty of teams that are going to potentially ruin their day. I mean, Dig are on the other side of things. There is going to be a Dark Veil to at least give Dark Zero cover for now. Oxygen also could threaten them, but here is where that circle is going. And notice the dotted lines. That is where the circle is going to move after the next one, and that is important for the likes of teams that are already in Lightning Rod, because you see where Furia are. They're going to have to move ever so slightly west, which could prove to be a little bit difficult.
Dark Zero making their move. This is a late assault for them. BBB have gone down, so they weren't able to hold down that position we were talking about. That's going to be taken away from them by Dig. So Dark Zero just trying to find any cover they can to just approach this fight, approach this end game, and should be able to just about thread the needle by the looks of things. But Oxygen Esports are here. They spot out Dark Zero. The smokes are going to go down. They're looking to cut them down at the pass here.
But Oxygen are doing damage, but then where do they go? They've now given up their position. Dark Veil will give them the cover, and they've decided they're going to have to use this to push left side and maybe even push this engagement. But Dark Zero are down. They are out. They go down in 12th position as Exet now will clean up all the pieces.
100 Thieves still involved in this game as well. Tripods out, Oxygen out. We saw also Optic Gaming fall in the last few moments as well, as Exet once again just command all of this space. They've cleared out the southern side. Now they just have to watch their side, see if there's any teams trying to creep up on them. And they have to plan their next move as well, Dan, because they have to move out into the open.
You can see the points now. Exet have taken first position off of Furia, but I feel like this is going to come down to placement rather so than the KP that's being picked up at the moment. Of course, though, the extra KP is not going to be a bad thing, as NRG looking over towards Rise, thinking about maybe making a push. And it's really, for NRG, a do-or-die situation here. They can't afford to fault, otherwise they will probably lose a player, and I imagine people who are watching on from the fortress we were speaking of over towards Lightning Rod are really going to take advantage of any weak players that are running up on them, and they don't have much time. This is the thing, the circles start to close very quickly as we get to the latter stages.
It's a really tough rotate here. Riser in front of them. And it's going to be NRG have to swing, but the damage is being done by teams in front of them. You can now see the Rise down to 2. Detox is going to try and swing. Sweet's going to take a huge amount of damage, but there's Nathan to back him up. Very, very sketchy moments here for NRG. They take so much damage. As look at the kill feed.
Yep.
Furia. A knock comes in from the Kraber of Sorcerer. And sometimes it can just be the big gun that can change the game.
Rise down to just 1. And it's why I wanted to point out that circle, because it did shift a little bit away from Furia and is going to make their life very difficult, but they've got themselves back up to a full 3. They have to move down off of the top of the mountain just to get into this next bit of the circle, and they've also got to be well aware of who could be suddenly joining as they fly through the Catalyst wall here.
Rise eliminated in the meantime. Panda's trying to change his attention to where he needs to be. Dropping game in, drop in, but also drop out immediately. Speaking of drop in, there's an armor being dropped. If they can get the res off, Zeratrick will have a little armor swap to play with, but it gets, unfortunately, re-knocked. Trying to punch him into a good position. Panda's trying to do what he can to keep Furia's chances alive here. There's an Arc Star to play with. That should be blocked by the knockdown shield. And even though you can see on the high ground, they're desperate to finish off Furia here. They can't manage to do it. Impulse is going to move down though. Asura alongside it. It looks like Drug Free are going to try and swing on this one. Furia trying to hold the line. Pandas gets back on his feet, but down to no shields. Here comes his Watson, but that will be the end of the tournament. The end of the game day for Furia. They will fall in 5th position, and now Exet surely will be able to take this one home.
Yeah, with Furia gone down, Exet find themselves 4 points ahead. Even if they were to fall here, it will still be a W for Exet as they continue their rampage through the ALGS at the moment. And as you said, they want to be respected. They want to be the team that is considered one of the best, if not the best in the world. And they are certainly putting themselves up there in that discussion. But we need to see them progress and this consistency to carry on into LANs, into championships. But all the writing is on the wall right now. All the things are being put into place, and they could still find a victory in this game to extend their lead over the top and not even given a chance, because they will not know that there is other teams that couldn't overtake them at this point. There could still be 100 Thieves in the area, for example. It depends how keen an eye they were keeping on that kill feed when teams were being eliminated.
XSET have a really good spot to play here as well. If they can survive, they don't have to output any damage. You can see how they're being focused. Sykes is going to be fried by a thermite. Everyone's trying to focus on XSET because everyone wants XSET's spot right now. One of them has gone down. Catwall going to go down as well. Does CLG fancy taking a little bit of a fight here? Some piercing spikes going down, and there's a frag grenade as Nocturnal just explodes in front of his teammate.
I tell you what, I said this was a guarantee, but 100 Thieves are still alive and only 5 points behind. So if 100 Thieves were to win as a 2, very much still achievable. They win this game a week in game day as XSET go down. So 100 Thieves now find themselves 3 points behind on set. I might have spoken too soon because now the duo with the opportunity still to win this game day, they just require 3 points. Second place would tie them. First place would win it for them. A few KP alongside that, and suddenly 100 Thieves might do the unthinkable.
CLG trying to wall off, trying to make their rotation as well. They're going to be able to do so. They will take the zone. They're also going to have a little bit of loot to play with. That's one of the latest loot pills I've seen looted by a team in quite some time. But Mamba's going to be taken down. Vaxxlon spotted them out. And Vaxxlon's going to get a knock as well. So 100 Thieves, it's been a day of comebacks for teams. It's been a day of reintroduction from some of our biggest squads in the ALGS. They have a chance here, Dan, of pulling off a miracle.
If they go down in third, they will finish in second place overall. XSET will now have to watch on and hope that 100 Thieves do not do this as a duo. They're trying to take the fight. Dark Veil's now come down.
Omu trying to survive alongside Vaxxlon. Peacekeeper hitting, but not hitting hard enough for them at the moment. But 100 Thieves are surviving. Thieves might come back from the dead. 100 Thieves as a duo will do the unthinkable in the final game here on match day number 3. You asked if Fury are back. Well, 100 Thieves certainly are.
I thought it was for sure XSET's day. 100 Thieves as a duo. Not possible, right? No one would allow that to happen, but the positioning that they had, the kings of the castle, they held on, they made sure they pushed in, they bided their time, they were patient, and they will win this match day, Glitter, and that is not what you'd expect from a duo, but it just shows that if you have the right players in the right place, and you have the right strategy, you can still get it done.
Well, this is also what we were talking about when we had looked at the points heading into the final match of the day, because it was just that close. There wasn't a massive gap that we were kind of already calling who was going to get first place. We knew one pop-off performance for anybody in like the top 8 could have completely shaken things up. And then now, like you said, 100 Thieves coming through, closing it out as a duo, took what we thought was almost a sure thing and completely flipped it on his head on set.
It was an amazing day. I mean, Dan's right. I didn't think 100 Thieves had a chance of winning that game from the position they were in, especially when they got knocked on the Valk rotate, because, you know, they were kind of sandwiched between teams that were above them and below them. At some point, they had to drop, but they just seemed to find some gap in the traffic that was going down from people leaving the height to kind of exploit. I don't know how they did it. We'd have to go back and watch that VOD, but once they were in that position, the knock that Vaxxlon got onto the CLG member after they hit that Dark Veil, that makes the game different, because that forces the team down low ground. They're like, okay, we see a knock, we can go out, we can run out, we can fight. 100 Thieves play the high ground perfectly, they get damage, and then they capitalize. It was just, you know, you don't need 3 players on the map if you can influence what the other teams do, and that's exactly what they did in that position. It was, again, brilliant macro, last minute decision making, winning games for teams in this meta, and 100 Thieves, again, perfect example of it.
All right, well, for the final time today, Gaskin, let's walk through some of these highlights from the last match.
I mean, at this game, it was a slow burner. You're always going to get that when you get a big old circle pull towards the northern side. But when action started to unfold, boy, did we start to see some incredible things on our screens. From 3v3 engagements that did go a certain way that we'd expect to ones that didn't go the way that we would expect. We saw Energy try and fight their way. We saw Furia, what we thought would...
All right, who won?
Furia. I think it was really impressive today to see Furia make a little bit of a comeback and a little bit of noise in this lobby after a little bit of quiet start and the disappointment of not making...
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Now we'll see what happened with our series results. As you called it, 5 points above XSET is 100 Thieves after that final win on the day.
God damn.
So,
they clap at them cheeks, man. They clap at them cheeks. Alright. Shit, hold on. Let me get this up on here. I gotta remove that. Oh, Jesus. What did I do? Yeah, it fucked up. I don't know what I did. What the fuck, man? Okay, hold on. Okay. I got webcam. I got display capture. That's the fucking one I need to get off, display capture. Now I don't want to fucking rename it. Unc, I love how you think this shit is easy, but it's not for my small brain, bruh. No, fuck you, homie. Suck my cock. Fucker. Yeah, I know it's small. Fuck you too. Alright, I'm playing one of my favorite beats. It's gonna be real. Hold on. Shit. Maybe I do need that on. That's a dirty type shit. Oh wait. It's not want to get even for me, dude. Alright. Hell yeah.
Yo, what's up? This is Remix from South Africa, and this is a big shout out.
This is the type of music I like.
Cause I can feel it in my brain that I'm about to go insane. Yeah, I can feel it in my brain that I'm about to. About to go. Yeah. Fucking feeling. Cause I'm fucking feeling. Jump on. Set it on fire. 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 One more time. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Okay. Double out with my flow like. Come on. Get her down. Yeah. 'cause I can feel it. I can feel it.
Yeah. That's so cool. That's so cool. And I actually got permission, so ain't nobody can hit me with a copyright strike because my boy Remix will come in and help me. The man that made that beatbox made it when he was 16 years old, and I think he's 18, 19, and I got permission on Discord from him himself that I could play this shit. As long as I give him a shout out, which, I mean, it says it right there. I'm giving him a shout out just by playing it. But I love the dude. Remix is one of the best. One of the best. What's it called? Beatboxers.
Yo, what's up? My name is Syndicator, and this is a big shout out to Beatbox International. I'm an alien from the outer space. I am an alien. I'm here to take your place. I am an alien. I got that alien base. I am an alien. I'm gonna kill your race cause I'm a brilliant. From the part of a place, I'm a brilliant. Here to pick your a place, I'm a failure. Got that failure and face, I'm an alien. I'm gonna kill you, I'll kill you like a boy. Alien flow.
You come around like a lightning thunder and got me asking for more. You're in my mind like a one-hit thunder. You give me something no more. And I believe that you're something away from home when it's cold and I feel alone. I believe that you're something away from home. But when you kiss me, lead me to a higher ground. I smile when you take me there. Kiss me, lead me to a higher ground. I smile when you take it when you kiss me, lift me to a higher ground. I smile when you take me there. Kiss me, lift me to a higher ground. I smile when you take me there.
Alright, I'm hooking up my phone real quick. Actually, guys, I think I might actually end it. I'll be live in a little while, because we all know that ALGS week 2, day 4. Yeah, week 2, day 4 is coming out today. It actually is probably going to launch in the next hour, so I'm going to end my stream so I can rest for that stream. God, I hate my fucking